If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 161, Konosuba Side Part 46. As the stars and moon decorated the sky, the confusing and tiring night passed quickly as the dawn welcomed the start of a new day. Under the glittering sun, people could be seen going and coming. Those who were unaware and didn't know a thing continued their life at a stable pace. However, unlike the usual, it seems the summer has arrived upon the city and the citizens were wearing cool clothes. They were more energetic as smiles and a joyful atmosphere radiated around. The cool breeze, clear water glistening under the sunlight, and the beautiful scenery brought a peaceful and calming feeling. These changes might surprise people, but they aren't all that startling. After all, this isn't Axel. Just what am I doing here? With tried eyes, Kazuma looked at the clear water reflecting the sunlight as a large city filled his view. Water and beautiful architecture were the main theme of this city. It gave quite a calming and easy feeling. This is Alcanrisha, the city of water, hot springs, and the headquarters of the Axis Order that worships the goddess of water, Aqua. Welcome everyone. This is the city of Axis Order. Aqua was jumping and spinning around in happiness while introducing the city. Megumin was fascinated by the surroundings and darkness followed her. Ask someone else. Like her, Misaka gave a late reply to Kazuma's question before she yawned and pointed at the floating Kaguya. Rubbing her eyes, Misaka shook her head to clear the drowsiness and focus, but the dark circles under her eyes and messy hair showed how tired she saw. In fact, she wasn't alone as Kazuma had the same panda look of sleepiness. The last night was by no means an easy night for them. With everything that happened, the racing thoughts filled their heads as Kazuma and Misaka were the most affected. Between thinking about the future and remembering what happened, Kazuma and Misaka didn't get an ounce of sleep. They kept yawning with black circles under their eyes as their listless look was concerning. They were in the state that they really need some rest, but recalling the last remaining PESS 26-13287 avatar, the sleep disappeared. They need to move quickly to make sure nothing goes wrong, but... What's wrong? Noticing them, Kaguya tilted her head with a smile that made Kazuma speechless. What do you mean by what wrong? You're the one who brought us here. Speaking in a low and listless tone, Kazuma didn't even bother looking at the Lunarian because he knew it's useless. Now, he prefers to go back to bed and try to sleep, even if he knew that it'll be hard to do. Hey, Kazuma, are you listening to me? I'll not repeat this. As I said, the Axis Order which I blessed is. Shut up, you have already said this 10 times already. Squinting his eyes, a dark shadow was cast on Kazuma's face. If the introduction of this city wasn't enough warning, then the excited Aqua is clearly a red flag. Again, he wondered what he's doing here as he looked at the large lake. Although according to the mission's details stating that the Avatar would die in a week and they can leave, Whitebeard and Kaguya preferred to finish the job completely. They had a pretty convincing reason because who knows what would happen in a week if something like PESS 26-13287 is free to roam around. Kaguya didn't waste a moment and teleport them in the morning without giving them any chance to reject. It was a matter of blinking before they found themselves in the city of water. Despite the convincing reasons and all, Kazuma still had one question: why he is here? There's literally no reason for him to be here. No, he even has reasons to never come. Like this place being the Axis Order headquarters and Aqua's sparkling eyes of excitement, but the most important is that he can't do anything anymore. Yes, he can't do much about this. It was confirmed by Vanir that he lost whatever power boost Leo planted in his mind. I understand your thoughts, Kaguya said with a deep expression as Kazuma replied instantly, no, you don't. Sadly, we still have things to prepare. How about you have fun here and relax until then? Okay? Cool? Great. See you later. With a bright and shining smile, Kaguya said those words gently before she vanished from her place. Kazuma blinked his eyes before he said, where are the old man and Leon? They disappeared too, Misaka answered quickly before she frowned. Is it only her or the people in this town are looking at them weirdly? Maybe the lack of sleep is affecting her and she started imagining things. Don't stress over it, Mikoto. Remember what you're here for. Hot springs. As Misaka's eyes shone with the determination to relax in the hot springs, Kazuma asked in disbelief. Disappeared. Yeah, they vanished using a skill. It's over. Flags. The flags of disasters are flying everywhere. Kazuma looked at the position where Kaguya disappeared as he closed his eyes in pain. Why didn't you say anything? Covering his face, Kazuma said weakly. Hot springs. Hey. I'm only here for the hot springs. Misaka's eyes sparkled before she gave Kazuma the look of I don't care as long as I'm not involved before moving away. Kazuma's expression collapsed again. He can understand if it's Leon, but Whitebeard can use concealment to vanish too. This isn't right at all. The picture was hard on Kazuma's mind while Misaka was getting more disturbed by Alcanrisha's citizens, but under Aqua's urging, the party moved into the city. With Kagaya's fast travel services, they didn't need to stay in an inn for today, but to have the so-called full experience, Aqua insisted on staying in one. Kazuma wondered if she'll go around screaming, she's a goddess or something because she has no money, but then, he learned that Kagaya gave Misaka money to spend on this stuff when he was in the middle of lamenting his future. Why does this feel more like a vacation than a mission to fight a monster? Looking at Megumin and Aqua dragging Misaka around, Kazuma thought quietly. But inside of him, he felt this is okay too. To be honest, between Axis Order and the shenanigans, his mind was occupied by something else all along. It is the fact he'll have to face another PESS 26-13287. It's funny how in previous days he just shrugged this word off as nothing more than a lame code name, but now his body can't help but shiver. His thoughts about this whole thing were obviously a rejection. It seems he might have been truly traumatized by that thing. He really didn't want to come. In fact, Kazuma didn't need Vanir to tell him that he lost that power because he no longer can sense it. That stubble and faint feeling that he can go against PESS 26-13287 are long gone. Now, it has been replaced with thoughts of how ridiculous that was and it's just suicide. He'll just end up dragging everyone again. If he can't be helpful, then at least he doesn't want to become a dead weight. Maybe we should go to the inn first. Misaka had insomnia because of some nightmares, so she should rest first. Huh? What do you mean nightmares? Phew, no need to worry. With me, Megumin, you have no need to fear any Niao. Don't pull my cheeks. Misaka started pulling Megumin's cheeks as the latter quickly lost her confident state only to surrender and beg for mercy. Looking at the two making a scene and people around watching, Kazuma sighed before he leaned on the bridge railing. If he could, he would prefer to not face PESS 26-13287 again. He wasn't alone in this. Misaka was also experiencing something similar, but unlike his sorry state, she actually wanted to go. This is quite fitting in a sense. Although her world is complicated, it's still a shonen one according to Kagaya. Kazuma saw her saying she's Railgun or Academy City level 5 can't be defeated by this, but looking at her dark circles, isn't these just excuses? She is clearly still affected by what happened that day, but she chooses to motive herself this way. By lying to herself. To be honest, he's the last person to say this. She was much better than him who chose to stop and run away. Maybe if he also had powers like her then he could, but thinking in that way is just. Ugh, Kazuma scratched his head to clear his thoughts. All this thinking really isn't for me. Considering your idiocy, thou are sure right. Without turning back, Kazuma didn't move as his eyes glanced at his right. A devil in a suit suddenly appeared leaning on the same railing as he does. So, you can teleport. In a sense, yes, but in another sense, there's a lot of moi. I'll take it as a yes. Not getting a good answer was in Kazuma's expectation as he didn't react much to Vanir's sudden appearance. He found it's pointless to overwork himself, but he quickly squinted his eyes at the next scene. This devil was throwing food to the ducks under the bridge. Is this what a devil should do? Feeding ducks? Kazuma didn't know what to say. Kazuma's stares didn't bother Vanir as he threw some more breadcrumbs to the ducks before he said, rather than worrying about what I do in my free time, doesn't thou have something better to do? Better to do? Ah, you mean that? To be honest, even if I don't want to do it, why this seems to be turning into a vacation for some reason. Vacation. Glancing at Kazuma then at Misaka far away, Vanir thought for a moment before nodding. If that the case, then here. Stuffing a paper into Kazuma's hands, Vanir cleaned his hands and said, take this and spend time in your room or go to the hot springs. In any case, have fun in your numbered days in this life. Wiping the breadcrumbs from his hand, Kazuma frowned before he read the paper. Why are you giving me this? It's a coupon to one of the famous inns and hot springs in Alcanrisha. It comes with a good discount and offers too. Vanir didn't answer Kazuma and proceed to leave immediately. This action made Kazuma frown and scratch his chin. Even if Kazuma didn't trust Vanir, the coupon seems to be legit, and considering their financial situation, he's more than welcome. Maybe going on a vacation isn't too bad. This city seems nice too, I bet they have interesting places. Hey. Putting the coupon in his pocket after a shrug, Kazuma admired Alcanrisha's beautiful scenery before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hey. Raising his head, Kazuma met with Vanir's masked face. Usually, Kazuma would have slapped this devil's face filled with mockery, but at this moment, Vanir's expression was completely different. The devilish smirk got replaced by a peaceful, soothing smile, and the scary red gleaming eyes turned into assuring and comforting gazes. It is like this devil became a caring, friendly old brother who tries to comfort someone. Without knowing why, this new change made Kazuma horrified and wanted to escape, but the hand on his shoulder was like a heavy boulder. Ha ha ha! The faint, empty laugher escaped Vanir's mouth before he said, "Go to the hot spring and try to not leave your room if not necessary. Believe me, you don't want to see the end of this place." As Vanir dropped the weird accent and words, Kazuma is already shaking where he stood. Vanir tapped Kazuma's shoulder and showed a much deeper smile before walking away. "But one thing, please don't mistake the smiles of the people here by friendliness." Halting for a second, Vanir left those words before he disappeared. The stunned Kazuma stared at that lonely back as he felt like this devil is walking towards hell, but that wouldn't make sense because devils are from hell. "And I just said I don't want to get worked up by him." Kazuma rubbed his temples before he heard Aqua's voice. "Kazuma! Hurry up, wait, what is this demonic presence I'm feeling?" "Oh, this? A devil was just here to deliver coupons. You might want to go catch up to him." Kazuma pointed to his back with a blank expression. "A devil? Don't be ridiculous." Kazuma-san would have been crying like a little girl if someone like that appeared. Unaware of Kazuma who is squeezing his fist, Aqua shrugged his words as nothing more than delusions before she urged the group to move. Kazuma would love to show Aqua the iron fist of love he learned from Whitebeard, however, is it just him or all the people around are staring at them? Looking at their friendly smiles and happy faces, Vanir's words repeated in Kazuma's head as a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Gulp! Kazuma swallowed before he walked with the rest. Just what is wrong with this place? As Kazuma proceeded, unaware of the hell he's walking into, two individuals gathered at the other side of the lake in the meantime. Meanwhile, when Kazuma and the CO were unaware and advancing into dangerous territory, the other side of the lake was experiencing some difficulties. Whitebeard stood on the shore, observing the calm water swaying gently with the faint breeze. Once in a while, a ripple will emerge as the fish gave the blue surface more life and movement. Although he heard about this city from other adventures when he communicated with them, Whitebeard had to admit that it indeed has a charm to it. It actually reminded him of some islands he visited in his world, even if not all had this much calmness. But he still remembers them talking about how lunatics the people here can be and something about a cult existence. Whitebeard scratched his chin as he wondered if those rumors were true. "What going on in your mind?" Despite being alone here, Whitebeard heard a voice from his side, but he didn't show any surprise. Instead, he continues thinking before saying, "Are the people here truly weirdos? Is this some genuine curiosity?" Kaguya wondered what has gotten into Whitebeard's head, but she didn't push it. Does it really matter if people here were a part cult or not? She didn't care much about it. The blue lake at the front is much more important, or should say what might lies underneath it. According to Leon, the whole city witnessed a turmoil a few weeks ago. A lich sneaked into the holy land of the goddess of water and caused a huge commotion because of his army. Kaguya looked at the deep lake before she continued, "For the Axis Order, the undead is one of the most hateful things ever. They despise them to the bones and wish to purge them to the afterlife. Coupled with the people here a bunch of lunatics, you can imagine how that went." The story that Leon told left Kaguya speechless. Swarms of undead, bone dragon, spells, and holy magic flying everywhere, and the heroic Axis Order. Although Leon didn't say it, Kaguya felt how hard is the publicity and scamming in those heroic parts to attract new people. The whole scene was a war between the holy and the undead factions. However, under the sheer massive amount of high-rank holy magic, the hordes of the undead only met defeat after the leader of the Axis Order, Zesta, blow up the bone dragon's head with a turn undead spell. Even so, the Axis Order was still a bit suspicious because the lich seemed to have succeeded in something according to how quickly he evacuated after such a fierce battle. Of course, even if people here like to brag, most of this info is kept for the upper management of the Axis Order. To get these details, Kaguya and Leon must have dug a bit deeper into this religious headquarter. Why are you so persistent and eager for this mission?" Whitebeard nodded before his words cut off Kaguya's explanation. It was inevitable because his voice is so loud up this close as Kaguya felt her ears hurt. But his words didn't lack truth either. Although Leon did most of the talk and intel gathering, there's no denying that Kaguya put more effort into this whole mission. However, Whitebeard couldn't put his finger on the reason. Unlike some who are feeling guilty about their incompetence, Kaguya had no such feelings. They didn't even exist. To sum it up, the previous accident for her is like that happened before moving on. She neither has a big sense of responsibility or leadership, but even so, she is the one who went a day ahead here to scout the situation. The sudden question made Kaguya a bit perplexed because she didn't expect it from Whitebeard. These types of questions should come from Leon, but she didn't mind as the answer came after a moment of thought. I just don't want to bear the fate of defeat. The fate of defeat? Yes, the fate of defeat. Kaguya's face darkened as if she remembered something very horrible before she said, you don't understand what awaits for me if this mission ended unsuccessfully, especially because I might have said some extra things. The more she thought about it, the more Kaguya's expression became worse. The mere imaginings of the spam and messages she'll get were enough to make her so pissed off. Is it about the other brat, Leo? Pondering about it, Whitebeard quickly came with a correct guess. You still don't get it, do you? If this mission is unsuccessful, it'll become a fatal weakness for me. An act of direct revenge is no good at all, so he's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hey! That snake was waiting for so long to get me back for the picture in Leon's world, and this is a rare chance. Imagine what'll happen if we didn't finish this mission. Imagine. Kaguya became anxious as Whitebeard looked at her in silence. Frankly, he started to get irritated by this. Maybe he should give her a love tap, fist, on the head. He'll get every character from different franchises looking down with a bold text saying pathetic, and send it to me every morning and night. Not a single day in this miserable existence will pass without him reminding me about it. I can't even block him because of the admin privileges. Remembering the stuff that she said in the chat room about how this mission is easy, she can only imagine the white and irritating grin on that angel's face. Can't I erase this? Can't I erase his memories about it? Maybe Iron has some medicine for that, but will they work on him? Ah! Kaguya held her head and almost fell to the ground. You stop it. Do you think he'll really remember something as trivial as a picture? He will. Kaguya snapped back to reality and said, he's clearly been waiting to stab me where it hurts. Then finish me with more stabbing. Stab you, physically. Yeah, stab me, mentally, in my back without any mercy. Is this some sort of thing that immortals, who can't die, do normally? Whitebeard blinked his eyes and said, this is just too pity. He'll not do it, so stop it. No, he'll do it without any doubt. Why can you be so sure? Because I'll do the same. Kaguya said with too much vigor and some pride as Whitebeard looked at his clenched fist. As usual, his fist looks like the ideal solution to everything. This is why we need to do our best and finish this mission. For this world, the rewards, and my mental health, let's fight. Kaguya slapped her hand together as if she's praying, and Whitebeard raised his fist. Ahem, let's continue. In the end, the cult performed an inspection and a big purification to the lake and city, but nothing out of ordinary was found. Kaguya took a deep breath before she said, in reality, most priests here became cleaning freaks at the thought of undead messing with their belongings. Whitebeard nodded slowly at the story, even if there were some exaggerations, especially at the heroic Axis order. But as the thought crossed his mind, he recalled someone and said, you said a lich. Could it be the same one in that castle? As her expression vanished, Kaguya said, I think this answers your previous question. Against the lake cold breeze, Kaguya and Whitebeard stood speechlessly. Hearing the story, the lich was never weak. He had a well-formed army and several dangerous spells that works well in a full-blown war. Nonetheless, this powerful lich fell down under the wrath of the Axis cult. Fell down so miserably that he starts to give up on life. An undead giving up on life. Recalling the almost breaking into tears lich in Dulahan Castle, a weird silence descended between the two. This city sounds much more menacing now. Because it is. Few unlucky ones still speak of their days here. Whitebeard and Kaguya looked at the side to see a man wearing a black suit walking towards them. The white and black mask was a dead giveaway as they knew his identity. But for the undead to come to this city openly like that. Even I feel so sorry for the poor soul and also funny for the unfortunate fate. Far away from the two, Vanir continued walking at a steady pace while talking to himself. Tisk, maybe I should go to hell and console him personally. Ha ha ha. As Vanir walked slowly at his own pace while mumbling some nonsense, Whitebeard and Kagaya stood without any word. Isn't this too slow? Why is he taking all this time? Whitebeard watched Vanir walking as he wondered why he's feeling like this. To be honest, most of the people he recently interacted with could pop up from thin air like Kagaya and the people she keeps teleporting. As for Kagaya, she wondered why this walking GPS, Vanir, didn't know any teleportation? Bad service indeed. Good morning, good evening, you two. How art thou doing? Good, good. Strolling in, Vanir passed Whitebeard and Kagaya while humming a small song before he stopped in front of the lake. The weather is indeed fine today, unlike thou face, of course. I feel I'll become depressed just by being near thee. Vanir turned to look at the silent Whitebeard and gloomy Kagaya before he looked away and said, the weather is so nice. At least, say something new if you want to run your mouth. Isn't it better that way? Despite saying it naturally, the threatening tone in Kagaya's voice was too clear to Vanir. If not considering the situation and place, his eyes foresee explosion magic to the face. My poor bodies and masks. Why do they have to bear the brunt of these people with anger issues? How troubling. Well, before you ask me, let's drop the formalities. I'm only here to watch thou deal with that creature. Don't mind me seriously, don't mind me and thou with crescent mustaches, please lower your fist. We are civilized individuals. Giving a small bow, Vanir stood at the side as if he's saying please, go ahead, but then he saw Whitebeard raising his fist. Whitebeard, who thought of asking why Vanir is here, stopped as his goal changed to burying that mask in a hole. They can be civilized all they want after his fist landed on Vanir's head. Are you really here just to watch us deal with that? Kagaya felt a bit doubtful about this devil's goal. This GPS, Vanir, that supposedly Leo found for them has been more of an annoyance than useful. Wait, maybe this is another plan to get his revenge. Please don't doubt my desires. I got taken down rather quickly last time, so I didn't have the chance to witness the end of that creature. I would like to see it fully now. Even if you say so. Vanir didn't say anything more as he pointed at the lake and said it's down there, near the center to the right. Getting cut off by Vanir again made Kagaya speechless. They indeed didn't have the exact location of the PESS 26-13287 final avatar and they planned to scout this area shown on the map. Kagaya might have an idea of getting the GPS, Vanir, help, but it quickly got rejected because of how annoying it would be. Is it just moi or thou have been looking at me like a tool for a while now? You must have quite the imagination. As Vanir and Kagaya started again, Whitebeard looked at where Vanir pointed and said there, hey? This location is just inconvenient. No better word could describe it better. A deep part of the lake where his vision can't reach. This is one of the worst battlefields for him. Even if he fell into underwater battles at some unfortunate accidents, Whitebeard avoided them the most considering the devil's fruit weaknesses. He sure did fix the sea weakness using the chat room, but these battles are still a big weak point. The lake Kagaya covered her mouth with her right sleeve. Vanir hummed and looked deeply at the water. Now then, how our Whitebeard thought about the plan quickly, but when he turned back, he saw Kagaya and Vanir far away from the shore. You see, I'm honestly useless in such an environment. Kagaya did a twirl with her long yukata. I'm just a bystander. By the way, you do realize my body is made of earth, right? What more do you want from moi? Whitebeard showed nothing more than the dreadful silence at the nonsense these two are spouting before he raised his hand. However, he caught nothing but air. He suddenly remembered that his naginata is broken as much more dreadful silence descended on the place. Are you sure we are fine? This is my third mask this week. Dragon bones aren't cheap. Don't talk to me but this situation, hey. Vanir and Kagaya whispered quietly, but Whitebeard still heard them. This fact didn't bother Kagaya as she floated next to him and said, fighting underwater is very unfavorable, but it isn't impossible. Whitebeard nodded at her words after some silence which made Kagaya continue. Losing your weapon will also affect your performance, but are you satisfied? A chance is present right here. The last battle also happened on a disadvantageous battlefield. This is round 2 to test the results and experience from last battle and overcome the odds. Whitebeard glanced with the corner of his eyes at the brightly smiling Kagaya before he said this one is weaker and it becoming friendlier with time. According to the chat room, the last avatar was an exception because it held the source and after its death, the rest of the avatars are getting weaker and weaker, leaving less than a week for them to die or to be extinguished according to the mission details. But it isn't wrong either as such. Whitebeard released a breath before he slowly walked towards the lake. For some reason, his fighting spirit is flaming up. His Naginata is broken? He loses against PESS 26-13287? So what? This is round 2. A chance for revenge. Even if it's a disadvantageous environment, he shouldn't stop. He should fight harder. Realizing his mistake and wrong thinking, Whitebeard became more fired up as he jumped to the lake. With a plop sound and big splash, the giant figure of Whitebeard vanished from sight. I can't use logic with him, hey. Vanir wondered how many loose screws are needed to have such thinking as Whitebeard. But then he saw Kagaya raising her hand as several colorful orbs appeared and sank in the lake after Whitebeard, giving the water a bright colorful gleam. Oh, light magic to illuminate the depth? RTH however, before Vanir finished, Kagaya said bombs. Ah, yes, bombs. Repeating the word just to be sure, Vanir took a step back from the lakeshore. We don't want to get wet now, don't we? Good luck. Please, you're the last hope for my mental health. Kagaya clapped her hands in praying form again. Meanwhile, the Kazuma group was about to understand one of the deepest lessons in their lives. In this existence, only 4 things are infinite. The universe, human stupidity, the Zubats in the dark cave, and the amount of soap and detergent that the Axis Order have. With everyone busy, time passed rather quickly. The sun slowly crossed the sky, sinking down the horizon as the blue clear color quickly overtaken by the burning orange-red hue. In such fashion, Alcanrisha welcomed the dusk with full force. The passage of time didn't slow this city at all, but it only made it livelier under the beautiful scenery. Too much livelier, to be honest. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Oh. This one is much bigger. With a loud boom, a massive fountain that could be seen through the city raised from the location of the lake. The resident of Alcanrisha talked and commented about it casually like they are used to it by now. There were even some stores and people betting on how big the next splash would be. However, not everyone was enjoying this view. Near the shore of the biggest lake in Alcanrisha, 2 figures could be seen sitting on the rocks. Well, one of them is floating. Kagaya and Vanir were facing each other as both of them held a bunch of cards. Except for their position, the entire shore is drenched in water as a giant pillar was planted on the ground. Strangely, there were few signs of food and drinks around, but all of them got washed by water. But Kagaya and Vanir kept exchanging cards from each hand at a fast pace. They didn't even raise their heads as their hands never missed. As their movements continue, the ground near the shore began to shake slightly before ripples surfaces the calm lake. It didn't last long before a massive shadow appeared beneath the lake. It was hard to describe its shape, but it resembled a fish of some sort, but then... Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The shadow broke out of the lake and flew in the air followed by a fountain of water. The splash was too strong, it flooded the coast instantly, but when it met the place near Vanir and Kagaya, it got blocked by an invisible barrier. Unaware of their surroundings, Vanir kept a slight smile on his face as Kagaya had a blank look of boredom. As the water fell like rain, the giant figure landed on the ground safely. Whitebeard shook the water from his face and mustache. How many times did this happen already? Whitebeard already lost count at 70 or 80 times he got slapped by the giant tail. Oh, you're here again. You flew less this time. Kagaya glanced at Whitebeard before she took a card from Vanir again. I see they are getting smaller and smaller. Progress, I assume. Vanir took a card from Kagaya without even looking at her. It seemed almost like these two doesn't care at this point. Whitebeard focused on the shadow of the fish sinking to the depths before his eyes met Vanir and Kagaya, who were still exchanging cards non-stop. However, it didn't look strange for Whitebeard because both of those two are cheating. They both knew all the cards in each other. This whole game is so pointless because no one can win, so hopeless they have been in this state for hours. They didn't even suggest switching to another game. Much like the others, it's indeed getting friendlier. It seems my battle is just speeding the process. Whitebeard cracked his fingers before he considered how he should advance now. You mean that metal losing its color? Kagaya glanced at the giant pillar planted near her. This was the device planted on the bottom of the lake. But now it's completely broken. No, it was broken since Whitebeard found it and brought it here. PESS 26-13287 didn't care about it at the slightest. It seems it's true that this avatar is dying. Slowly confirming this information, Kagaya nodded and said, do you plan on continuing? Whitebeard didn't say much, but looking at him advancing to the lake made his answer very clear. How long do you think this will take? Looking at him, it would probably end in an hour or less. The crescent mustache thou is adapting underwater fights. How violent! Vanir glanced at Whitebeard jumping on the lake and took a card from Kagaya's hand. Kagaya was ready to interfere in case Whitebeard drowned, but the situation has proven that her worries are unnecessary. Whitebeard was a bit awkward at the underwater battle, but he soon got a hang of it and lasted longer against this PESS 26-13287 avatar. At first, PESS 26-13287 hurled him like a pebble several times, however, now he even started to use PESS 26-13287 attacks to push himself out of the water if he needed to breathe. Considering this avatar is as retarded as the first one in Elrode, this was an easy task as Kagaya found nothing to do except playing cards with Vanir. A lot of small stuff happened too. Like Axis order finding of the brave warrior who is challenging the lake monster non-stop and making an event out of it to attract tourists. But Kagaya paid no attention to it because her pride was too strong to give up on this card game even if both of them were cheating all along. Despite that, she wondered what the others were doing at this moment. The hot spring sounds nice after having to deal with the sarcastic remarks of this devil all this time. Did thou had enough? This is too pointless even for Moi, an immortal devil. Kagaya looked at Vanir, who was waving his cards left and right before she closed her eyes and sighed. In the next second, she vanished from her place instantly. I'll take that as a yes. Vanir threw away the cards and stretched his body before he heard the lake rumbling. Inside the lake, deep down at the bottom, were a bit brighter because of the orbs Kagaya kept sending down here. Whitebeard kicked the water with his foot before a pop sound was heard. The shock wave generated from his body acted as a thruster, pushing him forwards underwater at high speeds. But it wasn't without any consequences. During his attempts to fight this PESS 26-13287 avatar, Whitebeard learned several things about his vibrations. Firstly, it's very dangerous to use them underwater. Not only he's attacking the enemy, but he's receiving damage as well even before the enemy. Also, the speed of shockwaves is much faster here. Secondly, it cost more power to generate them. The vibrations from Quake fruit seem to be harder to use in this environment. For Whitebeard, generating shockwaves using his fruit is easy as breathing, but in this place, it got a bit uncomfortable. As he was traveling underwater, a big shadow caught Whitebeard's eyes. The shadow was massive and moved agilely without any hindrance. Without any delay, Whitebeard's fist was already covered with haki as he charged ahead. Under the illumination of Kagaya's bombs, the shadow revealed itself. It was too much to call it a fish. Made of metal-like substance that moved like living flesh. It was more of a weird organism that resembled an aquatic creature. Whitebeard saw this creature too many times it stopped being important. The only thing left was excitement for the battle. PESS 26-13287 swam swiftly in the water away from Whitebeard. Unlike the previous two, this one was much different. It lacked any hostility that the other two harbored and its metal body didn't have any bright luster. It felt weak, rigged, and frail. One can even see faint cracks spreading across the metallic scales on its body. However, such a thing didn't stop Whitebeard as the shockwave pushed him faster and reached PESS 26-13287. Noticing its escape was futile, the avatar twisted its body and struck with its tail. Boom! Another explosion hit the lake as Vanir hid behind the pillar to not get wet and said, how violent. Leaving Whitebeard and Vanir, Kagaya appeared at the commercial street of Alcanrisha. It was as busy as ever and filled with people, but no one seemed to give attention to Kagaya who suddenly appeared. They should be here. Kagaya levitated as a colorful tree branch with jewels as leaves seems to guide her. It didn't take her long before she reached a place behind the fountain. It was a place facing the lake front, completely opposite to shore where Whitebeard is fighting PESS 26-13287. Taking a turn, the jeweled branch shone as if finished its mission. Kagaya put it away and said, ah, there you are. I was wondering why In front of Kagaya, Kazuma and Seo were either resting on the railing or lying on the ground. All of their faces were darkened like they witnessed something horrible. Megaman was mumbling something about swallowing soap and detergent while Kazuma stared at the water like he's having war flashbacks. Misaka was buried under a pile of Axis order joining applications and whispering "no more, please" several times. Darkness was lying on the wall with a satisfying blush on her face as the papers fell on her body like Misaka. She held the Eris order necklace and prayed her thanks for the goddess, Eris. The content of praying was normal, but the reason was something Kaguya doesn't want to hear about. As for Aqua, she is nowhere to be seen here. Kaguya didn't want to comment anything about this scene, but when she talked, all of them, except Darkness, turned to her with bloodshot eyes. Especially Kazuma's eyes. Kaguya didn't need psychic abilities to know they were saying you knew this would happen. It's fine weather indeed. Kaguya turned away as she used a tactic from a devil. They should be useful. You at least pretend to be sorry, god damn it. I don't even have the energy to get angry. Kazuma rose from the railing with anger, but it quickly extinguished as he returned next to Megumin, who got trauma from soap and detergent. Hiss, it's worse than I thought. Not even getting angry made Kaguya somehow truly worried about them, but she quickly noticed something strange. Where is Leon? Not finding the wild-looking woman anywhere, Kaguya asked. Leon? Who is that? Oh, a traitor, Misaka whispered from under the applications while Kaguya became speechless. I remember telling her to prepare a better environment for a hot spring trip here. You know, at least the little terrorist, Megumin, won't get a trauma. What? Kazuma rose up from the railing with a shocked expression. Ha! Misaka's head appeared from under the papers as confusion filled her face. But what followed was more doubts as they collapsed again. Wait, I'm serious. Looking at Kaguya's expression, they both started to consider it again. This woman won't consider defending herself if she did something bad. Heck, she'll be smiling at their state now. Wait, you two didn't read the chat. Despite her confusion, Misaka waved her hand as a light blue window appeared in mid-air. The window of the chat room suddenly enlarged before it presented in front of everyone who could see it. It's the main chat window, nothing strange about it, except the recent message. Big Sister Lion, this city made me realize that the world is big and I need to see it. The three of them looked at the window as silence filled the area. Meanwhile, far away from Alcanrisha, a carriage was moving through the road at a slow pace. Atop of it, Leon was lying down while basking in the sun and cold breeze. Life is a bunch of experiences we encounter in our path. Only by experiencing the bitterness we can raise and explore new horizons. Despite trying to sound wise, the blissful expression betrayed Leon. She was just happy to have escaped that city. Those guys are madmen. Madmen. Leon couldn't even find any reasoning or logic with them. All their thinking resulted in receiving an Axis order joining application or trying to scam her. Oh, young lady, still thinking about your friends back there? Why didn't you go with them then? The carriage driver suddenly asked Leon. He was an old man with an easy and happy expression. He seemed very experienced in handling the carriage. Of course, I would like to, but if I do, they won't learn anything. Maybe after this experience, they'll expand their views and learn more about life. You must be very close, they are lucky to have a kind young lady like you to look after them. The old man seems to recall his past when he was an adventurer. I know, right? I might be too kind for this world after all. Leon laughed dryly before she looked at the sky. This is all for the greater good, my greater good. With such thought, the carriage continued its journey as Leon lazed on top of it. By the way, young lady, can I interest you in joining the Axis order? Leon widened her eyes before she sat up and saw the old man giving her a very bright smile. The nightmare never ends. Back in Alcanrisha, the trio gathered around the chat screen as a dreadful atmosphere radiated. It was so creepy that it gave Megumin a new trauma. Leon's message was a mere few words, but they were enough to let Kaguya and Kazuma understand the situation. They also understood why Misaka called her a traitor. Leon ran away from Alcanrisha and left them to suffer. She didn't even warn them. Looking at this message date, several hours have passed since she left. Traitor. This is treason. The three shared the same thought as their expressions darkened further. Say, what should we do? The zapping bluish-white arcs flickered on Misaka's forehead. I don't care if lions are endangered species, let's hunt her down. Kazuma took his trusty pistol as it glinted with a cold light. Kaguya took a deep breath before she smiled and said, Now, let's not get carried away. If Leon wanted to leave for an adventure, we should support her. Misaka and Kazuma took a step away from the smiling Kaguya. This was just too scary for them. If she wanted to see the world that much, all I can do is to help her in any way possible. Covering her mouth with her sleeve, Kaguya chuckled as Misaka and Kazuma swallowed. Rumble, asterisk boom. Asterisk. However, before Kaguya finished her words, a faint rumble was heard as the ground started shaking, followed by a fountain of water raising to the dusk sky. The trio took a step back to avoid getting splashed by the violent waves from the lake before they looked at the water returning back as faint rain. Hey, how long are the old man going to abuse the poor lake? I bet he gave all the fish PTSD by now. Kazuma looked at the peaceful lake getting bombed by shockwaves as he avoided getting wet. He's fighting PESS, right? Would he be fine alone? Misaka said as the worry wasn't hidden in her voice. Kazuma became silent at that statement before he looked at Kaguya, waiting for an answer. Sighing secretly, Kaguya shook her head at the two conditions and said no worries. This PESS is much weaker and Whitebeard is close to finishing it. It appears that the past one was a special case after all. I see, it's a relief then. Misaka breathed a sigh of relief and Kazuma said, I bet he's the one that wants to battle, so there's no point in worrying about it. Geez, what is this atmosphere? No one here is dead, right? Kaguya began to get really irritated by these funeral vibes she's getting from these two. Did the last fight affect them this much? Despite not understanding their feelings because of her background, Kaguya still felt speechless. It's not like this is the first or last time this stuff happened. Kaguya rubbed her temples. If this continue, I might just throw them at the lake to join Whitebeard. Unaware of Kaguya's dangerous thoughts, Kazuma and Misaka continued to watch before the earth started shaking again. Rumble rumble. This time it didn't stop. It felt like something is slamming the earth as a whole, and each time it did, the shaking became worse. Is this an earthquake? Megumin woke up immediately and screamed. Oi, are you serious? Won't the city collapse? Kazuma struggled to stand as he supported himself with the railing. The waves of the lake were also raising and almost flooding the street they are standing on. However, as the city was facing a huge earthquake, the lake wasn't safe either. The water of the lake began to flow backward as if the entire flow changed. Suddenly, the ragging surface of the lake started to swell upwards. It was just a bend at the start, but it became bigger in an instant as if a huge bubble was going to burst, then... Boom. As if an explosion discharged underwater and blasted towards the surface, the entire lake witnessed a huge detonation, sending water everywhere. Followed by a shockwave that shook the air, two figures appeared from beneath the rising water. Under the burning dusk, the water drops glittered with the setting sun as Whitebeard and PESS 26-13287 flew in the air above the lake. However, unlike before, PESS 26-13287 condition got a lot worse as a lot of cracks ran across all over its dim metallic scales. Gwahahaha. Asterisk screeches. Asterisk. PESS 26-13287 sent it terribly, ear-splitting screeches, but Whitebeard didn't care. He just laughed happily as his two grips were tightly closing on PESS 26-13287 massive tail before he twisted his body. In midair, Whitebeard began to rotate and so did PESS 26-13287, starting from its tail. Slowly, both of them began to drop down, but the speed of rotation got bigger and bigger as if Whitebeard turned PESS 26-13287 massive body into a giant wheel. Ah! Just about reaching the ground, Whitebeard released a war cry before he slammed PESS 26-13287 on the dry solid earth. Boom. Kazuma and the CO watched in shock as the impact from Whitebeard's attack made them jump a little. The smoke and dust rose at the other side of the lake, unlike their jaws that dropped from astonishment. Kazuma-san, did you just see that? That was super cool. Why did you tell me Grandpa Whitebeard can do that? Megumin stuttered from shock before sparkles filled her eyes. Excitement filled her suddenly as Kazuma didn't know what to say except didn't he do this with those frogs every day? Megumin excitement and anticipation extinguished like flames underwater. It was true. She indeed saw those frogs and Whitebeard flying in the sky. But why it sounds so dull now? Ah! He won. He actually did it. Give me my money. Ah, no my money. Why are you treating your goddess like this? Suddenly, cheers exploded from behind. The citizens, who kept a close eye on the process of Whitebeard's battle, broke into cheers at the result. Well, it was mostly those who won the bets while the losers were wailing at their lost money. Kazuma didn't know if his ears got hurt from the shockwave, but he kinda heard Aqua's screams mixed in them. Isn't this too much? Misaka didn't know what to say about the whole situation. It feels like Whitebeard fighting PESS 26-13287 turned into a city event for some reason. At least, he did it. Oi, what now? Kazuma let go of the railing he was hugging, but the shaking returned as another huge explosion was heard from the other side. Maybe because Whitebeard hit the land this time, the earthquake was more visible as Kazuma struggled to stand before his balance was thrown off. Not only him but the entire city was thrown off by the earthquake. Just what is he doing? Kaguya muttered as the teleportation spell was activated, but when the colorful magic circle flashed, another person touched it. Both Kaguya and Kazuma said as the magic circle flashed. They vanished in a blink of an eye, leaving Misaka and Megumin staring blankly. Maybe they should wake up darkness from under the papers before she suffocates. At the other side of the lake, the dust and smoke blocked the vision as waves were still violent. The smell of dirt mixed with water wasn't the worst ever, but it did give some discomfort. Kazuma and Kaguya landed on the shore before they were bothered by the heavy dust. What are you doing? Kaguya waved her hand, sending the dust flying away with a wave of spiritual power while Kazuma coughed up for a bit and said it was an accident, I don't want to be here. With the dust out of the way, the picture became clear as a massive pothole appeared in front of them. The scene was akin to a meteor hitting the ground, but without the heat and flames. Asterisk screeches. Asterisk. Lying in the center was a massive monster that resembled a fish of some kind. Its teeth and fins flickered with a dangerous light, but it all dimmed as cracked continued to spread on its body. PESS 26-13287 tried to move and transform, but cracks continued to deepen as if its body wasn't suitable anymore. This made it release many terrible cries, causing Kazuma to cover his ears and others to frown. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. However, the cries came to a halt after a fist landed on PESS 26-13287 head like a hammer and sent it rolling a few meters away. Whitebeard, who is facing the avatar, noticed Kaguya and Kazuma before he nodded. What is this substance anyway? It almost feels like a rotten without knowing when Vanir was already squatting near PESS 26-13287 and his finger was rubbing the black substance from between the cracks on the avatar body. Bam! The substance disintegrated in his fingers almost immediately, but before he checked more, he got shot by PESS 26-13287 tail. He did a few flips in the air before he crashed at the edge of the crater near Kazuma. Kazuma blinked with some terror at how nearly he got slammed by the flying Vanir. That a bit rude, isn't it? I was checking things. Vanir shook off the dust from his suit as the middle of his body regenerated. Did this guy got smacked several times already? Kazuma looked at the crater as he found 2 or 3 human-shaped holes. PESS 26-13287 tried to get away, but its body got worse and worse. It changed its direction and tried to attack Whitebeard, however, it got sent flying again. However, Whitebeard didn't show any joy. His expression was cold and kinda grumpy, like he isn't enjoying this at all. Weak to weak. Compared to the past avatar, this one is just pathetic. Even the casual punches can affect it. Whitebeard felt disappointed with such a result. I guess everything is under control. The 5 treasures near her vanished as Kaguya watched the fight. There's no need for her involvement at this point. Just like this, Whitebeard continued to trash the PESS 26-13287 avatar around as the latter could only release cries and try to counterattack. To be honest, it looked pathetic and sad. The monster who almost destroyed all their group getting smacked left and right without any chance to retaliate. Kazuma knows that the difference between the past one and this one is very huge, but the scene of the monster, who hunts his nightmares now, being so helpless is still he didn't know how to react. I guess it isn't as scary as before, but Kazuma stood with Vanir and continued watching, even if his past thoughts were running away from here as fast as possible. PESS 26-13287 even tried to run and keep a distance away from Whitebeard's attacks. Its cries that were supposed to give him a headache felt helpless and sad at the moment. Ugh, disgusting. What is this? Do you want me to puke? Vanir suddenly covered his mouth like he's about to puke from something so revolting. Hey, I know it's ugly, but still Kazuma didn't know what got into this devil, but Vanir didn't look at him and said, can't you feel it? These emotions, they are so rotten up. They feel like fear and hopelessness of not being able to do anything, even if they are so desperate. Ugh, these emotions are not my dish at all, I feel like throwing up. Vanir squatted on the ground and held his stomach before moving away. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Hey! Even if Kazuma didn't understand fully, but he knew Vanir can sense emotions and stuff. So, the emotions radiating from this PESS 26-13287 were so disgusting for him. Hopelessness and fear, hey! Kazuma looked at PESS 26-13287 struggling to escape before he lost in thoughts. The first avatar gave Kazuma a feeling of greed and gluttony. It couldn't wait to swallow him as a whole. The second one massive anger and wrath. It didn't even wait to rip him to shreds, and it actually did it. Kazuma couldn't forget how his body was almost split in half as he shivered. Now this avatar is afraid and hopeless? What crap is this? Kazuma wondered. If he still has the cheat code that Leo inputted, would he be able to sense that fear, or will this creature run as soon as possible from him? Unfortunately, his questions won't be answered before the fight has come to an end. Cracks have filled PESS 26-13287, even the black substance began to leak out before disintegrated in the air. Its movements became so slow and unable to escape one hit from Whitebeard. Whitebeard already had enough. His fist was charged with haki and quake bubbles before he slammed PESS 26-13287 with all his force. The vibrating fist flew in the air before it smacked the avatar's head, sending it backward, but Whitebeard took a step forward and kept pushing. The vibrations sunk inside, making the entire metallic body shaking before Whitebeard slammed down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The ground cracked and the already deep crater sunk further, sending rubbles and dust flying. PESS 26-13287 metallic body shattered to fragments as a horrible screech escaped its mouth, but it died down quickly as the black substance flew away. Just by having contact with the air, the black substance disintegrated to nothing quickly, making what was left of PESS 26-13287 vanish slowly altogether with it. Whitebeard watched as PESS 26-13287 disappeared into nothing before he released a breath. It's over. To confirm his thoughts, the chat window appeared without any warning. Task complete. Congratulations to all members for finish all tasks. All members could return to their worlds at any moment, or they'll be transported forcibly after 3 days. Please check the mission window for the rewards, or they'll be issued automatically at the time of return. Such messages were received by all members in the Konosuba world at the same time, announcing the end of the mission in this place. It's over, hooray, I guess. Kagaya shrugged before looking through the chat room. At last, I'm free. Kazuma almost shed tears of joy before he cheered higher than those gamblers who lost their money in the city. Ah, it's over. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, almost gave Kazuma a heart attack before he saw Vanir with his hands covering his nose and mouth watching PESS 26-13287 last moments. Well, it was an interesting experience, to say the least. With those words, Vanir nodded before he walked away. You're leaving just like that? Oh? Thou is missing me already? Don't worry, the great Vanir won't miss you at all. Also, I have important things to do. Vanir waved his hand like telling Kazuma to stay away before he said, I remembered I'm doing a mission for the Demon Lord guy, but I died 2 times in it. It's settled. I'll go and get my compensation for damage, and if he refused, I'll just visit his castle treasury because I, Vanir, is too considered and understanding fellow. After giving it a thought, Vanir nodded to himself before saying goodbye. The somehow interesting thou. I hope to see you again, maybe in hell after you die horribly. Muahaha. Vanir laughed and waved as he left the place at a fast pace while the trio watched him with blank faces. Whitebeard walked away from the crater as his expression made Kazuma flinch. He was 100% angry because it was an easy fight after what happened the last time. Are we returning to our worlds now? Whitebeard looked at the chat room notification as he noticed something. He didn't get points for killing PESS 26-13287 last avatar. Is this considered free labor? Not yet. Not yet. Kagaya shook her head before Kazuma exclaimed, which got him a dreadful look from her. Are you kicking us out as fast as you could? Maybe we should stay these next 3 days. Please, stay as much as you like, Kazuma said with a straight face as Kagaya looked at him silently. I'm going to try this city's hot springs and relax. You should also try them, Whitebeard. After it, let's discuss some things before leaving. Whitebeard nodded at Kagaya. After this mission, he needs some time to relax as well, then he can go and visit his kids. He already missed them a lot. Oh, yeah, I'll go get that traitor. We can't leave her out from this, right? Kaguya said with a bright smile hiding some dangerous thoughts. Big Sister Lion has returned to her world. Kaguya stared at the chat window with some eyes that'll give kids nightmares. Ahem. Kazuma cleared his thoughts before he showed the main chat window. Big Sister Lion, I just remembered that I didn't explore my world enough, I'll go to see it first, smiley face. In such atmosphere and Kaguya, who almost turned into a smiling demon, the group returned to the city and reunited with Misaka and the CO. Whitebeard accepted the cheers and several scams attempts to join the Axis order, but he didn't say anything. Misaka already knows about Leon's message, so she didn't say much, which left Darkness and Megaman in confusion about the state of the group. Aqua returned at last with tears streaming from her eyes about how her believers didn't believe in her goddess status. How ironic. Kazuma found it very funny, but he didn't know how much money Aqua lost in gambling today, or else he would be crying like her. Unaware of the dark future ahead, the group finally got a chance to relax at the hot springs. It was a very pleasant experience, and Alcanrisha's blessed hot springs are truly different than normal ones. When Kazuma learned that Aqua is the one who blessed these hot springs, he was surprised. This goddess actually did two good things in this short period. But Kaguya said something to Aqua to make her go to the hot springs after they finish. It was about getting her goddess status again. Aqua agreed immediately, but Kazuma had a very bad feeling from this. Sadly, he seemed to forget that a certain goddess can purify any liquid with one touch. This is a story for another day. After knowing the group is about to leave for another adventure, Megaman and Darkness were sad, but they quickly cheered up. After all, they can meet again or visit them when they feel like it, although such response will be much different if Megaman and Darkness knew they are leaving to other worlds. Kazuma decided it's for the best to not say anything. Too many problems and too many explanations. Just thinking about it makes Kazuma's head hurts. Then after the hot springs, a very important subject arises. Very, very important that all of them had to be present. It's the rewards. Let the RNG gods be with us. Kazuma clapped his hands before he clicked on the mission window to receive the rewards. This is no gacha, you idiot. Despite saying so, Kaguya also put her hands together and prayed. Gwahahaha. Whitebeard laughed before he clicked the mission window without anything. The rewards didn't matter much to him, but they are welcomed. Aren't you too excited about it? Misaka rolled her eyes before she clicked the window. Without any delay, the rewards were issued as the group looked intently. What is this? Kazuma blinked his eyes before he read the rewards again. Reward 1. Reroll chance, try it, no balls, smiley face. Reward 2. Adventurer card 4 in common sense integration. By some chance and if compatible, the adventure card could integrate a 4 in common sense into the skill system. Note, all the modification has already been effective on your adventurer card the moment you received the rewards. Yup, it didn't change. Kazuma's eyebrow twitched at these rewards. Where are the points? Hey? What I'm supposed to do with this? Misaka looked at her adventure card in confusion. Reward 1. Adventurer card Other Worlds integration. Integrating the adventure card into the chat room. This allows all the skills listed on the card to be used without any problem in any world, including the leveling system. Reward 2. Adventurer card prototype sealing protocol. Seal the adventurer card inside the chat room and hide it from everything. By doing this, all the skills on the adventurer card are unavailable, but no one under the world can sense it. The first reward sounded nice, but the second one made Misaka frown. What is she supposed to do with this? Hide the adventure card? But from what? Can't she hide it and use the abilities? This is annoying. I didn't even get points from it. Misaka pouted at this reward. Whitebeard stroked his chin while reading his rewards. The first one is like what Misaka received in the first reward, and the second one is Adventurer Card 4 in Common Sense integration that Kazuma received. This is unexpected. Kaguya looked at her rewards a bit perplexed. Reward 1, 200,000 points. Reward 2, Adventurer Card Other Worlds integration. The rewards were a considerable number of points and the same first reward as Whitebeard and Misaka. However, Kaguya was a bit interested in this pattern she's seeing. Hey, at least you got something useful. Kazuma clicked his tongue as he felt the RNG gods betrayed him. No, it was this world's will. What are you saying, Kazuma-san? You and Whitebeard got the most valuable rewards. Kaguya smiled her bright, yet dreadful smile, which made Kazuma flinch before he said, Hey. Oh? You still didn't realize it. Foreign common sense is just a fancy word for other world's power system. Kagaya shook her head at everyone's stupidity. This princess is indeed wise. A chance to acquire other world powers as skills and level them up using points? This is indeed a valuable reward. Whitebeard tasted how easy it is to get power and mysterious skills using this world adventurer cards. The skills and abilities that would take normally months and years of hard work could be learned with a click after killing a bunch of monsters. Ah, I see, but isn't this pointless without the first reward you guys got? I mean, it's nice to level. Wait, didn't I already do that? I remember leveling up a bunch in Leon's world. Kazuma scratched his head before he noticed everyone's eyes on him and said, what? You leveled up there? Doesn't this mean your adventurer card is already included in the chat room? Misaka felt weird at such development. Is this supposed to be some sort of secret? Kazuma widened his eyes before he opened his chat and said, I remember you guys didn't have the option to buy skill points from the chat room, even if you got those power compatibility cards. Could you check now? The group nodded at Kazuma's request and checked. They indeed all have the option to buy skills points from the chat room now. Oh, it's here 1000 points for one skill point? Isn't this expensive? Misaka frowned at the prices. This chat room is expensive as always. 1000? But mine is 100 points, Kazuma said with puzzlement before he saw the group looking at him again. Is this scam? Why, there's 10 times the difference between us and him. Misaka felt extremely irritated, especially after she saw Kazuma's expression transform from confusion to an annoying smile. What can I say, the world prefers its natives, I guess. Despite saying it normally, Kazuma couldn't hide the smile and arrogance. This was a rare chance to annoy these overpowered folks. He just couldn't miss it. Is this something to be proud of? Sigh, I guess, it's better than my rewards. What I'm going to do with this? Misaka said in a bit of distress before Kagaya floated near her and asked, what did you get? Oh, it's this. Misaka showed Kagaya her second reward, which made the latter think for a moment. Hey, Mikoto-chan, do you trust me? I guess, yeah. Even if you are usually heartless and like to throw disaster as us while you enjoy life in peace, Misaka said innocently as Kagaya covered her mouth with the sleeve, but it couldn't hide her twitching eyebrow. Next time, leave the details out of it. Anyhow, if you trust me, use that second reward now and never deactivate it in your world. No matter what the case, never use the adventurer card. Kagaya's face was very serious with no hint of her casual acts, which made Misaka swallow. Even if you are going to die. Kagaya didn't say this part out loud because she felt Misaka might misunderstand something and she'll have to explain some ridiculous stuff. But she didn't have any other choice. In addition to the Academy City Chairman, Alistair Crowley, spying like a stalker on the whole city 24/7 non-stop, there's a bigger threat called magic gods. Misaka might not know this, but those guys are so damn bored with the world. They who reached the farthest reaches but found nothing new left wish to spread their wings and find new unknown possibilities, even if it's not possible at all. Now, imagine if Misaka brought the adventurer card, an unknown knowledge and possibilities from another world, and the magic gods found her somehow. Kagaya can only think of a new war that will happen between magic gods for one of the cheapest products in Konosuba. That would truly be a brew moment for sure. Kagaya could only imagine Leo reading this result and going brew with a blank face. Okay, I understand. Misaka thought about it for a while before she became determined. Although she doesn't understand the reason, the lazy Kagaya won't be serious about something trivial, so she trusts her. Kagaya nodded and smiled for such trust, even if she felt the reason behind it might not be as appealing as she thinks. And Mikoto-chan, everything would be alright, okay? Don't forget, your railgun, after all. That's just natural. I won't get defeated easily. Misaka was shocked by Kagaya's words before she smiled brightly. Even if she still has lingering fears from the past accident, it'll not stop her. She'll manage somehow, or she'll not be a LVL5. I guess this settles it. It's time to finish this and return. I miss my sons. Whitebeard stretched his body and said with a wide grin. Oh, it's time already. I already finished all the games I brought here, so I have been craving for a new one. Kagaya thought about it and nodded. This quickly. I also miss Kuriko, even if she's a bit weird. I wanted to say goodbye to Leon too, but she left alone. Misaka's face darkened as she said the true reason why she got mad at Leon. It was such a pure reason that made Kagaya and Kazuma, who just wanted Leon to suffer with them, feel a slight of guilt. So, you guys are really leaving now? Kazuma scratched his cheek as he felt a bit awkward at this moment. How long has he been together with these overpowered guys? A month? Although he had to deal with their problems every day, it felt weird for them to leave now. There's nothing more to do here and we have our worlds to go back to. Whitebeard gave his reason normally without beating around the bush. I should go back soon to adjust. I even forgot my school schedule. Misaka held her head in sorrow. She can't even remember if she had homework or not. I have things to do and aren't you happy to finally see us leave? Kaguya gave Kazuma a stare before she chuckled. Ah, I see thank you. Kazuma stuttered for a bit before he bowed and thanked all trio in front of him, which surprised them a bit. Although we spend a month and more here together, there wasn't a single day since you, the insufferable overpowered bunch, didn't give me trouble. I kept asking myself, can't you calm down for a minute and stay in peace? Kazuma didn't care about the shift in everyone's expression before he continued. However, for some reason, I couldn't imagine it any other way. It was really fun, thank you all for helping me, really. An old man, no, Whitebeard, I need some time to think after all that happened. I just can't stop thinking about it even now, but I promise I'll find my answer. Kazuma looked at Whitebeard seriously. Goo ha 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 ha. Very well, I'll wait for your decision. I hope next time we meet you'll face me the choice that you truly desire. Whitebeard grinned and laughed before he gave Kazuma a tap on the back, which almost made him fell. Don't you know how properly say thank you? Misaka rolled her eyes, but she still accepted Kazuma's thanks. I guess, this is all. So, for the success of this hell-like mission, hooray! Hooray! Oh! In such an atmosphere, the group celebrated their success in the mission. It was a very happy and rare moment for them all. Kazuma's party joined this celebration as it got very noisy at the inn. After finishing, the group returned to Axel via Kaguya's teleportation magic before they said their finals goodbye. It was an awkward moment for Kazuma, but also a bit sad. However, it wasn't a big deal as they can always reach each other using the chat room. On such night, the members clicked on return bottom before a white light flashed and Whitebeard, Kaguya and Misaka left this world as Kazuma watched. Once again, he's the only one left in this world, well, at least from the chat room. It felt a bit lonely, to be honest, but Kazuma just shrugged before he heard Megaman and Darkness complain about how they didn't get the chance to say goodbye. He could only smile and go to sleep. This mission was indeed a wild one, Kazuma thought as he prayed with all his strength to never get into a mission like this ever again. His poor heart won't handle it. The night passed quickly and peacefully as the sunlight broke the darkness and announced the start of a new day. Kazuma woke up very refreshed after a good night of sleep, ready for a new dawn, a new start in his life. Ah, how peaceful! No earthquakes, no flying frogs out of my window, no lightning bolts, and no railguns breaking the windows. Is the world truly this peaceful? With a bright smile, Kazuma walked in happiness on such a nice morning, completely ignoring the screams of Aqua behind him. Kazuma-san, please, think about it, you can't do this to me. I'm a goddess, a goddess. Tears were streaming from Aqua's face as she screamed from behind the bars. Aqua was inside a metal cage dragged by a carriage as Megaman and Darkness kept an eye on her. Peace is sure nice, Kazuma laughed happily, which made Aqua more desperate and Megaman slightly creeped out. They were going on a quest to purify a poisonous lake and Aqua is the best person for this job. They only choose this because of the massive debts they have on their heads. Because of that, by purifying, they mean tossing Aqua in the lake and see magic do wonders. Ah, nothing can ruin this wonderful moment for me. Kazuma was so blissful at the moment before he heard an annoying voice. Aqua-sama. What are you doing to her? Kazuma's party looked to the side to see a young man dressed in knight armor and holding a big sword running towards them. Kazuma didn't know why, but he felt pissed just by looking at this guy's face. His face darkened as a dangerous aura began to leak. Maybe he learned something from Kaguya, in the end. How dare you put Aqua-sama in a cage and drag her across the city, don't you have shame? The young knight waved his hand in front of Kazuma. Kazuma almost gave him a headshot before he contained his anger and said, "Ha? And what's your problem? She caused us problems so we are using her to fix them, pay debts. Why you were wicked, after all. Let go of Aqua-sama at the moment or prepare to face my wrath." The young knight seemed to understand Kazuma's words wrongly before he took his sword and pointed it forward. Wait, is this guy trying to ruin my peaceful day? Kazuma's face darkened completely before a chuckle escaped his lips. I see. Kazuma reached behind him with a smile that made the young knight uneasy. In this mission, Kazuma faced a lot of problems. It was by no means easy and it left him with much more problems and questions. Reaching to his back, Kazuma pulled the godly sword as faint wrrryyy were heard. He clearly knows that what happened in the mission is just the surface. Something much bigger than him was happening in the background. What did this world's will do, or what were the consequences of such acts? These are completely beyond him. But Kazuma pulled the sword slowly from its sheath as the dangerous atmosphere made the young knight take a step back. It seems you still didn't realize it, but who you are facing now. As he pulled the sword completely, Kazuma and sword yelled at the same time, "It's me, Dio." Even if he still has questions and is confused about the future. Kazuma smiled wickedly as the young knight confirmed that he's facing a bad guy. So, in this cursed wonderful world, for someone like this to come and ruin his peaceful and relaxing day is just unacceptable. With such a thought, Kazuma started a duel with this shonen tropes guy who wanted to ruin his peaceful day while Megaman cheered from behind. This marked the start of new shenanigans in this wonderfully blessed, yet still cursed world. Konosuba Arc End. 12K End Words Chapter, Pain. Chapter 162, We Are. The saying goes as follows, the higher things rise, the harder they fall. The proverb can go along several matters in this life. Yet, even if the cause was intentional and maybe out of pure goodwill, it will never change or reduce the outcome. Dad? Oh, Cass, did you come to watch me work? Do you want to show me something? A man put down his paint-stained brush as his attention focused on his side. With several brushes and color palettes near him, the man wore casual clothes under a white long coat to not stain his clothes. Although he appears to be in his 30s, the marks of age didn't leave much on him. He smiled cheerfully at the sight of a small boy whose age is around 7 or 8 years old. With his hands behind his back, the boy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The man could easily see it as a drawing of something, but seeing his son's state, he couldn't help but tease him. "If you have nothing, I'll continue my work. You can show me later if I'm free, but I don't know when I'll be free again." The man showed a troubled expression as the boy raised his head in surprise. As perplexion and anxiousness took over his face, the boy quickly acted and showed the drawing to his father. "Let's see here." Revealing a smile to the success of his little mischief, the man looked at his son's drawing and said, "Oh, did you draw this, Cashin?" Despite being nervous about his work getting evaluated for the first time by his father, the boy still blared, "Why yes. Would you look at that, we have a little artist at home now." The man's words were like a bright light that shone the boy's expression of nervousness and embarrassment into a mixture of excitement and happiness. It seemed like the boy named Cashin cared a lot about the acknowledgement of his father. "But when did you draw it?" "After Dad gave me some tips on the homework," the boy answered quickly as the man smiled and said, "Ah, it was that. How did it go?" The man couldn't help but smile too at the sight of the boy who is eager to share his experience with him. Although the drawing wasn't anything good in particular, for children drawing, it was already good. He can even see he tried a lot, and as a father, who doesn't want to compliment and encourage his son's efforts? You know what? Come here, Cass." The man seemed to make up his mind as he stood up from the wooden chair. "How about you help me paint something?" Under the confused stares of the boy, he took off the original painting and put a blank sheet of paper in its place. "And what do you say? It'll be fun." The man didn't need to say more before the boy hurried and agreed. His happy and eager eyes made his father smile too, especially if his son is showing all this interest in his field of work. He finished the preparation and adjustment quickly before he put Cashin on his lap and said, "What would you like to paint?" Even when given the choice, the boy didn't know what to choose as his father smiled wryly and said, "How about we go with a simple nature scene? Here, pick the brush and choose." With his hand on his son's hand, the man guided him through the painting a bit by bit as the sun shone from an open large window. Near them, a desk was pushed near the wall, carrying several brushes of different sizes and palettes. A lot of papers with various sketches could be seen on it. In addition to the sketches, several paintings filled the room. They stood on display either on the walls or on free 3 easels in addition to the one in front of the father and son pair. The room was without a doubt an art studio, which showed the man is very invested in the painting aspect. But the more they paint, the more the man felt a bit weird before he couldn't help and say, "Cashin, where did you learn this?" Despite him helping, the man didn't put much force into the brush as he left the lead to his son, but looking at the result, he saw the painting reflecting his style a lot. "I watched Dad painting. But Dad was too busy, so I didn't bother you," Cashin said quickly before he focused on painting again, but there was a frown on his face before his father's hand became slow. "Whoa, are you stalking me?" Looking at the simple painting that reflected his style even if it had many errors, the man blurted out unconsciously with his free hand on his chin. "Stalking." Looking at his son's puzzled and innocent look, the man swallowed his words and became aware he stated something wrong. So, he cleared his throat and said, "We'll talk about that later." "Okay. It's a promise." The boy answered without any doubt, but his father covered his face and squeezed these words, "Why yeah, it's a promise." The man could only hope his son would forget about this later, but for now, he focused on helping him paint. After several strokes, the trees and hills became more and more refined as the man said, "This isn't half bad. You might have some real talent in this." "Really?" Yes, our Cashin is a genius. How about you take over your old man's work?" "But I know your mother wouldn't accept it, which I do agree by the way. This field is just hard." Aware of his son's confusion, the man shook his head, not expecting a little kid to understand what he's talking about now, but he still said, "However, no one said it is wrong to take it as a hobby, am I right?" "Yeah." The boy agreed without understanding much. With the affirmation of his father, the boy became much more excited as he poured it into painting. "If only Connor would also join us here," the man said with a troubled tone as the boy answered him. "Brother said you kept insisting on him, so he doesn't want to. Also, the paint is annoying to clean from his hands." The man had nothing to say about his enthusiasm to share his work and hobby with his only two sons. But looking at the eagerness of his son, his expression returned to a smile, and said, "Cass, if you had your promise, how about you promise me something?" "What?" Cashin seemed to get impatient after being interrupted from painting several times. "You know, painting and art is a way to express yourself. You don't need words or complicated thoughts, just pour what you feel with these colors. So, how about you promise me to find something you truly want to paint? Then show it to me. Isn't it a great idea?" "Okay," the boy pondered for a moment before agreeing as the man smiled and said, "Then it's settled. I look forward to your vision. After all, our Cashin is very talented. Maybe this will keep him busy and forget about other stuff." The man hoped in silence. With those words, the father and son duo continued painting in a harmonious atmosphere. The scene was too relaxed and joyful as if time would stop. However, as if the colors were drained from the world, the scene lost all its lusters. The picture of the father and son, alongside the art studio, became blurry and hazy. As if a faint, yet hoarse voice sounded from nowhere before everything melted like snow in the heat. The location changed into a place lacking any form of light. The unchanging dark nothingness is the only theme, and one person is the only thing that existed in the scene. Leo looked at a dark void filling his vision in silence as the back of his right hand covered his face. His body seemed to be surrounded by some sort of thick mucky substance, making each move much difficult. Even so, the dark emptiness didn't seem to be a bother to him at all. In such form, Leo stayed still for a few moments before he whispered, "The ritual alongside the ceremony have failed and backfired." Removing his hand, Leo began to inspect his condition. The ultimate result is that the ritual has failed and he suffered a backlash from it. Unfortunately, he doesn't recall much from it. The backlash was strong, but these signs, looking at his current body, Leo muttered, "Spiritual poisoning? I have been spiritually poisoned." Whoa! Despite his half-assed reaction, Leo is slightly surprised that he got spiritually poisoned. Spiritual poisoning is a widely known concept in most occult and general mystic phenomena. For the most, the best example would be the madness that the eldritch gods inflict on anyone who comes in contact with them. In most practices, magic requires studies and exploration of the unknown. Be it exploring dreams, spiritual planes, hidden realms, or higher phases, each of those places share the fact that they hold knowledge beyond human mind comprehension. Forcibly digesting such a pure form of knowledge without any preparation and protection would lead the mind to deteriorate and ultimately be destroyed by the poison, which is the knowledge itself. Leo's case wasn't much different. Although the starting point and destination didn't process anything of that quality, the path which he took via the chat room was the cause. But what caused the toxins to vanish? These things are a pain to deal with usually. So, it's either they were too kind and left me alone, or a third party have been involved. Leo found nothing except a few signs after checking his spirit several times. Whatever Leo has seen and brought from the path when he came back, it was just too strong and caused his spirit to be poisoned. But now, it's mostly fine. This needs further studies to be determined. No wonder the backlash was too severe and pushed my conscience to this degree, even making me dream again, aware of the cause and effect. Leo shrugged as if it didn't matter. The reason that he doesn't dream is that his spirit is always awake. Unlike human beings who require the cooperation of the physical body and rest, his spirit can recover much faster on its own, especially because his exit doesn't truly require a physical body. Therefore, in situations where quick recovery is needed, he can just switch it off and enter a slumber, which can be removed at any moment. Such are the qualities of the perfect tools of God. But because of the spiritual poisoning, the spirit has been unable to recover and entered its lowest possible state, allowing such irregularity to happen. It's much more vivid than I recall. Unaware of the fact he's talking to himself much longer than usual, Leo whispered while trying to find something. Those dreams, it'd been a while if he may say so. Back then, they frequently appeared when he recovered his memories, or awakened in a sense, in this world. His unawakened self had an amusing reaction to those memories when it was unaware. By the way, this place is truly dark. Perfect for some dark humor, am I right? Shrugging like throwing all the thoughts behind his back, Leo did a spin around to see the boundless void. His body, which was the only faint illumination in this dark space, was slightly distorted and lost its shape here and there. It's still weak after handling the toxins. I'm talking to myself again. Not good. Dark humor need other people to question their moral and conscience. It seems as if everything that happened isn't important anymore. The process was so natural it would have left anyone watching perplexed. Well, now that my spirit is awake from the lowest state, my body wouldn't be in bad shape, no? I can still feel the annihilation maker, so my body should start at any moment. Focusing on the faint feeling of his Longinus, the dark space began to retreat as dizziness stroked Leo's head. However, it didn't matter as his senses continued to levitate before something clicked in his mind. Ugh! Out of the ethereal spirit state, several senses belonging to the physical body came rushing. The hot sun, the mild breeze, the coldness of the floor, and most importantly, the head-splitting headache. It felt like someone cracked his skull open and jammed a stun gun inside. In short, it was irritating and painful. In addition to the annoying soul injury, this must be the worst morning ever. After adjusting to the terrible state of his body, Leo found it much harder to move here. It's like all strength left him. A much worse state than the weakened spiritual form. It took him a moment, but he eventually opened his eyes despite everything only to see a rather interesting scene. He found himself resting on a wall of the temple as the withering sun shone brightly on his body from the clear sky. The cold wind left a whistling sound through the temple's walls and pillars while the clouds crossed around it like a soft pillow. The previously specially made temple to host the ritual and ceremony, filled with runes and magic circles crafted and engraved by hand, was nowhere to be seen. Traces of burns and cracks crossed the entirety of the temple. One of the 5 pillars was completely missing as the rest 4 were damaged beyond recognition. As if it got bombarded, flames and electric sparks still flash here and there, showing how severe the damage is. The runes were crossed at some points and burned as weird marks were inscribed over them using some sort of sharp tool. Although he didn't design it to be luxurious, Leo still frowned at the state of the temple. Just how severe was this backlash? Leo could see the inner spells and rituals like the levitation is still working by looking at the clouds. The direction of the sun and moon, alongside the angle of the stars, and followed by the low pressure, made him assume the temple is at least 3 kilometers above the ground. Asterisk crackling sound. Asterisk. Do it. While figuring his location using astrology, Leo heard a snapping sound. On his lap, a black-yellow small creature with large blue horns flickering with electric spark faced him. This is the mini form of the Bull of Heaven, GOOOOOSE, and unlike what Leo remembers, its horns are larger now as the zapping blue electricity jumped between them. Don't you dare, you damn piece of good-for-nothing divine beef. I don't care if your body is just a golden skeleton. If you dare to touch my lord, I'll cook you and eat your bone marrow. From underneath, the corners of Leo's robe turned into several limbs and acted violently against GOOOOOSE. Venom is very angry for some reason, but he was cut off by a flash from the necklace on Leo's neck. Then, how long are we supposed to wait? You know it has to be done. Charge. Hiss. From the green orb, Drake's calm voice sounded as he gave the order to GOOOOOSE without hesitation. Because of Venom's reaction and his cold voice, one might think that charge sounded like execute him. GOOOOOSE didn't seem to care about Drake's words as its eyes were fixed on Leo. They were filled with the determination to give him a shocking hug mixed with heaven's lightning. Ah! Meanwhile, Leo stared at them down without blinking while the three were too busy with their small civil war to remark. So could he count this as a morning greeting? Chapter 163, No. High above the ground, the sky was so blue and clear, devoid of any traces of clouds. No obstacle in sight allowed the scorching sunlight to shine without restraint as the cold wind blew and pushed the clouds underneath. At such a height, no one could expect to find anything except clouds and the sudden migrating birds, but an absurd phenomenon broke this logic. A temple. A huge temple floated in the air without any logical or physical support. It consisted of a giant rock at the bottom to support the upper section, which contained the temple entrance and several high pillars, although they were all in a devastating state. However, its size alone still split the passing clouds, making a path in such a ridiculous scene. Yes, ridiculous. From the point of view of current technology and science, it's absolutely impossible to raise such loose construction to this height, much less keep it balanced and stable. No matter how much nonsense to begin with, the structure would have collapsed at the very start at least. Yet, it was precisely such existence that broke and ignored the common sense called science that allowed such a scene. Dragons are really amazing and wonderful creatures. Of course. As the blazing sunlight fell on the temple, a figure glared slightly at the brilliant orb in the sky as his eyes were flinching. A voice filled with uncertainty was heard from the necklace he was wearing. Despite seeing Leo's eyes narrow and his lips cracked a smile, the uneasy feeling didn't leave Drake's heart. Instead, it got worse. There have been signs of them in almost every story, folklore, religion, and they were even counted as gods in certain places. But to be honest, in addition to all these myths and legends, do you know what dragons are mostly and truly famous for, Drake? Leo hugged with one hand and patted with the other the small Googolana's head as he said with the same tone. What? Getting slain? As if time stopped, the rhythm of the green orb's gleam cracked for an instant before resuming normally. What is the meaning of this? Good morning greetings. But contrary to his expectations, the only thing that happened is Leo waving his hand as a greeting. The necklace went dim for a moment before it flashed again. What do you take morning greetings for? Death threats. The Red Dragon Emperor feared nothing, not even death, or else he wouldn't just fight Albion even if the three factions were planning something. But after spending these days with his new host and partner, he, who the fear never entered his heart, discovered something truly fearsome. His partner's bad personality. It's not intimidating or doing sick immorally things. No, just the best way to describe it is as something that will drive Drake to pull his hair, scales, out of frustration. Such is the reason why Drake found himself becoming extra wary each time the annoying grin flashed on his partner's lips. Even if the target wasn't him. Then, what do you take this for? After patting the relaxed Googolana, Leo's face finally cracked as empty eyes stared at Drake through the Longinus. What did you expect? Wait longer? You were in a coma for a week. We were worried and had to try everything, especially because waiting is boring. Ask your assistant, isn't that right? Drake turned to Venom, but the latter didn't even greet him. Grr. Growls akin to a beast resounded from within Leo's robes. Venom, who is usually calm all the time, didn't even want to talk to Drake, which showed how irritated he was. After a while, you still showed no reaction. So, getting you zapped by that bull sounded like a good idea. It actually worked perfectly if you think about it. Even though the talk seemed to be pointing at it, Googolana ignored Drake's words as usual. Raising the cross part of the necklace from his chest, Leo stared at the green orb before he said, "You're lucky I can't remove this necklace, humph. You're lucky I didn't toss your body off this temple, humph." With a short confrontation, both of them turned their heads away. But Leo blinked his eyes before he looked at Drake. That actually sounds a bit interesting, you should have done that. I wonder where my body will end though. Maybe I'll crack my skull through the roof of an apartment or on the hard asphalt street. It'll be a mess nonetheless. Why am I even trying? Drake just remembered who he was talking to. A loose screw's bad personality guy who's barely hanging on to the last screw of sanity. Death threats sounded more of a challenge than intimidations to him. The Red Dragon Emperor shook his head while looking at his partner, thinking deeply, this guy, he isn't planning to do it, right? As the headache returned, Drake felt the feeling of wanting to pull his scales out of frustration. Nothing good comes from that damn grin. However, as if something clicked in his mind, Drake became silent as an unconscious figure flashed in his memories. An injured figure with no flesh and blood, but broken as if its fragmented body was made of glass while black smoke-like shadows rolled upon it. It took him a few moments before he said, "Hey, after what happened, are you okay?" "Oh my! What a brilliant question, my dear partner, Drake. For how long I waited for such a magnificent and wise question to say I'm fantastic. In fact, my current state is so amazing and wonderful, no less than getting abused." A bright smile bloomed on Leo's face as he proceeds to talk with high enthusiasm, making Drake take a deep breath and say that might have been a bit dumb to ask. "No, it was so intelligent and showed me new unknown possibilities." Drake covered his face to ease the imaginary headache while Leo had enough. To be honest, he wasn't really being sarcastic. His current state is indeed amazing, amazingly bad. His aim field, the ethereal domain that supports his personal reality effect on normal reality, is barely diffusing from his body. It's faint and distorted, hardly under control. This means his Esper's ability is out of service for now, which isn't surprising considering his mental and spiritual condition. More importantly, his second strongest force, Talisma, Heaven's energy, is completely dry. Leo can barely sense a trace of this higher dimensional energy in his body. It must have been consumed in the past ritual, but this isn't the real problem. His core, which is supposed to convert vast amounts of mana into Talisma after a hard process, is showing no signs of action. This means it must have been overused beyond normal limits. Leo could only wonder how bad this ritual was to even force his core to work overtime and go on a strike now. Something else worth noting is that Annihilation Maker seemed to have taken a hit alongside his body. The damage from the ritual was so strong it pierced through his body and even reached the Longinus. Even 6 has unmaterialized because of the lack of energy and it's resting in Leo's core. No wonder he was slapped into a coma, and according to Drake, it has been a whole week. I have overstepped my limits quite a bit this time. A bit. I'm sorry, but I must say you're underestimating the situation, my lord. Shaking his head, Leo ignored the remarks from Venom and Drake as his thoughts raced about this ordeal. The aim field isn't a big problem. He only needs rest to mend his spirit and mind from the spiritual poisoning, and he'll return to LVL 5 in no time. 6, as most phantasms and shadows of the past, requires enough energy and it'll materialize again. Annihilation Maker's condition won't pose a difficulty either. Although his body seemed to have withstand damage far exceeding its limits, the effect on the Longinus was only on the surface. Just channeling enough mana for some time would allow it to return to peak form. After becoming a spiritual item alongside the boosted gear, Annihilation Maker durability was nothing to scoff at. However, Talisma is hopeless for now. There's nothing to do about it. With the absence of the Heaven and Hell phase from Tohru world, the core was the only source of Heaven's energy, even if the process was slow and painful. I wouldn't be able to use Talisma unless the core stabilizes or I go to Tohru world. I'll wait for the core. The choice was obvious and required no second thought. Even though it's a shame that his big guns like Angelification and the spell of the Book of the Law will not work without Talisma. Now, the only way to get Talisma would be to burn the core and turn into a bomb that'll explode this planet to dust. Venom, give me a report. Finishing his damage inspection, Leo turned to Venom, who was ready before he asked. Yes, my lord. Firstly, I have already updated the previously made clone to substitute your place until you recover. There shouldn't be any problem at all. You can check all the details after recovering the clone. Before starting the ritual, Leo left a clone in his place in case anything might rise. It has proven to be very efficient and useful to get the job done. Secondly, the upper section of the temple has taken considerable damage, especially the parts related to the ritual are beyond recovery. However, most of the inner spells and rituals are still functioning, including safety and backup protocols in case of failure such as these. I'm not saying my lord failed, but the situation must be just a setback not worth mentioning. And focus. Venom rubbing his temples, Leo stopped Venom and reminded him of the current subject. My deepest apologies. After taking the hit, the safety protocol of the temple must have activated the detachment and teleportation rituals, which should have taken the temple to the second secure location in the dimensional gap, but the target changed because of the damage. The new location is 3,621 meters above sea level. The temple boundary fields including barriers and stealth rituals took action in haste, rendering us invisible from the rest of the world. Drake listened to this report as his eyes blinked. When did all of this take place? I have been here all the time, but I didn't know this temple could do this. What about the previous ritual site? I don't know. When I woke up, I was already in the temple. Sorry, for my incompetence. Don't worry about it. Leo found himself never getting used to Venom's dedication, but the green orb on his necklace quickly shone. Nothing is left. The place you prepared and 3 or 2 mountains near it are now one big crater as if a meteor hit it. Listening to Drake, Leo realized that he might have changed the map of Africa. Should he rejoice now? Sigh, I worked a lot on that site. Well, I'm sure the governments and related figures are having fun now, especially the scientists. I bet they are having a blast brainstorming ideas. Leo felt it's a pity he couldn't see such a scene because his clairvoyance isn't functioning. What about the other side? Them? Their reaction is predictable and boring. I would rather watch human scientists come up with every sort of nonsense to explain what happened. Drake mentioned the supernatural side of the world, but Leo didn't show any interest. Well, what happened has happened. Now, let me fix this body a bit. Throwing the subject behind his back, Leo closed his eyes and focused on his chest. There laid his heart and lungs, which aren't currently working. Yes, unlike most living creatures on this planet, Leo's heart and lungs are motionless. He actually forgot to turn them on after he reduced his body activities, but it didn't matter because his body's vitality generates a massive amount of mana alongside the natural ki in the air. But if he includes the heart and lungs... Boom! With the first breath, the ki in the air flared up as if gasoline was exposed to flames. The cold wind suddenly moved without warning, turning into a violent whirlwind on top of the temple. Leo's chest rose and lowered and the beating of his heart was loud as a drum. The heart and lungs were acting as a colossal furnace, turning and refining the boundless vitality into an almost infinite amount of mana. His current frail body was shining with azure color because of the excessive mana, burning and shining brighter than flames as the temperature rose sharply. The magical energy alone was unconsciously generating high degrees of heat and shaking the atmosphere, showing the might of a true dragon and the beast of apocalypse. Even among high-ranking phantasm species, he stands at the apex. However, a change took place. The azure color of mana circling around Leo darkened and was soon overtaken by an inky black hue. It was thick and sticky as if the shadows rose from the ground and replaced the mana. Such murky mana soon resembled black mud as it moved freely around. If someone was near here, they'd instinctively feel the boundless curses materializing. As if the mana was made up of curses, the ominous energy dripping with malice overshadowed the area, making one wonder if it'll swallow the temple's wall in the next second. GOOOOOSE, who was relaxed in Leo's embrace, frowned at the change as its small nose sneezed. However, its dissatisfaction didn't last as a hand landed on his head and stroked it. As Leo opened his eyes, the ocean of malice resembling a monster devouring everything vanished like a dream bubble. The mana recovered its azure color and disappeared into his body. Leo stood up from the cold ground observing the state of his body. Not much has changed, but movement is not a problem now. After all, this is the limit of mana on him even if it's near infinite. It boils down to certain qualities that can't be solved by pure quantity, or else all those figures with infinite mana would have already conquered the multiverse. Having a large amount of ether sounds much better for these jobs, to be honest. Nonetheless, these facts and logic might change in another world, but these are the power systems Leo is currently mastering. In spite of everything, the term mana keeps changing from one place to another. Oh? Aren't you too relaxed? Looking at the small bowl of heaven in his arms, Leo wondered if it's just too lazy to care about anything. Sounds much like him. However, he didn't know that GOOOOOSE already put him as a higher divine figure above Ishtar just for his petting and scratching skills. This is a skill gained by years of experience by Leo and his love for small animals and pets. Let's check the damage of the other side. Out of habit, Leo's thoughts acted as he summoned the chat room interface. However, he was greeted with his worst nightmare. As if the horrors of the past materialized from deepest of his memory, it appeared as Leo's face almost became like Pikachu's surprised face. Loading 98%. The small loading bar, it's back. The war flashbacks of the failed downloads at 90% and more filled Leo's mind before he shook his head. Did I break it? Good lord, this system wasn't even good to begin with and now it's broken. Leo clicked on the loading bar, causing it to flash with each touch, but no other change besides that. What is he supposed to do now? Wait for the cursed loading bar again? He recalled it takes almost 3 to 4 days for 1% to fill in. This is just the worst. What happened on the other side? Did they succeed? Did the spell explode at their side too? Or maybe Kazuma's head blew up? And more importantly, was he the one that broke this chat room or something else? So many questions and no answers. Leo sighed as waiting is the only thing he can do. While carrying the lazy bowl of heaven, Leo looked at the temple's sorry state, wondering how long it'll take to clean up this mess before his eyes landed on certain symbols. This is... Hearing Venom's small whisper through the spiritual link, Drake remembered these weird ciphers that caught his attention for a while, so he asked, what do these symbols mean? Previously, Nordic runes were all over the temple, connecting and playing important roles in the function of massive rituals within it. However, most of those runes were grazed as weird symbols carved on top of them. Especially in the middle, the center of the temple where the ritual started, was split into giant squares, separated into smaller grids, and filled with those ciphers. Watchtowers. Looking left and right, Drake saw no watchtowers as he wondered if his partner was playing another trick on him. Enochian tables. Venom adds from the side, making Drake feel like the only clueless and ignorant dragon here. Well, just think of it as the most compatible and greatest magic system for me. Then, why don't you use it? Because of a very important reason. I'm lazy. Grinning at the puzzlement of Red Dragon, who always tries to sound wise, Leo ended the topic with such words before saying, by the way, Venom. Did you take care of the rest? Absolutely, my lord. I have already adjusted the temple rituals, further increasing our defenses and erasing our tracks. I also kept an eye in contact with the clone to make sure no irregularities might arise. Venom gave an immediate answer like a trained soldier, but Leo tilted his head and said, yeah, that's good, but I meant the other thing. The other thing. The other thing. Repeating his words, Leo showed a serious expression. Venom searched all of his memory as he couldn't figure his lord's meaning, so he asked, I'm deeply sorry, but I have no recollection of such thing. Venom pausing for a moment, Leo took a deep breath and said, I'm talking about my gotcha games. Did the clone take care of them? Drake stared in silence at his partner being completely serious. Venom paused for a moment before he said, and no. Ugh. Leo fell on his knees while holding his heart with one hand as if received a lot of pain. The daily login record, the event, limited banner, all gone. Maybe he should go back to the coma. Venom and Drake watched Leo fall on the ground as speechless, left in the scene, while only Gugalana seemed to be in a good mood. In a calm neighborhood in Kria town, a few kids were playing in the playground and making a lot of noise. As it was the weekend, the morning streets were basically empty and lacking in movement. The kids who used their free time to play with their friends were the only thing that brought liveliness to such a lazy day. From the side of the street, a young man appeared with a plastic bag in his hands. He wore a hoodie and a pair of round glasses were on his face. Such a scene was nothing strange or interesting, as the kids didn't even look over while the young man crossed the street normally. However, he suddenly stopped his steps and looked to his right. From the turn, another young man completely identical to the previous one appeared. They wore the same clothes and even glasses were copied-paste of each other. The kids in the playground finally noticed this as they looked over with curiosity. It was a rare sight to see such identical twins in every aspect. The only difference was the first had a nonchalant look and the second wore a bright smile on his face. He approached the one holding the plastic bag naturally before he raised his hand and punched him to the face. The kid's jaws dropped as the young man kept his bright smile as the fist slammed on the nonchalant young man's face before his body exploded into azure fog, disappearing shortly into thin air. The brightly smiling young man caught the plastic bag before it fell and left with crisp steps. His smile was wider and even hummed a song to show his good mood, leaving the kids in a state of shock, and unable to process what happened. Choco milk? Neat, unaware he might have traumatized some kids, Leo checked the plastic bag content and hummed a song while walking to his home. His mood was exceptionally better after he punched the clone that had the same face. Drake had no comment on such self-abuse or clone abuse. Nothing much happened in this period. Not even a single person picked a fight with me at that school. How boring. After a few minutes, Leo made it to a certain house in the neighborhood and entered directly. Taking off his shoes at the doorstep, he said, out of habit, I'm home. Welcome back. As the sound of his mother's greeting reached his ears, Leo already made it past the corridor and entered the living room. You're back. He found his father relaxing on the chair as a basketball game was playing on the TV. Leo took one of the chocolate milk bottles in the bag and handed it to Richard. Oh? Perfect timing, thanks. Did something good happen? Leo didn't have any positive answer to such a question and just shrugged, but his father didn't buy it and said, come and tell me. You usually only buy stuff like this when good things happen. Leo recalled the constant misfortune falling on his head since the morning before he looked at the chocolate milk. That damn clone! He knew. He's been mocking me even after he disappeared. As I expected from myself. Drake had no idea what he should expect at this point. You still didn't tell me, are you getting used to the new school? I heard it was an only girls' school. I wonder how the situation there. After saying this, Richard cast a meaningful gaze at Leo, which was only met with a tilted head and plain voice. Does that change anything about it being just a school? Well, of course not, but... But what? Nothing. So, did anything happen in the completely normal school? As his father seemed to give up on something, Leo nodded and said proudly, I became the enemy of every boy in the school from the first week. Staring at the proud look on his son as if he achieved something great, Richard didn't know what to say except I expected nothing less from you, Leo. I'm glad I made you proud. Leo nodded to himself before he headed to the kitchen with crisp steps, leaving his father staring at the TV with mixed emotions on his face. He won't get another call from the school, right? Making his way toward the kitchen, Leo found his mother talking on the phone before heading straight to the fridge to put the rest of his drinks there. Thank you very much, take care. Hanging off the phone, Minami let out a sigh before she saw Leo handing a chocolate milk bottle to her. Thank you, sweetie, but it's too sweet for me. Leo put back the bottle with the others and saw several cuisines packaged on the table, so he wondered and said, did something happen? Then heard his mother saying with a troubled tone, did you know, Leo? The Harada's family are moving out. We have been neighbors for years, but they didn't even tell us before they left. Oh, this is very unfortunate. We have been neighbors for so long, it's a shame they left. The world is always changing. Leo said absent-minded while stacking his drinks in the fridge and taking one of them, but when he finished and closed the door, he met with his mother's gaze. She kept looking at him without moving or talking as they stared at each other for a while. Under the watchful eyes of his mother, Leo opened the bottle, took a small sip, and smacked his lips twice before exhaling and saying, are they the one with or without the dog? I can't believe this, Leo. We have been neighbors with Harada and Ueda's family for more than 10 years. How can't you remember them? I mean, remembering people isn't my strong point. But wait, are the Harada's family who owns the dog or the other one? Please, tell me it's the other one. It's a Shiba Inu. A very good boy. It's very cute and brighten my day a little. Minami stared silently at her son with a dissatisfied gaze before she sighed and said, it's the Ueda's family. Leo did a small victory cheer, which made Minami give up. However, his expression quickly shifted, and said, if they aren't the one with the dog, then it means him. Don't. Sorry, Mom. But if there's something I truly feel unfortunate for in this moving out, is the fact I couldn't give a suplex city to their kid. Leo, don't start this again. Minami rubbed her temples as she remembered the past events. No, I'll start it again. If that brat woke up on the wrong side of the bed and choose violence, then I have woken and chosen genocide. I won't stand for this. But to think they are leaving like this, sigh. If he were to describe the neighbor's kid with one word, Leo would say a hellspawn without any hesitation. That kid is born to be a troublemaker and he just had to involve Leo, who is also a troublemaker. To think my arch-nemesis would leave like this. Leo let out a sad sigh. Solomon will cry. Drake couldn't hold himself from screaming. Minami could only sigh at this play from her son. At these times, he always reminds her of his cheerful grandfather as she could only sigh more. I'm going to drink this in my room. To avoid the upcoming preaching, Leo chooses to leave quickly, but he still hears his mother say, I heard the new neighbor is coming soon. Be sure to be polite this time and don't drink too much chocolate milk before lunch. Yet. Leo made it to his room quickly before he threw himself at the bed. The phone that rested on the desk flew in the air without any warning and landed on his hands before he turned it on and launched a game. Just like this, silence filled the room as the only sound was Leo's clicking on the screen before the necklace on his chest shone. What are you going to do? Play games and no. What about the important things? This is important. Leo clicked on the phone screen faster as he rushed through the stages. What about your injuries and all the problems that followed? Drake finally let it out as the necklace almost jumped. Ah, you mean those? Meh, there's no reason to focus on them, so nothing, I guess. As if it's something very trivial, Leo showed a very uninteresting expression. Drake never felt more frustration in all years of his life before this day. The more worrying thing is that he started to get used to it. Humph, silence you dragon. My lord's wisdom far exceeds your puny mind. He must have his reasons. But my lord, I think you should reconsider for your health. Venom spared no chance to annoy Drake before he turned to Leo with a few suggestions. Sai, listen, you two. Such things shouldn't be forced. They are very delicate and require more thought. But how about I teach you a special technique? It's the technique of my people, which was refined and mastered since thousands of years. Pausing the game, Leo said with utmost seriousness, procrastination. This is the proud technique of my people. We perform it with utmost respect. Leo started preaching about nonsense as Drake had enough and went to sleep inside the Longinus, but suddenly a loud sound broke the relaxed atmosphere. As the sound continued to get louder, a sharp siren resounded before several moving vans appeared from the end of the street. They moved quickly before they simultaneously stopped at the house beside Leo's one. The lazy atmosphere vanished as the whole neighborhood was awakened by such a scene. The workers proceeded to transport several pieces of furniture and install them in the house. They varied in shape, but they all looked very expensive. However, it didn't end here as one or two architects took measurements and details about the house. Amid all this chaos, the balcony door of the house opened before it revealed a stunning flamboyant figure as red rose petals flew everywhere. The bright green eyes glanced at the scene, searching for something before lifting her hand to her chest and stating confidently, "Feel free to be overjoyed and express your amazement and admiration, because I, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, have arrived." The bold voice of Nero echoed in the surroundings as her grand entrance shocked everyone once more. Even Leo's parents had their jaws open at such a ridiculous scene of rose petals flying everywhere. However, on the upper floor of Aris Altec's home, the rose petals that made it to this room's window withered instantly and turned into flying dust. Staring at the air blankly, Leo put down the phone slowly and rose from the bed. The space began to twist and ripple around his figure before the outline of something manifested in thin air. A jet-black musket shining with dangerous light suddenly appeared from space and landed straight into Leo's hand. With a quick spin around the trigger, the long musket quickly reduced in size as its structures witnessed massive changes. Before it completed the first spin, it had already changed into a handgun resembling Glock 19 and rested comfortably in Leo's hand. As the petals continued to wither like the blank look on his face, he stood next to the window and aimed the gun at Nero. Staying in such a position for a while, Leo took back the gun and rested the gun barrel on his forehead while closing his eyes. It didn't take him long to raise the gun again, but this time, he aimed the muzzle at his temples. Same with the last time. He stood in his place motionlessly before he opened his eyes, removed the gun, and released a breath. No. Not today, not today. Sending Black Barrel back to his pocket space, Leo threw himself at the bed and picked the phone again. Completely ignoring the commotion outside. Geez, I almost let that third-rate wannabe idol get me. To think I would fall to such low. The sacred technique of my people shall not be tarnished by the kind of her. Spouting some nonsense again, Leo resumed his games as Drake confirmed his desire of not wanting to involve himself with any of this and go to sleep. No. However, the situation outside changed quickly and made him and Leo widen their eyes. Now, as welcome to my arrival, be grateful. Open your ears clearly and witness the highest form of art and greetings from the artist who rivals Apollo. With such a statement, Nero cleared her throat before she started singing. C and, asterisk ah, C and $U. Incomprehensible words escaped Leo's lips before he flew from the bed, grabbed Black Barrel, and aimed at Nero again. Oi! Shooting her won't solve anything. Throwing the entire gun instead isn't a solution either. My lord, please refrain from cursing in angelic. But please forgive me, I know my lord put a lot of importance on the figures you call father and mother. So, I have to stop you from such actions that might raise unwanted problems. Forgive me. The Red Dragon Emperor's screams and Venom's calm and determined voice resounded from the necklace and clothes. This already bad morning is showing contestant signs of deteriorating, making Drake feel how bleak the future is. Chapter 164, Strangers. Rose petals filled the air with fragrance, drifting in the wind as if dancing to the tunes flying in the sky. Because it rained a little yesterday, the neighborhood was a bit damp, which made several petals stick on the rooftops or fall into small puddles. It's a mess. Although the sight of petals flying and the fragrance of rose is pleasant, it isn't worth the clutter and the trouble to clean it. After a while, the petals will also wither and release foul odor mixed with the rainwater. Above a certain house, a voice resounded in the form of a song. It wasn't particularly amazing or awful. Average would be the correct word to describe such singing ability. However, in such commotion, no other voice was heard besides it or someone to listen to it. After all, with each petal falling and a tune dropping, a body hit the floor. As unnatural silence filled the street, the workers who moved the furniture, the cleaners who were supposed to clean the petals, and even the shocked neighbors whom some of them were about to fill some noise complaints are now laying flat on the ground. Their closed eyes twitched and their lips moved like they were experiencing a nightmare. It's like they experienced something terrifying. But the figure behind this scene didn't even flinch. Nero nodded proudly at their reaction as if she's saying, as I expected. It seems for this emperor, such a result emerges from their astonishment and shock as they admired her singing. It reminded her of Rome and her subjects as they listened to her songs and showed almost identical responses. It seems she didn't regress after those years, which she took for granted as Nero nodded again. However, as Nero in her broken common sense admired the gift she bestowed on the people here, a golden flash crossed the street at an imaginable speed. The speeding golden light faced no obstacle. It phased through objects and walls as it passed from one house to another. Slap, slap. Muda. Invisible to the naked eye, gold experience flew across the whole street, slapping each person. While screaming its battle cry, its palms shone with a golden aura as the full of vitality mana smacked the people on the face. The scene was like someone grabbing a healing spell and beating people with it. Gold experience didn't spare anyone, old or young, all of them got slapped awake. People woke up in confusion as they felt their cheeks warm, but there was no pain. They didn't remember anything, and because of gold experience's speed, they woke up almost instantly after blacking out. Unable to figure out what happened in these few moments, they could only shrug off this weird feeling and return to what they were doing. Of course, if they saw the red handprint on their faces, they would think something else. Gold experience nodded before it flashed and disappeared into the only house that wasn't affected by the demonic singing. A small wind spirit in the form of a tiny kitten was cleaning itself on top of the roof as the air trembled around it. From its small body, an invisible barrier of wind stood as a curtain, blocking most of the incoming sounds from Nero's house. Coming out of his room, Leo descended the stairs as his expression was clouded and dark. It was the type of face that would make kids cry. Not even Venom wanted to talk after witnessing it. This day is just unfortunate. No, unfortunate would be an underestimation. Not only did he have to cover and fix someone else's supernatural phenomena, which he absolutely hates to do, Leo got kicked to the balls by his gacha games. Across 5 games, he only got 1 SSR. The situation was so absurd that Leo had to come out to cool down. Yes, he was madder about his games than the idiot Emperor shenanigans. The thought of using his massive wealth to sweep these games crossed his mind, but no, that would mean he lost to the gacha like those whales. For the love of why this day is so unfortunate, shaking his head, Leo quickly saw his father and mother who were still flabbergasted by the commotion outside. Leo, did you see that? As taken by surprise, Richard quickly said, but his surprise wasn't shared with his son. Instead, he felt strange seeing his son a bit pissed off. Yeah, about that, can we call the cops? Leo opened the subject with shocking words as his father's expression changed and said, what? No, why do you want to call the cops? Noise complaints and littering. Leo pointed at the rose petals stuck on the windows. Leo, don't joke about such things. It isn't good and disrespectful. Minami scolded Leo's behavior like always before she returned her attention to the outside. I'm not joking, Leo said helplessly, but he stopped because he knew the cops weren't enough. Maybe he should call the army. And how are you going to do that? The green orb on the necklace shone. I have my ways. The conversation between a dragon and an angel ended quickly. Don't be silly. We're just a bit shocked by such performance, Richard spoke as surprise still lingered in his tone. Not even in his dreams, he thought the new neighbor would appear in such a fashion, especially if this is Japan. Such things are unlikely to happen here. But they witnessed the petals falling and the singing, even if it felt too muffled for some reason. Maybe because of the distance. Leo gave a thumb up to a small kitten floating next to the window. The wind spirit's green eyes blinked before it tried to imitate Leo's gesture, but when the cat raised its paw, it discovered the lack of the thumb. However, it tried anyway and ended up spinning in midair after hitting itself. Holding his chest, Leo resisted the attack of cuteness and coughed. But now that I think about it, her name is a bit, is she role-playing? Or maybe it's just a show name. Richard didn't think the full name of Rome's 5th emperor was that girl's legit name. Also, who uses such long names in this day and age? If she is, then she's doing a pretty bad job. So, about the cops, the popo, the Barney, the army what? Leo clicked his tongue before he noticed Richard's weird stares. Do you perhaps and by any chance know her? No, she's a stranger. But as a new neighbor, such unreserved actions are rather very impolite. Look who's talking, instant answer. This made Richard's eyes narrow. The son and father duo stared at each other silently. Both of them didn't budge as they didn't want to admit defeat. Kmen, why don't you share this with your old man? Share what? I think you're imagining things. Maybe it's the stress of work. Are you telling me your reaction is all a figment of my imagination? My reaction is normal, but you should rest. As your son, I can't bear to see your health getting worse and unable to do anything. Can't you consider my feelings? Is that so? I'm overjoyed that my son thinks deeply about me, but I just got an idea. How about we invite the new neighbor for dinner today? She seemed to have moved here alone. We should show her a warm welcome as she did now, don't you think so? Indeed, I think it's a great idea. You should do it now. As if sparks would come flying between them, Leo and Richard had a calm smiling face. It's a battle between a father who wanted to dig into his son's dark history and someone who didn't want more headaches. Cut it off, you two. However, about the dinner, I don't know what to do. Minami felt this whole subject became a bit of a hassle. After all, this new neighbor is unique, to say the least, and she didn't know what she should do. Ignore it? Probably the best solution, but what if this continues? Ding dong. Abruptly, when the father and son duo were still daring each other, the doorbell resounded. Considering the situation, it was so sudden and made the family of three stare at each other. I'll answer it. Without giving them a chance, Leo slipped out from the living room and headed towards the house entrance. PFFFF. At the entrance, Leo ignored the laugh behind him as he exhaled. His eyes became sharp and glanced habitually at the surroundings. There wasn't much to see. A small carpet, a hanging flower basket, and a shoe cabinet, which had some souvenirs on top of it. Leo didn't think much as his eyes landed on top of one of the souvenirs. It's an old small statue of a golden red cat raising its paw. This is a Maneki-Neko, which is often believed to bring good luck and wealth. Usually put in front of shops and similar places. Maneki-Neko, it has a short tail. Age above 10. Colors consist of red, distortion could be applied and turned into baked Neko. In an instant, the origin of the statue was deduced and its symbolism distorted. Leo didn't stop here and continued calculation. Because of the rain, the outside is cold and wet following the water, therefore the inside is hot and dry following the fire. The rose petals and the wind spirit brought distortion of red and yellow on the water element in the exterior. This makes the interior peaceful and the outdoor chaotic. A door stands between these two domains and a baked Neko with a cut-off tail acts as a guardian. Before the figure outside the door and even the Red Dragon Emperor felt a trace of mana, Leo already formed the spell and set its domain. An Onmyudu spell twisted by the Western elemental worldview. Putting his middle finger and thumb together, Leo snapped his fingers as a tiny amount of mana flickered. No need to use a lot, just a trace is enough to act as a trigger. If any experienced magician faced this, they would back away and take defense knowing the opponent had taken over the domain. However, snap, snap, snap. Leo snapped his fingers several times, but nothing happened. The entrance is normal and the motionless cat statue seemed to be mocking the young man. At this moment, he realized something. The ethereal domain that subconsciously emits from his body. The field that currently looks worse than an ill patient on their dying bed. Yet, the aim field is not responding. Lowering his hand slowly, Leo looked down. This is embarrassing. PFFFFFFF. Ha 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 ha. As the thunderous laughter of Drake filled his mind, Leo didn't even have the mood to argue with this dragon. He just didn't want to strain his currently frail body, so he used an environment-based spell. A harmless and simple illusion spell based on the shape-shifting cat, baked Neko, to confuse the Emperor outside and let her leave. A very simple spell. So simple that most magicians will give him a middle finger for claiming that mixing two magic systems instantly is simple. However, because of habit, he forgot that his aim field is currently disabled, so he can't use it as a base and medium for magic. Without it, the other world's magic system is useless. Using the aim field as a base for magic, an idle theory nonetheless. Maybe if Aleister Crowley heard this, he'll finally choke on the liquid inside his upside-down tube. Forcing down the embarrassment that rivals biting down your tongue while chanting, Leo comforted himself with the fact that no one saw it and opened the door. He's still ignoring the rolling red dragon inside the Longinus. Leo opened the door with a blank face, and what greeted him was a flamboyant figure with one of the biggest smiles ever. "Oh! Greetings, my praetor. After a farewell, I, Nero, have finally arrived." Slam. Without waiting for Nero to finish, Leo slammed the door closed, leaving the Emperor of Rome blinking her green eyes. Suddenly, the door opened again and revealed Leo. He looked at Nero up and down for a moment before he slammed the door shut again. Nero didn't even know how to react at his point. Job well done. Feeling a little better, Leo dusted off his hands and made his way inside. Now, he'll just say it's a random salesman and ignore the problem. After all, as a procrastinator, he shall deal with this trouble tomorrow. But then, he quickly froze. "Need help with that door answering, my good and honest son?" From the corner of the hallway, Leo saw his father wearing an easygoing smile. "Nah, I'm good. It's just a salesman." "Is that so?" "Yeah, I'm quite interested in what they are offering, so I grabbed some cash. I'll be back in a minute." In a completely natural fashion, Leo did a 180-degree turn and left the house from the entrance. After Leo was gone, Richard couldn't hold it anymore and started laughing while his wife gave him a stare. "Ha ha ha, how long has it been since you saw your son this frustrated? Aren't you being too childish? Stop trying to sound considerate. Admit it, you're as curious about this as I am, no, even more." Minami rolled her eyes at her husband, but she didn't deny it. She was very curious about this turn of events. For a stranger, an annoying one on top of that, it is already a big surprise to not be treated like heir by her son. Him not recalling his neighbors for more than 10 years is enough evidence. "Ah, as I expected. This was an Oriental tradition. As I thought from my praetor." Seeing Leo coming out of the house, the perplexed Nero finally brightened up. However, without saying a word, Leo dragged her back to her house while looking for something on his phone. The neighbors spotted this scene as they whispered, but the two didn't give them a mind until they entered the house and went upstairs. The workers continued their job normally, even if they felt this scene was strange. But their employer seemed to be completely fine, and neighbors apparently knew the previous young man. Now, what is the meaning of this? At the empty upper floor, Leo turned to the smiling Nero and asked after a long breath. "Tomu. Are you amazed?" "Naturally. Now, you must be wondering how I did it." Nero's smile grew wider and prouder, but then, it crumbled from a simple sentence. Golden rule A. Leo didn't raise his head from the phone while Nero froze. "Nero, hey? The only relative of a deceased Italian billionaire. He left his entire fortune in addition to his jewelry business to his last family member, Nero Claudius. I guess with such wealth, giving the previous neighbor a great deal and making them leave is simple as breathing for you. You. Do you think I need clairvoyance to know stuff? Fools. I have unlimited access to the internet, but what is this?" Leo continues to dig into Nero's identity as his expression keeps darkening. "What is this shit? A whole new identity. This is discrimination." Putting the subject of wealth aside, Nero has a new identity. A very solid identity, like she lived her entire life in this world. Leo knows by fact that Nero has no history-changing power or whatsoever, so this leaves one option. This world. A whole new identity, a wealthy one too. This is a treatment that even the chat members didn't receive. They didn't even get a normal identity, while the completely unrelated Nero, who is like a tourist to the world, obtained a brand new one. This is pure discrimination. After a few breaths, Leo calmed down and put his phone away. He glanced over at Nero, who was feeling a bit down. She probably had a ploy to impress him, but it ended before it started. "You should have read the atmosphere and played along." The Red Dragon Emperor gave the basic answer, which any normal person would have done. "Then what? Going for 3 rounds of cliché development? I'd rather die." Leo retorted instantly before he said to Nero again, "What is the meaning of this?" "Meaning of what? The whole singing farce? Oh. Did I fascinate you with my flawless performance?" "Absolutely. Although my performance is naturally out of this world, I made sure to train and prepare. After all, this is my reunion gift to my praetor," Nero declared with great enthusiasm and no hint of shame or hesitation. "I can see that." "You can. Drake was shocked. The mental pollution increased. Unaware of the speechless red dragon and headache pure angel duo, Nero continued. I wanted to arrive faster, but I lost connection with my predator, and a mere doll with no life, the clone, is not worthy of my brilliance. I know my predator waited for my performance, so I delayed until you came back. Ah, you mean that accident? Oh well, you seem rather calm about it and complete. Leo wondered how Nero is still materialized if she stopped receiving his mana during that period. Of course. I have full faith and trust in my predator to succeed in his ordeal. I believe, even if I wasn't here and no matter what happens, that my predator would always emerge victorious. Leo stared at Nero speechlessly. Blind trust? Maybe just overconfidence from her massive ego. He didn't know where they came from, but for someone like him, who never succeeded in anything, to receive such words and feelings. It's annoying. So irritating. These expectations. Leo shook his head and threw these thoughts behind him. At least, this saved him from dealing with the worried looks and words. This life or the past one, he hated those the most. He just can't deal with them. Anyway, stop it. Get some help. No, wrong, just stop it. Nero tilted her head in confusion before Leo said the whole demonic singing, stop it. I know my predator liked my performance and wanted to enjoy it alone, but as an artist, my glory needs to be shared with the world. This was also my gift for the people in this place. They must be overjoyed. No, stop, don't say more. Also, no. No one is overjoyed and they didn't enjoy the mental pollute. I mean, you're singing. I don't understand what my predator is saying. For my art to be something that baffles even the gods, there's no way they weren't mesmerized. Mesmerized in nightmares. Sigh, why do I even bother? Leo sighed and stopped. For someone with anger issues, you're surprisingly tolerant about her. I guess she holds a special position for you. The green orb shone as Drake's voice resounded in Leo's mind. Despite not knowing why this old dragon became so talkative these days, Leo still retorted, special what? It's not that I'm tolerating her, it's just I can't deal with her and it'll be a pain to even try. Drake, do you know the skill Imperial Privilege? It's the one that you kept cursing in the back of your mind. Imperial Privilege is an ability that allows its owner to obtain skills that are essentially impossible for them to acquire for a short period of time. This is the ability that Nero used to get the skill Golden Rule A and be blessed with wealth. I'll tell you that everyone with this skill is self-centered blockhead whose insistence is too strong and began to distort reality. As for Nero, she's too compatible with it and has it at rank X. Do you know what this means? Leo felt his current headache is increasing. Her skull is thicker than a boulder and her ego has more mass than a black hole, especially if it's about arts such as singing. No matter what I say, it'll basically not reach her. The Roman emperors were no different from the gods to their people. It could be said to be the ultimate unfair advantage. An ability that may well only be described as an unreasonable cheat code. This damn world isn't letting me use a simple spell, but it lets the walking cheat code do whatever it wants? This is true discrimination. Screw you, world. Leo cursed the entire world and rubbed his temples to ease the headache. Ugh. Venom tried to cast a soothing magic from DXD, but it had little to no effect. Leo's condition is just bad and this headache is uncalled for. What are you going to do? I'll do nothing. Even if I somehow managed to pass her thick skull, I'll be lucky if she didn't fight me to death for her artistic integrity because of my criticisms. Maybe my head will fly too. Suddenly, Leo's thoughts came to a halt as a bad feeling filled Drake. He raised his head and was sure it was there. The damn grin. The one could even mistake it for a slight smile, but Drake has seen enough. The Red Dragon Emperor jumped deep inside the Longinus to sleep. He doesn't want any of this. Well, maybe this isn't too hopeless. Leo nodded for himself a few times as Nero was watching. Nero felt Leo is a bit different today, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Although the moment he seemed normal, then in pain, were weird, they weren't what she's feeling. However, her predator didn't give her time to think. Walking to Nero, Leo stood closely in front of Nero. The Roman emperor had to raise her head a bit to meet Leo's eyes because of the height difference, but this didn't change her expression at all. Her aura of proudness and confidence didn't even flicker at something trivial as height. Nero, with his eyes locked on Nero, Leo said, "What I'm to you? Someone very beautiful. So beautiful that your gorgeousness shines magnifies." Nero answered instantly. Stop. Leo almost took out Black Barrel again, but he held it in and said, "What do you usually call me?" "My praetor, of course." "Omu." Figuring the question, Nero said the title and position she bestowed on Leo energetically. "Good, then by this title and position, you should hear and understand my opinion. After all, the emperor needs to understand the situation to make a wise decision. Of course, your decision is always correct as an emperor, but you should listen to your people for a bit." Thinking about it, Nero nodded her head slowly. There was nothing wrong with it. The emperor's decision is absolute, but like her praetor said, it's also nice to listen to the thoughts of her citizens. "I'm glad we could reach an agreement. Now, Nero. My thoughts about your previous singing from a human point of view, it's bad. Too bad, in fact, the people outside didn't pass out from amazement. They black out because of how horrible it was." Leo stated the truth bluntly as if it's a casual thing to do. Silence. The atmosphere seemed to be freezing at this point as the two figures stared at each other. Well, it worked. Leo's eyes met Nero's as he saw several emotions flash in them. Confusion, disbelief, and anger. Too much wrath that it made Leo quite surprised she didn't attack him on the spot. "I guess I hit a big nerve." For someone who considers herself as an artist before an emperor, Leo's words hit the final nerve. Nero without doubt loves her art with burning passion. She will even go to great lengths to protect her artistic integrity. There was once her friend, Tacitus, who she almost murdered on the spot just because he said he doesn't understand 80% of her art. Meanwhile, Leo's words were more like, "LOL, you suck, get good." The fact that he's still safely standing still amazes him. "Are you aware of your words?" After a long time, Nero spoke with a heavy voice. "Yes, completely aware." Leo felt the anger in Nero's eyes will turn into flames at this point, but he still stared without backing away and said, "Nero, what I'm to you?" No answer. Nero continued looking at Leo as the latter did the same. Not until another period of time she spoke. "My praetor." This time it was much heavier. "I see. Then by this title, I should do my job, which is to advise you. Think about it, do you say it's okay for your audience to pass out each time you play? Don't answer me yet. I know it's your art and you'll not change it. Of course, why change it for some nobodies? But think about it. You watched those idol concerts, right?" Leo's words seemed to work as the wrath in Nero's eyes decreased. "Don't you want your audience to cheer for you? Don't you desire to hear them screaming your name? Don't you wish for them to share with you the joy of art, instead of unconscious admiration?" As if he hit a different type of nerve, Nero started to calm down and nodded slowly. Even so, the light in her eyes still burns brightly. It was so bright as Leo saw the burning passion within them. She really loves art, hey. One of the main reasons why Nero's imperial privilege is so high is because of her strong passion. It fueled this cheat-like ability into something even more extraordinary. However, for the person in front of her, this only gave Leo a weird feeling. He and she were the complete opposite. After all, his passion has long since it died, although there was a time when he was passionate about everything, especially. This thought only left bitterness and a rather annoying feeling on top of it. Nero frowned. Although it's for an instant, the look in Leo's eyes didn't escape her. "My praetor, even if you said so, I, Nero Claudius, will No, you don't understand. If you continue, who will look at your art again and share its joy with you? Think, Nero, think. What will you have left if you proceed like this?" Leo put his fingers on both of his temples and asked Nero. "You, my praetor? I'll still have you without a second thought," Nero said as Leo lowered his hands. Staring at her for a few seconds, Leo said, "Don't think this will work on me. Anyway, I said what I have. Be free to ignore it." With those words, Leo walked away. There's nothing more for him to say. But then, a voice resounded from behind him. After insulting my art that rivals Apollo, you want to leave simply? If my praetor said all of that, what would you suggest?" Closing her eyes for a moment, Nero's gaze landed on the leaving Leo. Leo subconsciously wanted to say, "Yeah, I'm leaving after insulting you," but he flinched when he heard the second part. Impossible. Did I actually reach through her massive ego? Although Leo knows Nero is only asking verbally and she'll do whatever she wants, the fact she asked is a big progress. This crazy feat made Leo even think of finding a way to Naruto World to challenge the master of talk no jutsu himself. "Well, start by making your song a bit digestible to the human mind. I know a way, several ways to do it, but think of it yourself. I believe that you'll succeed. After all, the person needs to figure his path in life on his own, blah blah blah, shonen this, shoujo that. Humph. Then what are my preader's thoughts about it? Nero said to the disappearing figure. You need more practice. By the way, try to mentally pollute my parents again and I'll gladly offer you a one-way ticket to the heroic throne. Bye. Hearing the voice getting further and further, Nero's wrinkled eyebrows loosened a bit, but the look in her eyes still showed her anger. However, she did nothing except look out of the window as if she's thinking about something. The feeling Leo gave her today was a bit strange. If she would put it into words it'll be embers smothered by the wind. Shaking her head, she glanced at this house. Very lacking. Too lacking for her presence. A smile of challenge crossed her lips. She's now prepared to remodel this house from upside down. Meanwhile, Leo left his previous neighbor and the current Nero's house and headed back home. Well, with this, she'll be too occupied to spread mental pollution here. I guess she'll succeed by that time. Geez, I feel like I opened a Pandora box just now. Leo shrugged. It's rather one of his hobbies these days to open Pandora boxes. This Pandora and her scattered boxes everywhere. She has no shame. Leo shook his head at such audacity before he heard a voice in his head. You seems to be believing she'll definitely succeed, my lord. Of course, unlike me, she's an almighty genius, Leo replied to Venom before he opened the door and entered his home. However, Leo didn't even make it past the hallway before he faced the prying eyes of his father. What? Nothing. But it seems you took quite the time with this salesman and bought nothing. Leo sighed secretly. Then, as if he raised the white flag, he said, do you really want to know everything? Richard's eyes flashed and said, of course, I'm all ears. Fine. Holding his forehead, Leo took a deep breath and said, after dying in my past life, I have reincarnated into this life here. Several years passed until my past memories finally awakened and I awaited for something called chat room activated. Despite Richard's weird expression, Leo continued without stopping. After some twists and turns, I finished a mission in it, but the situation quickly turned bad because a power brought from the chat clashed with the laws of this world, in the worst possible place ever. After more explosions and almost destroying the planet, because of my innate gifts, I have finished the transformation and became an angel. Then, as if he reached a difficult part he didn't know how to say, Leo glanced at his father who wore an expression that said, what the hell I'm listening to, before he made up his mind. As the pure point of the light of wisdom reflects on the quarry, increase and multiply in an infinite variety of ways. The ignorance of those who don't recognize the left and right outside their scope of knowledge. My nature is the ambidextrousness of the universe, and goes be. Okay, stop. Leo, I know it's between us and there's nothing wrong with it, but don't you think you're too big for Chunny syndrome? I mean, didn't you already leave this behind? What? Look, I get it. I'm also still collecting my favorite show figures and I know your passion. How about I show it to you later? No, you're wrong, I'm just... No, I really get it, Leo. I know you're embarrassed now, but I hope you can be more honest with us. We are your parents after all. If you're not honest with us, who will you be honest with? Just know we are always here to listen to you. Leo glanced at Richard, who was tapping him gently on the shoulder, with a look that would make Kazuma and Kagai run out of the room instantly. So, whenever you feel like it. Come and we can have a talk. With one last tap, Richard left the living room. He figured he might be prying too much on his son. He trusts his son's decision and he knows for fact when the time comes, he'll be honest with them. Looking at his father's face, Leo was able to guess what he's thinking, which made his body lean before it collapsed face straight on the couch. God, why this day is so unlucky. Did the karma finally decide it's my turn to get a beating? He didn't even have an ounce of strength left. Leo felt both his body and mind so heavy after today's events. Even the headache felt so numb. Leo had no idea why his luck, especially today, is so bad. No, it was from the moment he left Asgard his luck showed this quick decrease. Did he spend all of his luck on that ceremony? Probably. The events of that day were a miracle that won't repeat. The fact he pulled it off is literally slapping the word impossible. Hold on, am I, by any chance, experiencing a part of Kamisha Toma's luck? Although the process is different, and unlike the crude and straightforward way of Imagine Breaker, there's no denying that Leo also kinda rejects the blessings of the world. Opening his eyes wide, Horror quickly filled Leo's face at the terrifying thought that crossed his mind. He quickly moved his hand as a window appeared in front of him. Unlike the chat screen, it was so simple and with only a little information. This is the heroic spirit state screen that comes with the Saint graph. Although most of the data on Leo's is fake, tampered with, and fabricated by him because of the class and stuff, there are still legit things like safe. My D-rank luck is still here. Breathing a sigh of relief, Leo looked at his D-rank with joy. He was so scared to see the infamous E-luck there. No. I must not relax. I need to protect my D-luck. His D-luck was not big or small, it was rather lower than average, but it's his luck and he's planning to keep it that way. Is there any new order, my lord? No, there's nothing to do. You need to relax for a bit, Venom. But if you're looking forward to something, then I guess in about 2 weeks or 3, we'll see an interesting event. Even then, why bother? We can always try tomorrow. For now, we'll protect my D-luck by all means necessary. Although he didn't quite understand, Venom followed his lord's orders without question. Just like they, an angel and his assistant processed their new plan while Drake was in deep sleep inside the Longinus, as this marked the ending of one of the unluckiest mornings in their lives. Chapter 165, To Love. Time, 8:19 am. Location, near the entrance of Kria Academy. Today's weather is pleasant and warm with no clouds in sight. The signs of yesterday's light rainfall vanished without a trace under the warm sunlight. Although rain was frequent here, the climate of May is still sunny and vibrant. On the slightly crowded streets, students of different ages could be seen walking. Most, if not all, wore distinct uniforms while making their way to the big academy in front. Right in front of the academy entrance, students were marching inside normally under the supervision of the student council, which is quite ridiculous considering this isn't their job at all. It's almost as if they are overworking for nothing. These were the thoughts of a certain angel on certain devils as he walked and chatted with another newly transformed devil. However, as the two young men moved, one of them sighed helplessly at the scene around him. Most of the students at the entrance, especially males, were glaring at the person beside him, even the female students were talking among themselves. But the person in mention didn't even spare them a glance. As if he lives in his own world, the smile didn't fade from his face and said, "What with the grumpy face? I didn't see in a while and you still didn't even greet me. Does it even matter? Anyway, morning. But what do you mean, dude? We just met the day before yesterday." Saji raised his eyebrow in puzzlement. From going to school, meeting in the cafeteria, and even bumping into each other in the street, Saji had met Leo on several occasions. However, the weekend has just ended, so he didn't see him the past 2 days. Ah, right. That was actually my clone. I had an accident in some nonsense magic ceremony and was in a coma for a week or so. Pumping his right fist on his left palm, Leo nodded and explained naturally despite how absurd it sounded. Shut up, man. Why are you tossing nonsense at me in the morning? Saji showed an uninterested expression. Are you returning to your chunny phase? Weren't you the one who swore to bury it? He already got used to expecting the unexpected with this guy, so a bunch of out-of-nowhere random stuff is nothing new. He just wondered what got into this guy's head this morning. Nonsense, hey? I don't know if I should feel hurt for you not realizing the truth or being satisfied with my ability. Well, I'll just pin it on you for being an idiot. Leo's eyebrow twitched at the word chunny before he shook his head and said helplessly. Screw off. Are you looking for a fight? Saji wondered what had gotten into this guy. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed? By the way, don't you have anything better to do in the morning? Maybe like opening your eyes, looking around, and having a bit of awareness about your surroundings. Awareness. Tilting his head, Leo took a glance at the other students. He basically ignored their entire existence at this point, but with them being at the academy entrance, the students were everywhere. Although not all joined the glaring gang, some of them did, as it made Saji feel helpless. It started again. The same thing happened in their previous junior high school. Well, I could say the same thing about them, no? Don't they have better things to do in the morning? They aren't even good at it. I mean, look at these 3. Leo didn't bother to whisper as everyone heard him. When he glanced at a trio of girls, they were obviously startled, but he still said, if you are trying to gossip, at least do it properly. I saw kids do it better than you. You really bad at this, shame on you. The trio was actually a bit sorry and panicked because they were exposed by the same person they were talking about, but their feelings vanished as they glared at Leo and moved away. It was as if they were avoiding a menace. But the person mentioned didn't even glance at them again. Wow, you must be the only person who is content with people avoiding you like a plague. I'm a bit jealous of your carefreeness. Saji shook his head as he and Leo passed by the student council's members. He waved and greeted them. They naturally returned the greeting with a smile. After all, Saji is one of them now, which got a weird stare from Leo. However, they returned the favor with the stern and frowning faces. It seems they are still angry from the last time. But before they continued walking, Leo said to Saji, I don't particularly care. After all, most people here are only trying to use me to create a scene and distract this bunch, student council, so they can sneak stuff in. Well, they succeeded because these guys are staring like I'm the enemy. What a funny result to their unnecessary overwork. Leo shrugged, but his words made everyone halt. Some students who passed turned pale and the student council's members widened their eyes. Tsubaki, the vice president of the student council, blinked her eyes. Leo's words hit the bullseye so hard, rendering her speechless. She couldn't help but look at some students and noticed they were trying to hide from her gaze. Saji stared at the few unlucky students getting caught and he couldn't help but feel pity. Why do you have to provoke the devil? Wait a moment, I'm a devil. As if he got struck by lightning, Saji flinched. He's supposed to be a devil, but why is this fella more demonic and devilish than the entire student council combined? No, they aren't even a bit close. Is this the true devil's mentality? Should he start taking notes? Thoughts crossed Saji's mind before the image changed to him acting like Leo. No, it wouldn't work. It felt so out of place he wanted to curse. This is so cursed. His pure mind. His poor and innocent imagination. However, he didn't notice Leo staring at him weirdly. Leo could read several things from Saji's expression, but why is it changing so quickly? Is this fella possessed? A small exorcism wouldn't kill a devil, right? Leo, can I punch your face once? Saji scratched his head in distress before he said it suddenly. Huh? Hell no, Leo answered instantly. Come on, just this one. My poor imagination was corrupted by you, at least let me have this. Are you possessed or looking for a fight? Fine, I'll take care of both. Leo was prepared to use the punching style exorcism. A very cheap and affordable exorcism style. It only cost a few teeth. You started it. Just think of it as repaying the favor you owe me and clench your teeth. You dare waste my rare favor on something like this? Punching your damn face is more than worth it. That's true. I'd also choose to punch my face. Shut up. Suddenly, they began quarreling while walking as the student watched in confusion. What happened? Everything was so peaceful, then these two flared up. But when they saw who they were, they shook their heads. They thought Saji was different, but apparently, that isn't the case at all. No wonder they are friends. These two seem to be made of the same mold. In the same fashion, they made their way through the school. They didn't stop quarreling all the way from the student cabinets to the school corridors. Even when they had to separate because they belonged to different classes, they glared at each other until they passed through the corner. The students who were watching the show wondered if these two were kids, even those who hated Leo were baffled and didn't know what to do. We are the ones who should be angry at someone, not you. Passing the corridor quickly, Leo reached the class and sat down at his desk. This was one of the very few things he recalled about this place. As for what they are studying, who is sitting next to him, or who is the teacher, he doesn't recall seeing them. It didn't take him long before his head landed on the desk and closed his eyes. He didn't need his eyes to know what was going on around him. The movements when the teacher entered and started the class were obvious for him. The life force of every living being around shone like torches in the night, telling him each of their movements using a simple key/mana detection method. Despite that, he didn't bother much about it, nor did anyone else bother him. His presence witnessed a massive decline since he stepped into the class. He deliberately reduced it to avoid any annoyance. Of course, he could always release it and start something along the lines of, the teacher caught you asleep then tells you to solve a problem, or something else, but why do it? Leo doesn't mind wasting a bit of effort to erase his presence, so the teacher can continue his class in peace without bothering him. Although he's a troublemaker, he isn't that bored. As long as no bothers him, why create such uninteresting and lame problems? They aren't even worth it and entertaining. Who is so bored to do all of that? Leo just thought about it and the world's evil instantly showed him thousands and thousands of such people. Leo had nothing more to say. He slightly opened his eyes and looked out of the window. Despite being in the morning, he counted the stars in boredom for a while. However, on another thought, Leo glanced at everyone in the class before he closed his eyes again. Nothing new is happening. I'll check the other places later. So, what is he doing here again? Nothing much in particular. What is the use of being in here when he's a few decades ahead in knowledge? Nothing is interesting in this school, nor important. Anyhow, not for him at least. But some things interest a certain entity. An entity that's determined to stop all of Leo's shenanigans. The mischiefs are one of the few bright things left in Leo's life, which make this completely unacceptable. This being is the infamous world's will of DXD, also known as Boob's power. So, Leo came here for three purposes. Boredom, checking if the world's will has done something interesting, and boredom. He just had nothing better to do. As for his injuries, he already tossed them behind his back. Leo recalled that this world's will threatened them several times with fixing its world and plot. Fortunately, his teacher, senior, and manager, Tuaru World's Will, enlightened him. His words were filled with wisdom and knowledge as he showed Leo the correct path. A path filled with explosions, mayhem, and madness. Reject self-preservation, embrace self-detonation. Tuaru World's Will suicidal maniac mindset impressed Leo deeply. It was so profound. As a fool, he felt he found his lost kin. He realized that he still has a long way to go. Anyhow, Leo dragged himself here to check what DXD had in store for him. Because his clairvoyance isn't functioning, he needs to check them manually and at a close distance. But in this small morning stroll, he saw nothing interesting. Maybe he'll find something later. For now, he looked outside the window in silence as the lecture continued. His thoughts circled about the situation of this world. He always felt something wasn't right. The world's will wanted to fix the world and plot, but why? What is exactly broken? Why does it sound urgent, but not that alarming? Akame ga kill, type moon, there have been other worlds whose plot got wrecked, but you don't see their wills so focused to fix it. What is there to fix anyway? Glancing at the blue horizon in the sky, Leo rested his head on his palm as his thoughts drifted. Drake, as one of the beings with the potential power to destroy the world, what do you think about the chances for a being like you or higher to annihilate everything someday? Inside the Longinus, a pair of emerald dragon eyes blinked. Drake has already woken up from his sleep a while ago and just dozed off when he found the coast was clear. However, he couldn't help but be speechless at the sudden question. What is this dumb question? Does he really expect him to know the answer? Wait, he indeed knows. Drake wondered if he started to get affected by the thinking pattern of this fool partner of his. Drake felt even more speechless before he said not that high. Although there are beings that can destroy the world, there are also others who will stop them. It's a part of the general balance of the world, or else, everything would have met its demise already. Yet, there's still a chance for it to happen. Leo tapped his finger on the desk like it's some sort of habit. Indeed, Drake agreed without a fuss. As long as the beings who can destroy the world still exist, the chances for the world's demise will always be there. It's common sense. However, in the complex and ambiguous world of probabilities and destiny, such common sense means a lot. A probability for something exceptional to happen is always present. Even without external help, the chance to break the plot is already contained in the world. Things are just not adding up with this world's will. Well, maybe it's also my ignorance and lack of knowledge. Tapping his finger on the desk several times, Leo glanced at the corner of his eyes. Loading 98%. Now, I wonder if we could still contact the world's will without the chat room. Feeling that things are becoming a bit complicated, Leo closed his eyes and decided the best course of action. Stop thinking and forget about it. Such a good plan, indeed. Time passes quickly when no one pays attention to it. The morning lectures ended in no time as Leo found himself walking in the corridor aimlessly. Students passed by him quickly, heading towards the cafeteria or to eat somewhere else. However, Leo's attention to the outside world is currently much less than before. Although he decided to stop worrying about it, the situation still felt strange for him. Especially with nothing new, spectacular, or any change of any sort happening yet. It couldn't be that the world's will just decide to quit, right? No, it's impossible. It has the personality of a small kid. I wouldn't find it strange to get nuked if the will could do it because I would do the same. Leo rubbed his chin and came to a logical conclusion that would probably give him a severe insult from the world's will. The world's wills in general are severely limited entities. They seem to be bound by several things and conditions that God knows what. However, even if their influence is faint, it's too mystic and touches the core and fundamental aspect of the world. Even if he was at his far peak, Leo could never sense an ounce from the world's will's actions. He could barely guess based on logic or if the wills told him themselves. Glancing through the thin air, what appeared to be a normal wall for a regular person was largely different for Leo. Different life energies appeared in his eyes, shining like wisps in the darkness, and each one told a different story no matter how similar they are. They shone deeply inside their hosts, near their souls, and showed how strong their vitality was. Some unique ones, especially the dark eerie ones, had more to tell. Their numbers were much less than the regular white wisps, but they burned with much vigor. Even two of them flared much higher. This is demonic energy. The energy that belongs to devils in this world. Like the ki in nature or the mana that is refined by magicians, it's also a form of vitality and life energy. It has some special properties and could only be produced by devils. However, it didn't matter much to Leo as his expression didn't change, and muttered no change. He quickly scanned the devils scattered around the school. After all, they should be plot important figures, but he didn't receive any good news. Do I really have to perform shonen plot female MC, make DXD great again, greatest plan ever to make this world's will move? Ignoring Drake, who rolled his eyes at such a long name, Leo found his approach might work. Last time, DXD screamed in terror at such a proposal. But when he was considering his devilish plan, a person ran by him as Leo's steps came to a halt. He blinked his eyes a bit before glancing behind him. The brown-haired young man was speeding through the corridor, probably worried about arriving late to lunch. However, when passed near Leo, his pure white life force was stained by a hint of crimson before returning to normal. What they? The pure angel and red dragon though at the same time. Their expression was a mix of confusion and surprise into a weird form of "are you kidding me" face. Drake, do you perhaps have a brother or a sister? Keeping his eyes on the figure, Leo asked the surprised red dragon. Yes, maybe. Wait, no. Stop influencing my thinking. That thing isn't a dragon or any subspecies of ours. But its aura isn't that my previous host. Drake suddenly recalled something important. Gasp. Boobs Key. Drake didn't know what to say with such a nickname. But why do you look terrified? Is that key really scary? Shaking his head, Drake said, but why can't I sense any life from it? Well, even if it's called life energy, it isn't really alive. That aura seems to be mixed deep into his vitality. Rubbing his chin, Leo raises his hand as mana flickered on it. A translucent azure glow flashed on his finger. With a light push, a very thin thread of mana shot at high speed ahead. No one could see or notice it, even a certain Prince Charming devil didn't react when it passed near his face. The thread caught up to the brown-haired young man before he passed the corner. Coming in contact, the small amount of mana sank deeply inside his body for a moment as his inner shone with a faint azure glow. This condition lasted for a moment before the thread flew back again towards Leo, who caught it. Leo closed his eyes as his brain processes the information from the mana skin before he thought, oh, you could see use that in this manner? Interesting. Did you figure it out? Drake questioned quickly. Although he didn't mind, it still surprised him to see that much of his dragonish aura on something else, especially if he couldn't see through it. It's a cheap trick, alas, a bit cruel too, Leo answered casually as if his initial surprise completely diminished. What is it? It still hasn't ripened, so I'll tell you shortly later. But for now Leo's expression changed before he glared at his front and said you. Saji returned the same greeting and glare. Do you still want to go? Don't steal my lines. But why are you standing here? Are you looking for someone? Saji retorted before he found this scene strange. Would you believe me if I said I'm scanning this area magically? Leo took off his glasses and cleaned them a bit. What? Do you think I'm 5 years old? Saji's eyebrows twitched as he forced a smile. Sighing, Leo put on his glasses and said, fine, then I'm looking for a good place to punch your dumb face. You dare to steal my lines again? A vein popped on Saji's forehead from anger as he rushed forward, but the only thing he did was to put his arm around Leo's shoulders. His expression of anger vanished completely, like everything was just a joke, before he said with a deep voice and serious face, "By the way, I forgot to ask because I was focused on beating your damn face, but hey, do you still have the stuff?" "What kind of stuff do you speak of?" Leo glanced at the arm around his shoulders and Saji's serious face, but he still used the same suspicious deep voice. "Ah, you know. The bizarre stuff. Name your price." Saji looked right and left before rubbing his right index finger and thumb together. "Oh. Of course, I always have the bizarre stuff and it's free, but it depends." Realizing what Saji was talking about, Leo wore the same serious expression. Super suspicious. Their current actions and words were very shady and easy to cause misunderstanding, as if they are talking about something very illegal. Although the corridors are mostly empty by now, there's still 1 or 2 students walking. A student happened to be close to these two and heard what they were saying slightly as his whole body stiffened. What did he just hear? The stuff? The bizarre stuff? This sounds too fishy. The student panicked slightly and didn't know what to do. Should he go and tell someone? Depends on what. Saji frowned. Could you handle it? The rest of part 4 is strong for you to take. Leo raised 4 fingers. Humph. You're looking down on me. The last 3 parts and some of part 4 were great, but you know, with these things, you always need more simulation. Oh? You sound confident. The usual grin flashed on Leo's lips. At this point, the student is already pale. This is too serious. He was just going for lunch. Why did he suddenly pump into these shady drug deals? They are even happening in the school. No. He needs to go and tell somebody. But when he wanted to go and look for a teacher, he felt 2 piercing gazes. He turned to see Leo and Saji staring at him without blinking as the situation fell into silence. Hey, were you eavesdropping? Leo said with a cold tone that made the student tremble. However, before he could come up with an excuse, Saji added him, maybe he also wants to check the bizarre stuff. Really? Then he's welcome. Hey you, come here. Leo and Saji advanced as the poor student retreated in fear. Don't worry, it's completely free. You'll definitely like it. How about you give it a read? Once you start, you'll not able to stop. At this point, both of them turned into demons in the eyes of the pitiful student. His feet turned cold, but he still mustered his courage. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. With those words, he ran as fast his feet could take him, dashing through the corridor and disappearing behind the corner. Yet, Saji and Leo saw him still running in the other passage from the window. PFFF. Leo turned his head away while suppressing his laughter. PFFF. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. Saji laughed directly as he held his stomach, tears almost fell from his eyes. Looking at their state, the students, who were having lunch inside classes and came to see what happened, knew they somehow tricked a fellow student until he escaped. However, they felt the student was too pitiful. They couldn't help but glance at Leo and Saji with dissatisfaction and displeasure. These two are real troublemakers. Wow, you still have this bad habit? You're really evil. Saji wiped the faint tears from his eyes and said with a displeased face at Leo. It was as if he's accusing him. Look who's talking. As if it wasn't you who started it. You even scared him. Leo rolled his eyes. Humph. That's because you're a bad influence. And what do you mean I scared him? It was your damn grin. How dare you? This is a smile that I practiced for years after someone. It comes from the goodness of my heart. Leo stated as if he's very offended. Bullshit. Bullshit. Saji said, and Drake spoke inside Leo's mind at the same time as if they reached an understanding. Forget it. We should hurry before the lunch period is over. I'll grab the food and you go grab the manga. What do you want me to get? Looking at the almost empty corridor, Saji quickly said. An iced tea. And? Nothing, just tea. Leo repeated, which earned him a weird gaze from Saji, who said, aren't you hungry? I haven't been hungry in months. Leo shook his head. His body basically works on energy like mana or ki. It doesn't need external nutrients to function properly. But for Saji, he took this as another nonsense and said, I'll just grab something random then. Wait, where are we supposed to meet? Leo rubbed his chin before an idea flashed in his head. How about the back of the school? What? Why would we go there? Don't tell you don't know that place is used for, you know, confessions. Saji, who wanted to dash, stopped because of ridiculous suggestions. Why should they go to that place to eat? What if someone tried to confess there? Exactly. If someone went there, we'll have a 4K view of the show, Leo said with a smile that sent chills into Saji. His mind couldn't help but imagine 2 other students trying to confess, but they are eating on the sidelines. Then, Leo would definitely say something like boo at the 2 students and clap when they get rejected. A nice place, an enjoyable show, and good food. It's like when the sun hits that ridge just right. Leo's hand formed a circle as he had a weird expression on his face. This is evil. This is pure evil. Saji couldn't help but freeze in his place. I'm supposed to be a devil. Why do I feel so inferior? No, I'm inferior and scared too. Don't you recall what happened in junior high school because of this? Saji rubbed his head in pain. Good memories. Let's do it again. Leo's expression brightened and suggested. Shut up, dude. Let's meet in the rooftop. Is usually empty, right? I'm going. Saji didn't waste another moment and sprinted past Leo. Looking at Saji vanishing in his normal vision, Leo shook his head and walked in the other direction. People just can't understand his refined taste. What a shame. Saji was rather quick as Leo didn't have to wait for long before he appeared on the rooftop and sat down on the bench. However, Leo realized that his lunch buddy wasn't there. Those devils happened to be very busy these days, so it wasn't strange. Unaware that he was the cause of all the recent chaos, Leo took his iced tea and drank it slowly. To Saji's surprise, he really didn't eat much, probably a bite or 2 before he focused on his tea. Hey, I'm wondering. But isn't it too strange that no one picked a fight with me? Don't they want to avenge their school flower or something? Shaking the kin in boredom, Leo asked Saji. Strangely, no one stepped to provoke him, especially after they kept glaring at him. According to the clone, this scene has continued for a week, but it didn't care about it. However, a week has passed and momentum is still high. Leo couldn't help but be a bit curious about it. You don't know? Seriously? Man, are we studying in the same school? Fine, I'll say it again. Saji shook his head as he proceeded to tell the story. Apparently, after the legendary achievement of Leo, the waves of male students who wanted to beat him were caught by the teachers. The teachers quickly understood the story and wanted to call the main participants in this scene to hear it from them, but one of them was already present there. It was Hajime Akeno. But when the teachers asked her, she denied everything that happened. No matter how much they question, she only said the following: students must have misheard things and it isn't good for them to go around trying to hurt people. All of that was told with a bright smile. Both teachers and students were confused at that point, but under the confirmation of Hajime Akeno, they settled the scene swiftly by giving punishment to all the students who participated in the tide. They were especially stern on those who said they'll beat a fellow student. They even stated they'll contact all of their parents if something like this happened again. Listening to the story, Leo had a strange expression before he said, "What does that harlot I mean, the fellow student wants?" Hey? Why are you assuming that she wants something? Maybe Hajime-senpai is just kind-hearted and simply didn't want to increase the problems. Not everyone seeks problems like a moth rushing to a dumpster fire in the same way as you do. Nah, it's just you're too optimistic. She clearly has ulterior motives and she's not kind-hearted, but in the slim chance she is, I need to thank her. I guess she loved getting yelled at. I'll just do that again. Leo shrugged and drank his tea as Saji's eyebrow twitched. However, he calmed himself and said, anyhow, give the 4th part. Oh, here you go, but didn't you join the enemy lines? Isn't manga forbidden here? Aren't you supposed to keep rules or something with those fellas? Those ones in the school entrance? Leo handed JoJo's part 4 to Saji before he asked. With his eyes, he long saw that Saji transformed into a devil, but he didn't care. What? No, maybe, I don't know, okay? Anyway, I joined shortly and still didn't integrate into the student council activities. The president has been too busy these days with something, Saji swiftly denied before he frowned and said with displeasure, and who told you I'm on your side? Let me hit you first. Rejected. But it's good. If you are on my side, then as the self-proclaimed hidden behind-the-scenes final boss, I would have no other choice but to backstab you. Leo nodded seriously as his words made another vein pop on Saji's forehead. He took a deep breath and decided to ignore this guy, who suddenly became chunny today. But as he swept the pages, he couldn't help but recall his situation in the past 2 weeks. Although Saji joined the student council last week, he still didn't participate in these activities simply because stuff kept happening. He doesn't know exactly what happened, but in general, he understood that the whole world is shaking. Only after he officially joined Sana's peerage, he finally learned some ins and outs of the situation. Saji heard something happened to some gods a month ago. His president, Sauna Shidori, or rather say, Sana Satrai, said it's so big it involved the entire world. Even she and the rest of the student council had to go to hell until they understood the situation clearly. When they got back, Sana was so tired and almost collapsed. Saji learned from one of the student council members that Sana's big sister didn't want her to come back to the human realm. It was a very difficult challenge to shake her off and leave. But when they thought everything had calmed down, another disaster struck in the past week. The entire world's mana, vitality, or some sort of energy went haywire. Although it only lasted briefly, the scene of the entire world trembling was so vivid. Then it appeared. With sounds of glass shattering as if it couldn't contain something, a massive magic circle decorated the entire sky, engulfing the sky and switching the day into the night before it exploded. Everything calmed down after that. Even after a further inspection, the related figures only found a huge crater as if a meteor hit the ground. This is all that the student council told Saji and the main reason for Sana's headache these days. Of course, this is not all that they knew, especially Sana, but this matter is out of Saji's reach currently. After all, he has just transformed into a devil. But on the other hand, he also accepted everything as facts and didn't question if they were hiding something. In this case, he's indeed stupid. I never knew the world is this dangerous. Saji could only sigh secretly at the hidden side of the world. It looked so calm and peaceful, but all earth-shattering events were happening in the background. Looking at the blue sky and students walking on the ground, he felt everything was unreal. If he rejected Sana's offer that day, he would like them. Living peacefully unaware of all that is happening. After all, if you went to most people and asked them if they believe in ghosts, they would probably laugh, joke, or mock you. This is also Saji's previous reaction, but no, everything is real. It's such a weird feeling. He asked himself if he doesn't regret accepting that offer. To be honest, he doesn't really know, and it has just been a week, but knowing is a bit better than living in ignorance, right? Did this guy get possessed again? Leo raised his eyebrow and prepared to give Saji a punching treatment. However, Saji glanced at Leo with a complicated gaze before he sighed and became serious. Bro, if you ever faced a problem, especially something you don't understand, remember that I'm always here to help. Saji said those words while patting his chest. There was no hesitation in them as they came from the heart. Witnessing this declaration, Leo halted a bit before his expression became strange and said, "At first, I was moved a little, but looking at your face now, those feelings quickly turned into an urge to punch you. You. Can't you at least be a bit rational?" Saji felt this was the day. This is the day he'll fight to the death with this guy. Well, your offer sounds tempting. How about you help me with the math homework? Leo thought about it and said with a smile. The anger in Saji deflated like a balloon. He could only cough and say anything except that. Tisk. Leo clicked his tongue, which inflamed the anger inside Saji again. They continued quarreling for a bit before Leo said, "So, don't you have to go back to class?" Yet, let me finish this chapter. Is this Kira guy important?" Saji continued flipping pages as they focused on Kira Yoshikage. He's a good person." Leo stared at Saji weirdly before giving a half-hearted answer and drinking his tea in peace. But seriously, where did you get this manga? I kept searching for it everywhere and did not find a single trace of it," Saji asked casually. The author doesn't have the means to spread his work at the moment, so he sends samples first. Do you think I'm dumb? Don't answer that. Nevertheless, for a manga of this size and all these events to not be published, is simply impossible. Who is the author anyway? A donut-loving, unaging man, Leo thought for a moment before saying seriously. The what? Saji's lips twitched at this introduction, but his attention was quickly attracted by the chapter. In it, the small bald guy, Shigeki, argued with Kira and ended up ripping the bag open, exposing the severed hand inside. From that point, Kira started his long monologue before his stand, Killer Queen, appeared. However, Saji felt more weird than excited. This feeling bothered him greatly and he couldn't put his finger on it. He continues turning the manga pages, trying to recall something. Wait, I have seen this somewhere else before. Right. At the president's desk. Saji quickly recalled what happened in the past week. Even if Sana was tried, she still performed her duties and worked in the student council office. Saji happened to be present on that day and saw several pictures on her desk. The images were about a humanoid pink cat creature. There were various pictures, even some of them had a certain phrase written under them, which was "Killer Queen has already touched everything." He asked Sana about it and she briefly explained that it's a creature that caused massive pain to the Valkyries in Asgard. From their information, they speculate it owns the ability to turn anything it touched into a bomb. Sana told Saji that she informed him about these things so he takes care of himself. If anything happens, he also needs to inform her. He was now a part of her peerage, so his safety is also her responsibility. This is also a sign that she trusts him on these matters. She stated that he needs to run immediately without turning back if he faced this killer queen, and it's very dangerous several times. Sana couldn't allow him to waste his life just because he didn't know what he's dealing with. Saji couldn't help but stay silent before assuring her. Only then, Sana nodded and continue her work. Little did he know, Sana was actually doing this to increase his trust and integrate into her peerage better. Trust is usually a mutual thing. Show trust and you'll receive it back. By informing her peerage about things that sounded secret and very important, she showed them they are important for her, further increasing their belonging and incorporation into the peerage. Even the trust between members will increase. A good leader doesn't just know how to fight, but also to keep his team together. As for Killer Queen and the terrifying figure behind it, how could a figure like that come into Kria? After all, what does it need from a newly reincarnated devil? Sana felt everything was under control. But not in her wildest dreams, the situation that she denied, would happen to her newly reincarnated devil. Saji kept flapping the manga pictures before he stopped at the scene where Shigeki dragged his injured body towards the door, then Kira said Killer Queen has touched that doorknob. At this point, Saji didn't know when the manga dropped from his hands. He felt his throat a bit dry. What's wrong? Hearing the voice next to him, Saji subconsciously jumped from the bench as if an electric current hit him. His face was already pale before he looked quickly. He didn't know when Leo put down his tea and stared at him without blinking. You don't look too good. Do you need to go to the infirmary? Leo said calmly, but his words didn't make Saji relax. He could only force a smile before saying no, I'm fine. Just my stomach is a bit unwell. Your stomach is unwell, but you don't want to go to the infirmary, hey? Looking at Leo's unchanging gaze, Saji almost fell down. He messed up greatly. You're sweating and your heartbeats are accelerating. Without a change in his tone, Leo spoke slowly. Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, perhaps, anxious, right? Your fist is tightly gripped, but you didn't notice. You want to leave, but your legs feel weak. Maybe you also don't know how to react. Although Leo didn't show any change or something extraordinary, his calm words were striking Saji bit by bit. Everything hit the bullseye without stopping. As usual, he'd shrug these words with a joke, but now they felt menacing. Leo's eyes gave Saji the feeling that he's being stared at by something very dangerous. However, Leo only picked up the manga from the ground before he said so, you should go to the infirmary now. I'll not be responsible for carrying you. Forget about it completely. Maybe I'll drag you on the stairs instead. The menacing atmosphere was broken instantly as Saji looked at the familiar and irritating expression on Leo's face. No, it was all the same, but in the past moment, it felt completely different. Touching his forehead, he wiped the fine sweat, took a few deep breaths, and sat on the bench again. Was he overthinking? Maybe he really needs to go to the infirmary. Wait, no. Saji suddenly woke up from the previous feeling and looked at the manga in Leo's hand. Leo. Yes. Where did you exactly bring that manga from? Saji swallowed and said slowly. In my locker. Leo looked at Saji weirdly before he said, what's wrong with you today? Did you eat something wrong? Wait, don't tell me a few manga panels scare you? PFFF. No. Wait, it's not like that. Don't make stuff up, you bastard. Looking at Leo suppressing his laughter, Saji felt so embarrassed. Everything that happened could mean that he was scared of a manga. This is humiliating. Was I just overreacting? Maybe turning into a devil has some side effects I didn't know. Saji held his forehead and calmed himself. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Did Sana Satrai do anything to you? I knew you're desperate for a girlfriend and joined the student council because it's completely made of girls, but men, man. This is too much. Leo shook his head like he's disappointed. Shut up. Out of all people, I don't want to hear the word girlfriend from someone like you. As if Leo hit a nerve, Saji felt his anger erupting like a volcano. How dare this unmoving mountain that didn't even glance at hints from several girls to say that to him. He's both jealous and mad. Wait. Suddenly, Saji froze. His mind that didn't usually work fast, was exceptionally sharp in this situation. His gaze moved slowly before it landed on Leo and said SS Sana SSS Satrai. Stuttering all the way to spit those two words, Saji's whole body was shocked. Sana Satrai is the true name of the student council president, but in the human world, she took an alias named Sauna Shidori. Everyone in the school, no, in the entire town, knows her by that name. So, how did? Thud. The sound made Saji jump from the bench again as he saw Leo close the manga and sighed. Oh my, you have seen it. Leo stood up from the bench slowly before his eyes landed on Saji. The same dangerous and menacing feeling appeared again. Saji's face became pale as paper and couldn't speak. They stood like that for a few moments as the awkward atmosphere intensified before Leo spoke unhurriedly. My name is Leo Arisaltek. I'm 17 years old in this life. My house is in the southeast section of Kria, where all the houses are, and I'm single. I'm a freshman at Kria Academy, and I get home every day by 4 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke, nor do I drink. I have quit sleeping these days, but I still lay in bed by 12 p.m., even if my body didn't need it. After having a glass of water and checking on my beasts before going to bed, I usually repeat equations and magical knowledge until morning. Just like always, I stand up and start my morning. I was told that my body and mind are a mess in my last checkup. I'm trying to explain that I'm a person who doesn't wish to live a quiet life. I take care not to trouble myself with any enemies, like winning or losing, I just nuke everything in my way. That is how I deal with society, and I know that is what maybe brings a bit of joy in my life. Although, if I were to fight, I wouldn't lose to anyone. Finishing the long speech with the same tone, Leo's eyes were still locked on Saji, who was already sweating. What do you mean? Unable to comprehend the situation and frozen by fear, Saji stuttered and retreated, but his body seemed to have hit something solid. What I mean is, Killer Queen has already touched. Before Leo finished his words, Saji turned his head to meet the upside-down face of Killer Queen head-on. He felt the blood leaving his body as it turned ice-cold under Killer Queen's stare. Your dumb face! With Leo's words, Killer Queen raised his hand and thumb, like holding a detonator, and showed it to Saji before it clicked. At this point, Saji's eyes rolled before he fell down. He fainted on the spot without any resistance. Leo and Killer Queen stared at each other for a moment before they looked at Saji on the ground. Oh my, did we overdo it? Leo rubbed his chin as Killer Queen raised its arms and shrugged. Both the stand user and the stand were clueless about what they should do now. However, Killer Queen thought about it and raised their fist and pointed at Saji. Good idea. Leo's eyes brightened and nodded as Killer Queen tightened its fist and looked down. At this moment, under the stare of Killer Queen, it marked the start of a new unlucky morning. But at least, Leo has a new person to share it with. How touching! Chapter 166, The Rusted Chains. Genshiro Saji felt he had been in a long dream. Everything felt foggy and confusing as he couldn't make a sense of it. If not because of the lack of terrifying scenes, he would assume this is a nightmare. Uncomfortable coldness struck his body continuously as if he's lying on solid ground. Out of habit, he tried to reach for the blanket, but his body didn't move at all. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes opened slowly. It felt like someone was waking him up. As his vision became blurry, he subconsciously thought it's his little sister. He couldn't help but turn over to sleep and mutter 5 more minutes. 5 minutes, my ass. But what welcomed him was an icy voice that came out of nowhere. His vision shifted as Leo suddenly appeared in his dream and punched him. Feeling his right cheek burning, the dream vanished into nothing as Genshiro woke up abruptly, only to get punched again by a fist wearing a black glove with a cat skull mark. Looking at Genshiro twisting like a worm from pain, Killer Queen vanished in thin air shortly after, leaving all sights. Rolling on the ground and holding his cheek, the pain made Genshiro fully awake as he glared at the front and said, "You mother, hey!" However, what awaited him was something entirely different. A black shadow appeared as bone-chilling coldness spread. As if the clouds covered the sky, the pleasant sunlight reduced to a cool shade. The shadow was a large black robe covering someone from head to toes. The figure held a big scythe in one hand while the other rose, pointing at Genshiro. Looking at the bony hand without any skin or flesh, he realized that the figure is a skeleton. Genshiro Saji, it's time. As the hazy blue fire burned in its eye sockets, the skeleton stated coldly with an emotionless tone while mist drifted from its mouth. The horrifying picture was so real, it made Genshiro freeze in place, unable to utter a word. Genshiro felt someone throwing ice inside his body as the blood drained from his face. Glancing at the Grim Reaper, he stuttered with difficulty and horror, "Am I dead? Mommy? Is this hell? Should this be the Grim Reaper? Wait, aren't I a devil? Shouldn't I belong to hell from the start?" Genshiro felt his mind going blank. "No, dumbass. It's time to get up and stop wasting my time." The Grim Reaper's voice instantly shifted into an awfully familiar and annoying voice. The fuck? Genshiro blinked his eyes. He didn't need a mirror to know how ridiculous his current expression is. What made him more baffled is the Grim Reaper losing all realism and becoming slightly cartoonish. Genshiro rubbed his eyes and looked again, but no, the skeleton literally had a blue in its eyes instead of the flames. The previous cold and eerie atmosphere was grinned to dust by the skeleton current form before clapping with its skeletal hands. As if an illusionary bubble popped, everything returned to normal and Leo appeared in the same position as the Grim Reaper. With his trembling hand, Genshiro pointed at Leo, who wore a harmless smile, unable to say anything. He recalled everything. From the previous talk to suddenly losing consciousness. His jaw dropped as his mind went blank again. Everything was real. Genshiro wanted to pinch himself, but the pain on his cheek did a better job. This made him widen his eyes in disbelief. "This bastard hit me. Rise and shine, Genshiro. How was the 2-minute nap on the solid rooftop?" After not getting a response, Leo said with a slight smile. It was like everything was an illusion that has nothing to do with him. It felt like he was about to ask Genshiro if he's okay or needed to go to the infirmary. Recalling what DXD Worlds will said before, Leo nodded sagely to himself. He's a very kind person, indeed. Fortunately, his train of thought is unknown to Genshiro, or else, he'd most likely faint again. However, recollecting all the past events, the fire burned in Genshiro's chest and erupted like a volcano, making his face red from anger. You fucker! You hit me! You actually hit me! Twice!" Pointing at the puzzled Leo, Genshiro felt his burning cheek and was ready to fold his sleeves and get into a fight. This asshole actually got a cheap shot on him. He knew it. This is the day he'll fight this guy to death. But suddenly, he remembered a certain pink humanoid stand. "I didn't hit you. Ask Killer Queen if you don't believe it." Leo pointed behind him as Killer Queen became visible for Genshiro again. Sensing someone looking at it, Killer Queen stopped tidying its glove and shifted its vision to meet Genshiro's eyes. The emotionless dead eyes made him swallow back everything he was going to say before Killer Queen vanished again. However, he still glared at Leo as if flames were going to shoot from his eyes. Of course, he didn't believe it. He still remembers that dream vividly. "Well, you're welcome to try in dreams if you can." Leo nodded as if everything was for granted, which made Genshiro's eyebrow twitch. What is this bullshit logic? Do you think I'm mentally challenged? I dare you to answer that. Then what about the whole Grim Reaper thing, hey? Do you want to kill me in my sleep? Nah, of course, not. Let me be honest with you, that sounded way funnier in my head. I don't know what happened. Leo shrugged, feeling nothing as no one appreciated his sophisticated sense of humor. But fret not, even if you die, no Grim Reaper will appear nor hell will accept you. Go look for another shithole. For example, how about heaven? LOL. Leo casually waved his hand, completely ignoring the bulging veins on Genshiro's forehead. Taking several deep breaths to calm his anger and also his trembling heart, Genshiro's body slowly stopped shaking. However, deep in his eyes, a slight fear still flickered each time he glanced at Leo, but at least he calmed a bit. To be honest, he isn't calm at all. His mind is on a roller coaster, unable to make sense of what is happening. Various thoughts and emotions bombarded his head, not allowing him to think straight. Everything just happened too fast for him to comprehend. He came to school, met with the arch-asshole that he knew for years, but after some shit and giggles, surprise. The asshole status has evolved from a screw-loose childhood friend into a potential calamity that not even his president dared to comfort. Being new to the supernatural world, Genshiro still had a lot to learn about the hierarchy of power. So, for this new devil, Sana being a high-rank, pure-blooded devil, and the one who turned him into a devil, was a very big shot. Probably even at the peak of power for his current knowledge. But in his limited understanding, this big shot doesn't even dare to mention the figure before him. She could only label him as extremely dangerous and a dead end for them if they fought. Genshiro's mind recalled how many times Sana solemnly warned him to run away if he faced something like this, especially on the level of Killer Queen. So, I should be running away now, right? Laughing wryly at himself, Genshiro didn't know what he should do. Yeah, you should run, Leo suddenly said as Genshiro retorted, shut up, I'm having a problem right now. Let me panic in peace. The audacity of this guy. Genshiro ignored Leo and shook his head like he couldn't stand these actions. This rendered Leo speechless. You taught him well. Feeling speechless, Drake didn't know what else to say. Despite not knowing how Leo knew what he was thinking about, Genshiro strangely calmed deep down. Even in the presence of a being that could give him a once-in-a-lifetime self-boom event, Genshiro wasn't shaken that much after the initial surprise. He can't help it. This bastard is still playing tricks on him like there's no tomorrow. The damn grin on Leo's face seemed to be hitting some nerves he didn't know they even existed. Can't he let him catch a break, god damn it. However, this familiar treatment and thought process is one that made him relax. Nothing much has changed about the asshole he knew for years. At most, he has superpowers now. Wait. This asshole has superpowers. This asshole has superpowers. This asshole has superpowers. As those words echoed in his head, Genshiro's pupils became pinpoint and his face paled again, even worse than before. The weight of this information is more devastating than the sky crumbling. The horror. The menace has superpowers. Genshiro felt he'll faint again. No, he is already fainting. Who is it? Who is the maniac that allowed such a thing? Do you want to doom us all? Meanwhile, DXD World's Will, who has been watching the show, felt speechless. Leo rubbed his chin while watching Genshiro's expression change. His face became red from anger, then pale from fear, next is a normal expression, and so on. It looked like some sort of a traffic light. The situation was interesting to watch, to say the least. Did you cause him brain damage? Didn't you hit him lightly? Leo turned to Killer Queen, who pointed at him. Me? Nah, getting hit in dreams won't cause anything probably. Leo's words gradually lost confidence as he looked at Genshiro's expressions. Although he said it as a joke before, maybe this guy is really possessed. As a good friend, he needs to liberate his buddy. Leo sighed secretly while clenching his fist. Perhaps he sensed the upcoming hazard. Genshiro trembled a little before he took a deep breath and calmed down. He stood up slowly and without looking at Leo, he went and grabbed the bottle of water he brought earlier and drank it all in one go. Under Leo's stare, Genshiro finished the bottle of water quickly before rubbing his throat. Blinking his eyes, Leo handed his teakin to Genshiro as the latter snatched it swiftly without any hesitation and drank it. Better. Yeah, wait, no, fuck you. You damn chunny fucker who wants to give me a heart attack. Percent and E at, equals and E and. Genshiro snapped and started to bombard Leo with insults without any warning. This continued for more than 5 minutes as Leo watched blankly. Where did this guy learn these words? The audacity! Shrugging his shoulders, Leo sat down on the bench and waited for this to finish. Only after feeling his throat hurt and dry again did Genshiro stop. Yet, it seemed he still had more insults to say looking at his unsatisfied appearance. However, Genshiro only sighed before he sat on the bench again. Better. Shut up. Leo repeated the previous question only to receive a glare from Genshiro. So, shut up they did. No one said a word until Genshiro looked at the sky and sighed. His condition became far better as he sighed again and spoke slowly. What would a devil do in heaven? Go to burn alive. There's a lot to do, to be honest. Let's say, these angels here aren't truly angel-like in their thought process and work, after all, they have feelings and free will. More importantly, they have politics, that is enough said. Imagine angels having politics. Leo shook his head without saying more. As everyone knows, there's no honest politics. Even if there's, they would soon be tainted because of a little thing called compromise. In a situation where fractions of equal or higher power exist, one must learn how to be flexible enough to secure and boost their advantages, which usually isn't a very upright matter. All in all, politics are dipping your hands in the mud called schemes and tricks aiming for benefits. Of course, Genshiro didn't think this ahead, neither had the luxury to contemplate about it at the very moment. He could only stare blankly at the sky and say, "Shut up, don't talk to me." Just how did he get here? This was supposed to be a nice and peaceful day. Rubbing his temples to ease the headache, Genshiro felt everything was unreal, but the facts were right before him. Clenching his teeth, he decided to bite the bullet and say, "When did you know?" However, he didn't receive an answer for a while. Genshiro raised his head to see Leo got a coffee can from who knows where and was sipping it slowly. Noticing Genshiro's stare, Leo glanced at him and said, "Shut up, don't talk to me." Hearing those same words, Genshiro felt the blood rushing to his head. As if a nerve exploded, he threw the tea can in his hand towards Leo's face, but the latter just tilted his head to avoid the attack. Why are you tormenting me? Do you think you're funny?" "Nah, I'm not really trying. You're just being too easy." Glaring at Leo's somehow regretful expression, Genshiro sighed one last time before he deflated like a balloon and leaned on the bench. "Better yet." Genshiro rolled his eyes when he heard the same question. He's basically calm right now, no, he just doesn't have any more energy to panic. "Seriously, when did you know?" Genshiro scratched his head in pain. "About you being a hellspawn? From day one." Genshiro's eyebrow twitched at that name, which isn't really wrong, but he shook his head. "No, I mean all of this. This supernatural world, when did you know about it?" "Ah, that. Well, my situation is a bit complicated, so you can never be sure. 1 year? 2 years? Maybe 10 years? Who knows exactly?" Leo shrugged and refused to think too much, but his attitude made Genshiro dissatisfied. This hidden world, full of things that only appear in fantasy, was right in front of everyone's eyes, but not everybody knows about it. Genshiro felt this feeling of ignorance very clearly when he learned about Sana's identity, however, he experienced it much more evidently now. Someone he knew clearly for years is also a part of this hidden world. How is he supposed to feel? All the thoughts circled in Genshiro's head before turning into a bitter sigh. It just can't be helped anyway. As for feeling resentment for being kept in the dark, didn't he just do the same a while ago? Even Genshiro understands that there are things that shouldn't be said casually. After all, for him, you can't just drag normal people into this hidden world without any reason. Does uncle and aunt know about it? Or they are a part of it? Genshiro mentioned Leo's parents as a dark look appeared on Leo's face. No, but they know much more than you for sure. Yet, Leo's facial expression turned for the worst as Genshiro swallowed. This is scary. Genshiro didn't know how to put it, but it was like facing a wild beast. The intimidating feeling pressed on his mind strongly as if a monster suddenly appeared. However, Leo covered his face and said like he's giving up. "I told them several times, but they all ignored me and became somehow worried that I would return to my dark chunny days. He, do you know what's worse?" The creepy faint laughter made Genshiro's hair rise up, but Leo continued, "My father took me to see his old collection about energy guardians, which is totally a boycott of Power Rangers, in the name of learning how to separate hobbies from daily life. Do you know the feeling of sitting and listening to the episodes of a very, very, old show? I couldn't even reject him because he sounded very happy about it, okay? As for my mother, she snapped immediately. Although she said she respect my hobbies calmly, she swore about taking me to socialize more. Her eyes were very scary. Socialize? Me? Socializing? I prefer to stare at abominations in the world's evil. My introvert's soul is dying." Genshiro looked blankly at Leo having a breakdown. He raised his hand for a moment before lowering it. To be honest, he didn't expect this at all. Yet, he felt this was how it should be. So, Genshiro clapped his hands and was pleased with Leo's suffering. This is karma. Ah, sweet karma. But now that I think about it, all that stuff this guy said was the more he thought about it, the more Genshiro found that all Leo's previous bullshit should actually be real. All this time, this guy was telling him about it openly and clearly, but Genshiro buried his face in his hands. He felt like a massive idiot now. Wait, maybe this is his real plan. Just to make me feel like a moron. This damn devil. Pause, no. I'm a devil. Ah. Leo snapped from his breakdown to see Genshiro having an internal conflict, which rendered him speechless. He barely did something and this guy is already giving up on life. The entire situation was comical and weird. If there was a third party present, they'll be astonished by witnessing these two taking turns in having breakdowns. Is it even possible to time this? However, Leo paid more attention to something else, which is Genshiro's acceptance. Kudos to him for accepting the absurd situation quickly despite being new to all of this. Maybe coupled with his familiarity and initial trust with Leo, Genshiro sensed no real danger and threat to his life. Those aren't half bad senses. Leo took off and cleaned his glasses as his eyes landed on Saji's arm. Vritra? Hey? An Indian's nick with the mind of a beaver. Shaking his head, Leo didn't care much about an idiot lizard. He instead delivered a kind reminder to Genshiro. Shouldn't you think of more important things? Like, what now? Oh, right. Dude, what the hell did you do? Why did the president warn me so much about you? Why did she seem to be scared of you? Why did I find your stand pics in the president's office? Also, stands are real. Hold on, does that mean you're the one who wrote that manga? Does this mean you returned to drawing and painting? Genshiro began to bombard Leo with the questions, which made the latter feel a headache. Leo picked the manga on the side and threw it in the air, startling Genshiro. However, contrary to his expectations, Genshiro widened his eyes when he saw the manga sink in space and spread ripples as if it fell into the water. Noticing that Genshiro finally stopped, Leo nodded and said quickly, a fun party. Dunno, I don't care about her. Because I'm very kind. Maybe she's a stalker? Yes. No. Never. Blinking his eyes in bewilderment, Genshiro took a moment to realize that Leo answered all his questions in the same order he asked. But those answers, except the last three, made his lips twitch. What the hell? Because you're kind? Do you really believe I'm mentally challenged? Genshiro gathered his hands together and calmed himself. Happy thoughts, happy and calm thoughts. He realized he'll not get a serious answer from Leo, so he gave up. But even if Leo won't tell him, he'll find it for himself. Genshiro swore he'll find out all that Sana knows about this guy later. Wait, Sana. However, Genshiro finally comprehended something. Sana has met Leo before, but unlike her, who has no clue, Leo seems to be fully aware of her identity. Coupled with Sana's description of the Killer Queen, Genshiro felt this was a big conspiracy. Is this some sort of scheme against Sana and the other pure-blooded devil in the school? Is it because they are related to the four Satans? Suddenly, Genshiro recalled Leo's words about backstabbing him, which made his guess more convincing. Leo blinked his eyes at Genshiro's train of thoughts. Genshiro was never the type to control his expressions, so his face was like an open book. This made Leo even more speechless, but he still played along. He cleared his throat and said with a deep voice, "It seems you have finally got it. What do you think will happen after you knew about me?" The serious expression on Leo's face startled Genshiro. Genshiro's mind worked quickly, trying to find an answer. Right, if Leo is a part of a conspiracy, then he's now an obstacle. If he told Sana about this, no, even if he didn't, Genshiro isn't confident of keeping it a secret. He simply isn't a good liar. Suddenly, Leo raised his finger and pointed at Genshiro's face. "Do you know what I'm going to do now?" Genshiro's eyes widened in shock. His throat felt dry as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The previous menacing feeling has returned. He felt that Killer Queen was staring at him. What are you going to do? Erase my memories. After a lot of difficulties, Genshiro managed to squeeze those words, but to his surprise, Leo shook his head, dropped his hand, and said, "I'm going to do nothing, day. I see. Wait, nothing. What? What about Sana and knowing your identity? Why are you asking? Do you perhaps want me to do something?" Leo glanced at Genshiro weirdly, which made the latter shake his head quickly. "Look, I don't know what plot did you weaved in your head, but I know it's stupid, so shut up." Genshiro didn't know how to describe it, but he felt every inch of Leo's expression called him a dumbass. The worst part is that he actually started to agree. "I don't care if you know about me or not. I mean, I have been telling you about it for quite a while now. As for that authority role-playing girl, Sana, you can tell her or do whatever makes you happy. Leo waved his hand with a bored expression and said, I only played along because you suddenly made a conspiracy plot in your head. Oh, Genshiro didn't know what to say. Was it this simple? Nothing to silence him or erase his memory. This sounds too easy and cheap. But for Genshiro, this was exactly like something Leo would come up with. Grinding all the seriousness into dust and turning it into something absurd. Sigh, I'm now thinking, why did I overwork myself with you? Why did I even bother? Genshiro collapsed on the bench. I know, right? I'm surprised you listened to my nonsense. Didn't you build immunity after all those years? Give me a break. I'm still new to supernatural stuff and someone didn't miss any chances to abuse it, you sick psycho. Thank you, I try my best. Shut up. No, you shut up. The atmosphere suddenly returned to normal as these two sat down blankly. It felt like they threw everything behind their backs or basically didn't have more energy to continue. Although Genshiro still felt like he forgot something very important, he shrugged and continued talking with Leo. So, what will happen if the president knows about you? Leo fixed his glasses and thought about it before saying, you know, what I said earlier was actually exclusive to you and some others. For these devils and such, I don't prefer them knowing about me. It's just pain to deal with them, especially with the World's Will keeping an eye on me. Leo clicked his tongue in annoyance. He didn't want to give the World's Will any chances. Genshiro didn't feel much surprised about it because Leo was still hiding his identity. It seems he only made an exception because they were friends. Does this mean he's somehow privileged? This made Genshiro feel a bit touched, but recalling how the process went, those feelings were swiftly eliminated. Thinking about it again, this information is more of a curse than a blessing. However, he still felt a bit worried and asked, what are you going to do? I promise to keep this a secret as best as I can, but you know the president is scary. She's bound to catch a clue from me. Feeling being put between the two sides made Genshiro uncomfortable. On one side is his old friend and on the other side is his current president, who didn't treat him badly at all. I don't have many expectations for you, to be frank. You. Looking at Leo's blank expression, Genshiro suddenly recalled the urge of punching him. But you don't have to worry about those devils. Leo smiled slightly as he gave Genshiro a bad feeling. Recently, I have been diagnosed with kindness by the world itself. Apparently, I'm a kind person, a very kind person. Would you look at that? So, I'm just going to show them how this kind person is fresh out of mercy and empathy. Leo's smiling expression made Genshiro slightly move away. Despite the sunny and bright weather, Genshiro felt no warmth. He urgently wanted to pray for Sana right now, but isn't this partially his fault too? Holding his forehead in pain, Genshiro didn't know what he's supposed to do. He had a quite good feeling that Sana and the student council would meet a living nightmare if he left things alone. Man, can't you just let it go? Of course, I can, if they didn't bother me. But we both know that's not going to happen. Leo shook his head and opened his hands as Genshiro sighed again. This is basically hopeless. Hold up, maybe racking his brain trying to find a solution, Genshiro's eyes suddenly flashed. So, this is it all, Gen. I hope you had fun because I did. Leo chuckled as he stood up, but he suddenly heard Genshiro calling. Leo, listen to me for a minute. How about you do something that'll make me not able to tell the president anything about you? Something like a contract or a seal, you know what I'm saying, right? The more he spoke, the more Genshiro was convinced of the flexibility of his approach. If everything is going to happen because he can't truly hide from Sana if she asks about Leo, then how about making him unable to say anything at all? However, when he raised his head, he saw Leo looking at him as if he's seeing a dumbass again. Damn it, why is he getting good at spotting this look? Brew, you dare to suggest contracts while you know nothing about them? Are you brave or dumb? I guess both. Shut it. If you are so smart, why don't you think of something? Genshiro rolled his eyes. I'm not smart. In fact, I'm an official fool. And why do I have to think for you, hey? This is your problem. Deal with it alone. No. I refuse to do it alone because with incomparable seriousness in his tone, Genshiro's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. But soon, they dimmed as he looked down and said, I can't do anything about it. A dark and gloomy air suddenly appeared on his body as a self-mocking smile escaped Genshiro's lips. Looking at the depressed Genshiro, Leo's eyebrow twitched and said, looking at you now, you're bound to get played in some contracts in the future. Don't take Satri Sana as an example, she and other devils in this school are a bit of a rare breed among devils. However, I'm much worse than them, so do you still want to do a contract? Man, let me be honest with you now. Compared to the student council, I definitely believe in you more. Despite you being an intolerable, annoying, and irritating jerk, I know you're far more trustworthy than them who took me into a dark room to show off their wings. By the way, I have to say those wings look so bad, they are like something I can make in MS Paint. Genshiro declared with a single breath. His voice had hidden resentment when he mentioned the wings, as if having those wings after he became a devil is leaving a bad taste in his mouth. However, listening to those words, Leo's eyes became a bit complicated before he fixed his glasses as they reflected the light and said, "Now, you're just making me feel like an asshole. Why thank you, but don't think it'll work." TCH. Genshiro clicked his tongue when he saw his plan didn't work. Rubbing his temples, Leo felt this was getting ridiculous and long. But you shouldn't take my words and advice seriously, they never went well. Also, aside from something to seal off your memories, a contract will only make you unable to speak of something. Satri Sana would still find something wrong because you are just bad at acting. What you are looking for is something to avoid exposing your clumsy lying, which for some reason, you think I can do. Do you think I'm some sort of a wishing machine? Hey! How about I get you a knife from Grail-kun and go stab Sana in the goo? Hold up! Suddenly, Leo stopped and thought about it. I have the world's evil, heaven's feel, and also the greater holy grail. I'm Grail-kun. Struck by the enlightenment, Leo's eyes shone with a weird light that made Genshiro shiver. As if made by reflex, a shiny knife appeared in Leo's hand. "Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something. But you know, your idea isn't actually impossible." Leo rubbed his chin as Genshiro's expression brightened and said, "Really? You're not tricking me, right? I just heard you talking about a knife and stabbing." Suddenly, Genshiro rubbed his eyes while staring at Leo. He could swear he saw a knife in Leo's hand a second ago. Nah, of course, not. Acting as if nothing had happened, Leo opened his empty palm, making Genshiro more puzzled. However, on top of Leo's palm, a dark point appeared. It made a huge contrast with the surroundings and gave Genshiro a terrible feeling. It felt so deceptive and tricky. He couldn't figure if it's real or not, but when he looked at it again, it became completely normal. Initiating the Longinus, an eerie black fog that absorbed the light appeared on top of his palm. It twisted like small snakes and coiled around the dark point like a storm. To Genshiro's astonishment, the fog reduced in size quickly and took a new shape. The black color began to fade gradually and was replaced with a shiny silver hue. After a few moments, the darkness vanished and a new object rested on Leo's palm. It's a shiny silver coin that looks no different than other coins. Even Genshiro didn't feel anything from it. However, he didn't get to think more because Leo tossed the coin at him. He caught the coin hurriedly and inspected it while asking, "What is this?" The coin shone with a faint silver gleam in Genshiro's hand. It didn't have many unique features, except the heads had the drawing of a weird half-face mask, and one single word was written on the tails, "Trickster." "A small thing I just made. It doesn't have a name, so just call it the Trickster Lucky Coin. As for what it does, well..." "Hey, Gen, what did you just see now?" "Hey? I just saw you acting like an idiot. By the way, isn't this lunch break taking too long? Don't we have a class with that scary teacher?" Genshiro said naturally with a blank face, but his expression suddenly changed into shock and said, "Wait, what? I didn't want to say that." "But..." Genshiro felt horrified. At that moment, he felt something taking control over his body and changing all his speech, even his facial expression and tone of voice. Everything felt so smooth like how he usually talks. "Well, there you have it. Trickster Lucky Coin simply makes you a good liar. It's even smarter than you, so the coin would know when to activate. Delivered to you by the father of lies, buy one and get one for free. I have even added a small trick. Try thinking about hiding it." Genshiro did so and the coin vanished in his palm, and when he thought about it again, it appeared instantly. This made his eyes shine like he got a new toy. "To be honest, I still see this as unnecessary, but whatever makes you happy." Leo shook his head in disapproval. Genshiro should have just gone and told Sana, so he can try his newest anti-Satri Sana device, knife. Like Grail-kun, his products are the finest in the world. They simply solve all problems with the simplest methods. Oh, oh. Is this your ability? Is it also a sacred gear? Genshiro played with the coin in his hands while asking. Something along those lines. I forgot to ask, but what are you, Leo? It couldn't be, are you also a devil? A devil, you say? Leo fixed his glasses as his tone made Genshiro nervous. Maybe it was a bad idea to ask. But Leo only smiled slightly and gently. He clasped his hands on top of his chest in the form of praying before a bright light shone. Genshiro hurriedly covered his eyes against the blinding light. He struggled to see beyond the light, but what he saw almost made his eyes jump off their sockets. Leo is still in his place all right, but he has slightly changed. The light covered his very being, dotting his hair and clothes with particles bright as stars, but the most striking was the giant dazzling wings. Each feather reflected the brilliance as if they were made of crystals. On top of his hand, the brightness gathered into a singularity before it expanded into a flaming halo. Leo opened his eyes and said, "Fear not, young one. I'm an angel, and one of the purest ones." Thud. At this point, Genshiro fell like a log on the ground. He gazed blankly at the sky with eyes that gave up on life and whispered, Who is it? Who is the sick bastard that allowed this to happen? What is wrong with this world? Meanwhile, Toru Worldswell felt someone mentioning him. He didn't know who or bothered to know, but he still wished them a horrible and painful death anyway. Small illusions are sure handy. Everything returned to normal as Leo glanced at Genshiro, who was questioning life, and said, "By the way, didn't you forget something? I shouldn't ever again ask you about something." "No, the other one." "What? You have a class now. I have been trying to remind you a couple of times already." Genshiro stood up from the ground like a zombie and horror surfaced his face. Leo added the finishing blow, "It has been a half hour." Without finishing his words, Leo saw Genshiro dashing from the rooftop and vanishing through the door. People are always in a rush these days. Leo shook his head before he looked at school through the rooftop. However, the sound of footsteps appeared again. Genshiro came running at full speed and extended his palm to Leo. "What?" Leo blinked his eyes. "Buy one and get one for free." "Give me the second coin," Genshiro said with utmost seriousness that it almost made Leo's glasses fall. "You harlot! Did you buy it, hey?" "I gave it to you." "Yes, I did. I paid for it by my mental health." Genshiro mentioned all the pranks that Leo just did. "Tch, fuck off." Leo clicked his tongue and put another coin in Genshiro's hand, which the latter said thank you and left the rooftop running again. Leo shook his head before looking around. The world changed in his eyes like a bunch of life energy signals flashed in his sight, especially the one he marked earlier. Now, he wondered how things would play out. Leo closed his eyes before a crimson aura gushed from his body. King Crimson. With the crimson gleam breaking the world apart into a distorted void, Leo vanished from the spot. Time passed quickly, and soon the school day ended. It's 3:50 p.m., and students can be seen leaving GOOOOSE Academy grounds. These are the usual going-to-home club members, while some other students choose to stay in school to perform their club activities. The weather became a bit hotter at this hour as the hazy sun blanketed the street in heat, making it a nice time for dozing off or taking a nap. Why is it closed today too? I don't know. Did something happen to the owner? You know, all those mysterious missing accidents lately. Don't jinx it. Sigh, their crepes were so good. A group of students stopped in front of a closed dessert shop. Looking at the red closing sign that has already accumulated some dust, the students left unwillingly. But on the inside, a pungent and nauseous smell filled the entire shop and was slightly released to the outside. As if a typhoon hit the place, the tables and chairs, fragments and parts are scattered everywhere. Greenish-yellow pus dripped from behind the counter, mixed with a disfigured fleshy mess. The smell finally made people notice something wrong, as the neighbors notified the authorities. Meanwhile, near the southern district of GOOOOSE, in the area where old houses are, a weird atmosphere radiated. Crunch crunch. An uncanny sound echoed from a dark alley, covered by shades. If one listened carefully, they might recognize it as teeth chewing on something hard. But it felt more unbearable and left a chill in people's hearts. Inside the alley, 3 people with their necks twisted lay on the ground. Yellowish pus dripped from their orifices mixed with blood. Their eyes were already dim and the expression on their faces reflected terror before they died. On top of one of the corpses, a pale grey figure lowered its head and munched on the man's face. tearing off a portion of flesh, dripping with blood and pus. The blood stick and the pus dripped from the figure munching on an eyeball as a delightful expression. The white substance dripped from its lips, but it didn't mind. The figure had the shape of a deformed wolf. Its body was filled with sharp bones sticking from every corner and join, releasing greenish pus into the ground. The pus didn't have any corrosive properties, but it seemed like it's following the movement of the creature. This is a stray devil. A devil who had enough from their master and decided to quit their job. After all, not every deal with devils looks good after consideration. But without the support of their masters, most weaklings will lose their minds and their powers will go haywire. They'll turn into abominations with different forms and shapes. The current stray devil felt so happy these days. The security in some human cities felt so loose these days and he could easily move in them, but it started to recover quickly the past few weeks. Despite being drunk on the taste of blood, the stray fear of death made him rational. He would leave the city today and lay low after this hunt. Thud. However, the stray suddenly felt a tab on the back. His senses sharpened and jumped from his place and stuck on the wall. Looking right and left, the wolf didn't see anything, but he wanted to turn around. He found his body frozen and his vision angle rose. Click, asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before the wolf could comprehend what was happening, his entire body exploded. The explosion flames burst out of his insides, turning his parts into minced meat, splatting on the ground. Not even the hard bone thorns on his body were spared, they cracked into fragments and shot like bullets across the alley. Abruptly, the yellowish pus tried to gather from the corpses and recover the stray devil, but the explosions followed into all the bodies on the ground. The smoke and flames gathered together into a point before popping out of existence, leaving nothing on the alleyway. Uncannily, the explosion didn't leave any scorch marks on the ground or damage any object besides the stray and the bodies. Not even the sound of the explosion was heard as no one noticed the anomaly. A little far away from the alleyway, a young man was walking slowly with a sullen expression. Why am I doing this? Isn't this the job of those devils? Where are those exorcists too? Did they quit their jobs too? Mumbling to himself, Leo recovered Killer Queen as he kept complaining. As a proud member of the Going to Home Club, he left school exactly at the bell ring. Genshiro had to stay back for student council-related matters. Although he knew Genshiro might have something else to talk about, Leo couldn't break his record. But on his usual way back home, he suddenly bumped into a stray devil on the board of daylight. What is worse is that it's close to his home, so he had to eliminate it. By doing so, he saved some people too. Now, others might be happy about this, but he felt speechless. Leo started to think he's failing more and more in his role as a beast. First, he saved Chaldea's last master, saved the timeline, and now this. His complaints reached the ears of a certain red dragon as he rolled his eyes. Then tell me whose fault is that? The recent events in the world have made everyone on their tiptoes. Asgard accident, Great Red Fall, and also the recent ritual. Who has time to take care of some trashy stray devils? These are just small ripples that his partner's ridiculous actions have caused in the world, but Drake only shook his head. He doesn't really care, but listening to this guy complaining is annoying. Wow, you're talking as if those guys care about some human lives. Leo chuckled slightly. Like hell, the supernatural figures would care about some casualties in the human world. After all, this realm is like a farm for them. Faith for gods, contracts for devils, and so on. And do you care? You're supposed to be some sort of an old and wise dragon, Drake. I know you can figure it out. I believe in you. Leo fixed his glasses as he chatted with Drake. His actions of talking to himself made some people look at him weirdly. This place is rather a slightly famous business street in Kria town. A lot of people were coming and going as shops were trying to attract customers. If you're a Gemini, born between May 22nd and June 5th, you will have extremely good fortune in love and business. Come and buy a lottery ticket. Glancing at some advertisements on the street, Leo's thoughts wandered far away. So, my small effect on the world still remains. Is the world's will too lazy to erase it? Maybe it doesn't care at all, or it just can't do it. Probably all of them. Well, it's also good. Let's see how much you don't care about small stuff. A small smile surfaced on Leo's lips and made Drake narrow his eyes as if something bad was going to happen. What are you going to do? Helping a friend to recover. But for that, I need to buy a world map and a bunch of markers. What? Don't worry about it, Drake. But for now. Leo clapped his hand together and looked at the sky. Oh, the mighty and totally not lazy, annoying, and crybaby world's will. Are my thoughts not clouded in everything I do for justice? Please, give me a sign. With his hands in the form of praying, Leo looked at the sky seriously, trying to find a sign from the great world's will, but nothing happened. Well, people look at him more weirdly now, so that's a win, right? Nothing. Leo nodded to himself, but suddenly, several shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Splat! Taking a side step, Leo looked at his previous location as the feces of pigeons dropped like an airstrike. These damn hellspawn! Leo looked at those few pigeons like the next sacrifice for a ritual before he said, this should be a sign, right? How do you interpret this? I see, everything is shit. So, I have to clean everything. Especially the actions of the world's will. I understand now. Drake looked at Leo with some judgmental eyes before he sank deeper into the Longinus space. Anyhow, Leo shrugged before moving again, but in his mind, he was calculating the flexibility of his next plan. As a beast in Grail Kun, Leo thinks it should be completely possible to perform some maneuvers in this world even without the aim field. Although his current power is a bit of a hassle. For his current power, there are the Annihilation Maker creations like Stance and Pakia on top of them, Gugalana, a near infinite amount of mana, and Drake's powers, which to be frank, are the most reliable now. After all, this is DXD. The absurd and nonsensical powers shall reign supreme and nothing can stop them. Drake. Leo said but received no response. If we meet trouble here in the future, let's just boost everything to oblivion. Finally. Hand in claw, the pure angel and the red dragon shook their hands virtually. This marked an oath that might or might not lead to the collapse of the planet, but that's a story for another day. Chapter 167, of Prison Moons. You're making this difficult on me, aren't you? Don't give me that look. Woof. Aren't you an energetic one? You must have caused your owner a headache, but sadly, I have no snacks today. Woof. Woof. Stop being a drama queen, you'll not die if you don't go on a walk. Woof. Leo squatted and looked at a certain creature straight in the eye, but this creature kept panting and looking around vibrantly. Suddenly, it turned to look at him and noticed an extended hand. Leo kept his eyes on the dog and said paw. The dog looked at Leo and the extended palm before it raised its paw and barked. Its expressions looked as if it's expecting praise. For the 27th time, that is my knee and I'm not anticipating an arrow before being an adventurer. Woof. And that's my foot. Leo looked at this dog who kept aiming at his knee and foot. The dog is of the Shiba Inu breed and its colors were mainly black and white. It kept barking and circling Leo energetically. This made Leo's expression turn milder as if he's in a good mood. Arita is usually obedient, but it seems he likes you very much, Leo-kun. Sitting on the front porch, an old woman drank from a teacup while smiling slightly. Her words got no reaction from Leo, except lifting his eyebrow. Looking at the pup, who started licking his palm, Leo scratched its chin before responding he likes the snacks more. Hehe, that's true. Leo is in the front yard of the house beside a Risaltek's home to the right. After buying a big world map, a bunch of markers, and a fancy, expensive pocket watch because he happened to pass by it, Leo slowly returned to his home without teleporting and other shenanigans. However, his action got him spotted by the neighbor's Shiba Inu. He remembers this dog, which he brought some snacks for before, so he played with it for a bit. As for the old woman, she's the owner of the house, but it didn't mind Leo playing with their dog. This happened many times already, so she even invited and greeted him warmly. But here is the catch, Leo still has no idea who she is. Despite them being old neighbors, Leo still has no recollection of their names. If not for the fact they had this dog for a few years, he'll probably be completely clueless. Would this affect him? Make him embarrassed? No. He already builds immunity to talking with those who know him while he's completely clueless about them. However, in his mind that is filled with chaotic and forbidden knowledge, Leo faintly remembers sensing two life energies from this house, but there's only one lately. The granny took a sip from the tea before she said, I'm already old and can't keep up with Arita, sadly. I don't think I can be with him for long. I see. Your acceptance of the fact you're old and going to die is remarkable. Without changing his face, Leo blurred those words with no care. Hearing the sudden and absurd lines, the granny couldn't help but chuckle and say, I say your bluntness is way more remarkable, Leo-kun. But be careful because it might come back at you one day. Although he expected her to be at least a bit angry, Leo lifted his eyebrow again. You don't really have to wait. Leo felt something is haunting him these past few days, as if someone has a debt with him. Well, he kinda deserved it, which made him a bit speechless. Oh my. That's unfortunate. The granny smiled slightly before going silent again. It's not like it matters. Don't you agree? I can understand you, but you can't. It feels a bit weird. Leo squeezed Arata's cheeks before rubbing his belly as the dog became completely relaxed. For this pup, Leo is a bit puzzled. A few days ago, he got a bit scared and confused as if he sensed the monster hidden behind Leo's usual look, but after a few snacks and rubs, he became completely energetic. I guess he's a bit dumb even for a dog. After playing with Arata for a few minutes, Leo raised his head suddenly and stood up. It's about time I go. Leaving already? Why don't you have some snacks first? The granny opened her eyes and invited Leo. No, there's no need. Thank you for the hospitality. Oh, if you have some free time, you're always welcome here. My grandson has been busy lately with work and unable to accompany Arata. I believe he'll be assured if he learned you took care of Arata. Who is this guy and why will he be assured? Is he sick? Leo looked at the granny weirdly. As this neighborhood official menace, he never thought that someone would feel relieved hearing his name. Usually, they either try to look slightly awkward so they can leave quickly, or they sound polite and reject him between the lines while they talk behind his back. Sometimes, they are frank about their disgust and avoid him like a plague. He has long forgotten since he got along with one of the neighbors. They have isolated him, especially the younger generation. Not like he minds, of course. But remembering how this caused his mother to be very worried back then, Leo could only sigh secretly. Japan society mindset is really not for me. However, Leo's face didn't change on the outside. You want to push the responsibility of your pet onto me, hey? I'll do it. But when he looked at the dog, who was cutely rolling on the ground, Leo spoke plainly. Looking at how Leo's words changed in an instant, the granny laughed directly this time before saying, if that is how you see it, then be it. Take care, Leo-kun, and deliver my thanks to your mother for the food. Will do. Leo nodded calmly before he went to the entrance. As for Arata, it stopped following him after Leo told him to stay. With Leo's figure disappearing into the distance, the granny looked at the dog playing in the yard with a smile that carried a bit of nostalgia. Leaving the neighbor's house, Leo had an odd expression on his face. What has gotten into the head of that old woman? Suddenly becoming sentimental. If she misses her grandson, just give him a call. Even with his insights, he can only guess what others think from their actions and words. As for their heart and feelings, he rather not look too deep into it. However, in the end, he only shook his head and whispered, human life is so fragile and short. Well, it not as I lived for that long anyway. Speaking some words that sum up the entire character of various villains and evil MCS, Leo looked at the sky in a daze before he continued on his way. He felt like he's about to bump into a problem. This is his instinct slapping him in the face. It is hard to explain, but it is usually never mistaken. Coupled with the continuous headache and pain that he has been experiencing for days faintly increasing, the closed door of the house gave him a bad premonition. Leo shook his head and twisted the door handle, entering the house before saying out loud, out of habit, I'm back. Greeted by silence, Leo noticed that the front lights were turned off. Nevertheless, he only needed one glance to see what was happening. After closing the door, Leo could only shake his head as a bit of tiredness flashed on his face. Advancing inside, the sound of faint whispers appeared and became clearer. Did you really meet Leo in Japan, Claudius-san? Come to think of it, I indeed met my praetor in Japan. We fought in the Holy Grail War. But I had to return to Rome shortly after arriving at this world. In the living room, Minami sat down facing a blonde woman as her smile couldn't help but twitch. So, this is their new neighbor. Minami thought as she grew more speechless with every word from Nero. She had been sitting at home until the door got knocked and she met Nero. Realizing that Nero is the newly arrived neighbor and even knows her son, Minami invited her in. To be honest, she was more interested in how her son knew this beautiful young lady. No, the problem is how this one has a good impression on him. This is very important. After all, recalling her son's history with girls, no, his history with almost everybody. It was basically a train wreck that got bombed again. The curiosity burned strongly in her heart, but in the end, she kinda regretted it as soon as Nero opened her mouth. Why does everything that comes out of her mouth sound like those role players? But only because of this, Minami realized that Nero truly knew Leo. This same atmosphere and actions make everyone around speechless. Why did it have to be this reason? Burying those thoughts deep in her heart, she forced a smile and said, I see, so, you're from Italy, Claudius-san. That's a wonderful coincidence. My husband is also from there. It's a beautiful place. I know, Rome is Rome. However, although I didn't have a reception befitting me, I shall overlook their sins this time. After all, visiting a new world is a wonderful experience on its own. I really want to explore it. Indeed, you mean a new country, right? Minami didn't know if she should laugh or cry. She has no idea how to respond to this. Looking at Nero continuing her story, she suddenly recalled the weird act of Leo these days. Is it because of her? This girl is a bad influence. Leo graduated from 8th grade syndrome a long time ago. She remembers clearly how her son buried that dark past and refused to even acknowledge its existence. His expression was devastating back then. How dare this girl drag her sweetie into that dark path again? Minami's eyes suddenly became vigilant. As a mother, she'll never allow this. Nero blinked her eyes in confusion. Why did the mother of her preacher suddenly become hostile? Is there an enemy nearby? Unable to sense this enemy, Nero also became vigilant before nodding at Minami. As expected of the mother of her preacher, she clearly isn't simple. However, her nodding was more of a provocation in Minami's eyes. This girl, she dares. But then she noticed something on the corner of her eye. She saw a familiar face looking at them without an expression. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Minami felt liberated. Even if she steeled herself, dealing with Nero's wavelength is very taxing. And more importantly, she needs answers. However, her facial expression quickly froze. Years of familiarity in her motherhood sense told her that every inch of her son's current expression said, don't involve me. Help me. And who is she? Minami squinted and spoke with her eyes, but she only met Leo's empathyless sight saying, you're on your own. Good luck. Looking at Leo as if he's praying for her, Minami gave him a silent glance before she looked at Nero. When Leo was saying farewell, Nero sensed something strange from Minami's expression and looked behind her. Oh. My preacher. Nero's face brightened before she waved with her hand despite Leo not being that far away. However, Leo didn't pay her any attention. He turned and walked to the stairs as if he didn't hear anything. This made Nero pout. Wasn't her voice clear enough? Unsurprisingly, she wasn't the only dissatisfied person here. Minami stood up and walked upstairs after Leo. Nero sat down there for a few seconds before watching Minami bring Leo down. Minami wore a kind smile while Leo still had his expressionless face, except it had more of a why are we still here vibe. I'll bring more tea. Would you be kind and entertain the guest, Leo? Minami stood up and went to the kitchen, leaving Leo rubbing his forehead. Would you accept a no? In his last attempt, Leo noticed his mother's unchanging expression before he resigned to his fate. You won this time, Destiny. Great, I'll be back in a minute. Before she left, Minami gave Leo a look, which made him speechless. What is more ridiculous is that she didn't leave. He still could see her from the door corner. For the love of why don't you just ask? Rubbing his forehead, Leo shook his head and went to sit facing Nero. Even if she had no idea what was happening, Nero still smiled as if she felt things were getting interesting. She was rather curious about the duo of mother and son, especially this one. Did you come here for a visit? Here Lep pushed forward the plate of dessert on the table to Nero. Yes, humph. However, Nero's face quickly changed before she turned away, refusing to talk. I see. Staring at her for a moment, Leo nodded before he relaxed on the chair while messing around with the weird necklace on his neck. This situation lasted for some time as Nero frowned more and more. She tried to hum, expressing her dissatisfaction, but Leo didn't look at her. He seemed to be absorbed in turning his necklace around. Being treated like air hit some sort of nerve in Nero. Puffing her cheeks, she closed her eyes and clenched her fist. Her body began to faintly shake as if she couldn't hold something back anymore. Do you perhaps need something? Outside of attention, of course. Noticing a slight movement of energy, Leo finally raised his head. His natural and relaxed movements were the final straw as Nero exploded. Thud. Why is my praetor ignoring me? Slamming the table, Nero stood up and got closer to Leo, questioning him straight in the eye. Unfazed by her demeanor, Leo gave Nero a short glance and said, "You want to know?" "Yes." Nero nodded her head quickly. Her being so honest made Leo pause for a second, but he still shook his head. "I don't want to talk to you." "Eh? Why?" Opening her mouth, Nero's eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't accept this. Why is her praetor angry at her? Did something happen? As the colors of shock and astonishment filled Nero's face, Leo answered briefly, "Guess." Of course, such an answer didn't satisfy Nero as she grumbled under her breath and looked at Leo with resentment. Leo didn't bother with her anymore. He kept turning his necklace, which is a spell trigger and the physical manifestation of a part of his Longinus. To be honest, this necklace could be and could not be counted as a rose cross. But for the Rosicrucianism and Hermetic order, Leo is neutral at best. Neither of them greatly affects his universe despite being included in it. Such is the formlessness and changeability of the infinite singularity of light. Suddenly, a shadow was cast on Leo, awakening him from his thoughts. He raised his eyes to see Nero looking down on him. She had her knee on the table, supporting her body, and her hands rested on both sides of Leo's chair. Even with their faces almost colliding, both of them didn't react at all. "What are you doing?" "Guessing Nero answered seriously and continued to stare at Leo's eyes as if she's trying to see something from them. This made Leo squint. From a screw-loose person to another, do you think he'll lose? Are you jealous? After a while of staring, Nero tilted her head and blurred a phrase that broke Leo's expressionless face. His expression was more wonderful than the time he told Ingrid to save the world together. "Ha! Domu. I see, of course, it was like this. I understand." Nero nodded to herself proudly before a smug smile flashed on her face. It was like she discovered something. "No, I don't think you understand anything." Leo felt speechless. Her look right now reminded Leo of someone, which generated some great urge to punch her in the face. This is almost like an old grudge. "Worry not, my praetor. I fully understand. My art is the epitome of beauty and passion. Of course, you'll feel jealous about it being shared. Didn't we establish that it wasn't that great yesterday? But my art is meant for the world to see, even if they couldn't understand the beauty in it. Everyone needs to witness in amazement the artist who rivals Apollo. As for you, my dear praetor, your appreciation of my art makes me very happy. Really. So, I have decided. I shall dedicate my work to you and me. Every time you'll see my masterpieces, remember that this is my greatest gift to you, my dear praetor. This is my promise as an artist." Nero closed her eyes and smiled proudly and brightly. Her expression was screaming praise me as she closely faced Leo. But Leo squinted his eyes hard as his expression became very odd, like he couldn't even begin to comprehend the thought process of the person in front of him. Why does this remind him of himself? This girl is very suitable to be a dragon. Drake nodded in approval to Nero. This extra thick skull that ignores all the reason and logic without a care about the world. Drake couldn't help but remember himself fighting Albion without caring about any traps, then getting killed. Yes, this is the true paragon of dragons. Only such a thick skull deserves to be a dragon. After a moment, Leo closed his eyes defeatedly and said, "You need help and I know for sure I can't give it." "Of course, not. As an almighty genius, I don't need help to show you unforgettable scenery." Meanwhile, Venom changed Nero's position in his mind into a brain-damaged person, but when he heard Leo's words, he added a note called "Beyond Salvation." If his lord can't help her, then she's a goner. The simple and clean thought process of Venom would make Leo speechless if he knew. "Cough, would you mind getting off the table?" With a light cough, Leo and Nero noticed Minami with a tea tray in her hand. Despite being smiling, Leo knew immediately that his mother was mad. It would be surprising if she didn't get mad at seeing a stranger on top of her table. Also, their current position wasn't the easiest to explain, but Leo is too lazy to clarify. So, he just sat there with an unchanging expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Nero finally remembered her current pose and went back to the chair. Putting the tray down, Minami looked at Leo questionably, but the latter had this zen expression as if he got detached from this entire situation. "You two really know each other?" This is surprising, I thought well, only she knew you from that picture. Minami had a hard time wording this situation. No, I don't know her. Of course, I know my Preetor very well. Hearing two opposite answers, Minami poured some tea and looked at her son and the new neighbor. They both looked at each other with a questioning look. Since when did you know me very well? That is a simple matter. With a bit of time, I'll definitely understand my Preetor completely. Now or then. The present or the future doesn't mean anything to me. Leo took a deep breath and closed his eyes before opening them and looking at his mother. Look at what you made me deal with. You made me deal with someone like myself. Don't you feel sorry for your own son? However, as if she could understand his thoughts, Minami took a sip of tea and watched this exchange in delight. Her previous unhappiness melted like snow, even the tea tasted much better for some reason. Wait, what picture? Leo suddenly focused on a very important hint. Minami reacted as if she expected this situation and turned a photo that was on the table. In that picture, Nero and Leo stood together wearing their combat clothing and holding their weapons, even Leo's beast crown was on full display. Leo grabbed the picture to look at it clearly. There was faint pink writing on the photo corner that said, "No need to thank me, Emperor Nero." He didn't need to check twice to know who is the culprit. Merlin. Saying the name of a damn half-incubus, Leo's expression became chilly. Since when did he take this? The damned flower's brain magus is still sneaky as ever. But what made Leo furious is that this wasn't a solo work. Nero couldn't possibly possess this picture if she turned into a spirit to come to this world. There's only one explanation, she got helped by someone. Is this how it'll go? You bastards couldn't take me one-on-one, so you decided to collaborate in messing with me? Very well. The strength he was holding the photo started to increase, but before it reached the degree of tearing it, Nero swooped in and took it at a speed that made Minami blink. Glaring at Nero, who hid the photo somewhere at high speed, Leo took a deep breath. Let's try not to get angry, getting angry is bad for his crumbling mental health. That is it, he's totally joining forces with Fu. When Leo was thinking about how to firmly lock Merlin in the tower, Minami refreshed her opinion on Nero. This Nero Claudius isn't half bad. She actually was able to get Leo. This is a very rare situation. Also, it seems her relationship with her son isn't exactly what she thought. Minami felt she finally understood, but then her expression became weird. Fixing his glasses, Leo decided to ignore his mother's weird look and say to Nero, "You aren't giving up, right?" Nero tilted her head, but then she quickly understood what Leo meant. A smile flashed on her lips, full of confidence and charm. This change surprised Minami. Maybe because of the same atmosphere as her son, she subconsciously ignored it, but Nero is very charming. From head to toe, Nero is a stunning beauty who shocked Minami. This made her throw a glance at her son, questioning again where he met Nero. But to her disappointment, Leo was still in the Zen mode. That's what my Preetor thinks, but after listening to your words, I have decided to not follow them. My Preetor's words might carry a bit of sense, but I, Nero Claudius, shall do whatever I desire, Domu. As long as I do it, it'll be perfect. There's no need to worry at all, isn't it? Raising her chest, Nero hummed proudly as if she made the most correct choice in her life. Her aura was filled with confidence, making people around subconsciously believe that her words are facts. Even Minami was affected. But Leo wasn't moved. He took a cup of tea calmly, even the stillness in his eyes felt chilly for some reason, like an illusion. It was hard to describe. However, he didn't refute Nero this time. That's indeed wise. Listening to me is a bad idea and usually never ends well. You'll do better like this. Leo nodded approvingly. His actions never solve anything, they'll only make it worse. After all, only a dumbass would listen to a fool. This had been proven many times that he grew sick of it. However, despite receiving approval, Nero stared at Leo deeply before frowning in dissatisfaction. She even became a bit mad, turning her head away, and refusing to look at him. Minami fell into puzzlement. What is this supposed to mean? Nero refuted Leo, then he agreed, but she's the one who became angry? Minami couldn't wrap her head around this. Maybe because she lacks a lot of contexts. Are you two talking about a game? One of those, what were they called? Shaking her head, Minami decided to finally say it. Game. Leo and Nero tilted their heads in confusion. Right, those D&D role plays that your father spoke about. This holy grail is something like that, isn't it? Your cosplay was well made, Leo. I didn't know you were into these things. Minami mentioned the previous photo before nodding at herself. It must be this case. Especially at that time Leo went somewhere and had Genshiro covering for him. Minami was still worried about that time and if Leo had some trouble, but knowing her son, it's probably just to hide this hobby. Minami didn't mention it, respecting Leo's privacy, but as a mother, she could not help but be worried, after all. Knowing the truth made her more relaxed as her smile became brighter and said, so, you two met playing a game and Claudius-san happened to move to our neighborhood. The world is indeed small. A game, Nero crossed her arms and thought about it before smiling and saying indeed. Nero, who is full of confidence, took the Holy Grail War as a game between heroes of all ages. It's like the Colosseum during her lifetime. Only such a grand event deserves her presence. Getting acknowledgement from Nero, Minami smiled and nodded. Although it's a bit special, there's nothing wrong with this hobby. As her son is happy and it doesn't affect his future, then it's all okay. But maybe he should tone down those weird phrases and ways to talk. Feeling relieved, Minami looked at Nero more positively. Leo looked left and right between Nero and his mother before he took his glasses, cleaned them, and wore them again. Nope, the picture still didn't change. A game? Role play? D&D? Cosplay? Leo's expression was very wonderful. Looking at his mother and Nero suddenly getting along because of a big misunderstanding, made Leo squint his eyes. So, he's now a cosplayer in his mother's eyes. How is he supposed to tackle this? Leo looked left and right again before his eyes landed on a certain part of space. From that point, he was able to perceive his faithful weapon, who accompanied him through several battles. A pitch-black Glock 19 floating in a space pocket. Suddenly, Black Barrel did a full turn and the gun barrel pointed at Leo. From their connection, Leo understood what it wanted to tell him exactly. If you want to kill yourself, turn me into a knife and commit seppuku, you filthy casual. How dare you speak to the Lord in this manner? Suddenly, Venom, who was completely silent, flared up. His anger-fueled thoughts lashed on Black Barrel instantly, making the latter shiver slightly. But he forgot what he promised me about turning my shape into my first form, Yamato, and cutting people. I just want to cut things and people, sad face. Unlike Venom, Black Barrel didn't have a voice, it was more of simple thoughts. They were slightly slower and sluggish. But for some reason, it was able to deliver simple images. Nonsense. Our Lord never forgot. It's just there's a lot that happened lately and more problems to face. There was simply no suitable chance, but these days, I'm sure your strength will be needed by our Lord, so brace yourself and be ready. Now, apologies to the Lord for your sins. I'm sorry, my Lord. I just wanted to cut people. I'm sorry. Leo's face was pretty difficult to describe at this moment. Very well. Our Lord has forgiven you. Remember that our Lord always knows the best for us and never doubts his words. Be ready for any situation now. Yes, I'll be ready to cut people. Good. Suddenly, the picture became as if Venom is a big brother who is lecturing his little brother or sister, which isn't wrong because he's older than Black Barrel, although by a few minutes. But didn't the phrase cut people repeat a bit too much? Leo took a deep breath before he fell on the chair. What is happening with his Annihilation Maker's beasts? Although they gained life and a soul, therefore they should develop a personality with time, but one of them awakened a slicing fetish and the other one seems to be ready to write a gospel about him at any given moment. Maybe the first form of the creature affects their psyche development. Leo felt this should be about right. Further studies are required, but he's too lazy to perform them. Are you all right, Leo? Minami noticed Leo's weird actions and asked. Looking at his mother's worried eyes, Leo paused before he fixed his glasses and replied, yeah, I'm fine. It just I remembered something. With this, I should continue on my way. Nero stretched her arms and stood up, ready to leave. Minami was a bit surprised and asked, already? You still didn't even drink your tea? Yet, she only came here to tell me that my words are nonsense and she'll do whatever she wants. My praetor understands me very well. Nero nodded approvingly while Leo shrugged, especially when his mother threw him a glance that basically said, you do understand her well. Not like it's something I feel proud about. No, it's something worth all the pride. Leo rolled his eyes at Nero before feeling his mother's gazes. Why does he feel she understood everything wrongly? These days sure are unlucky, hey? Very well, I'll be in my room. I need to work on something. Seeing Nero preparing to leave, Leo also wanted to go, but Nero spoke before I go, my praetor, be prepared to witness how I'll prove you're wrong. You'll see how the world will be mesmerized by my art, especially you. Leo blinked while looking at Nero. Now, isn't she persistent? How should I describe this? Still salty from the last time I said her singing is bad? PFFF. Despite his thoughts going in a full circle, Leo didn't show it on the outside and said, is this a challenge? Of course. Nero smiled very confidently, but her smile stiffened in the next second. I see, then congratulations on winning. Of course, I'm wrong. As if he took it for granted, Leo nodded at Nero, even congratulating her. However, this made Nero frown as if she's dissatisfied with the outcome. Her eyes became sharp again and locked on Leo, trying to see something. Where's Dad? He's in the hospital. His shift took longer than expected. This short exchange made Minami speechless. She didn't even know how to interfere before she got called by Leo. I understand. By the way, although Kria is peaceful these days, try not to run into trouble you can't handle. Or you know what? Run into them, just give me a call when you do it because I have nothing to do. Take care. Addressing those last words to Nero, Leo climbed the stairs and disappeared from sight as Minami rubbed her forehead. Why is this child always like this? Are you wishing for something bad to happen to this girl? As for Nero, her frown gradually eased, but she looked deep in thoughts as if something caught her attention. Please don't take it to heart, Claudius-san. Leo has always been like this, but he means no harm, Minami said a bit apologetically, although she only finished her words openly most of the time. Let me see you out. I understand, but Nero nodded as her expression finally eased. But she is still a bit confused. She felt as if Leo had changed somehow compared to when she first met him. It is hard to describe in words, as if something got extinguished. Nero kept these doubts to herself, but no one could tell what she is truly thinking about. Following Minami, they arrived at the entrance. But before she left, Nero heard Minami say, let me be honest with you, Claudius-san, I'm glad you visited us, especially coming to see Leo. It may sound embarrassing, except a very few, I can't recall anyone visiting him for a friendly matter. Minami sighed a little before continuing, I don't know what's going on in his mind sometimes. He always says he's completely alright, but doesn't he feel a bit lonely like this? Claudius-san seems to be getting along very well with him. May I ask you to visit him from time to time? Minami asked sincerely, completely tossing the image of Leo looking at Nero like a nuisance behind her back. Lonely. Nero's green eyes suddenly lit up and said with a smile, count on me. I'll definitely visit my praetor every day. This is a promise from me. Not like that, thank you. Minami's smile became a bit forced as she imagined Leo's expression if he heard this, but she couldn't refuse when Nero became very enthusiastic. Next time you decide to visit, please invite your parents too. I wish to know them. Unable to change what happened, Minami switched the subject. Parents? My parents aren't here. Nero's expression changed a bit. Oh my, are you living alone? Minami was astonished to know, especially when she saw Nero's young look, and said, did your parents really allow you to travel alone? No, my parents are dead. Despite stating it like a trivial matter, Nero's words were like a bomb to Minami. I'm sorry for your loss. Feeling like she stepped on a landmine, Minami became embarrassed and apologized. No, it's all right. It doesn't matter. Nero smiled naturally, but in Minami's eyes, she was more like trying to be strong. For her, Nero is almost the same age as her son. This made Minami's impression on Nero's increase again. She couldn't help but say, you have moved lately, isn't it? If you would like, you can come today to have dinner together. I'm sure my husband would be happy to get to know you too. In her heart, she also thought of telling Leo to treat this girl better. Then I shall take on your offer. Feeling a bit strange about Minami's sudden affection, Nero still took on her suggestion. If you have any questions or a problem in the neighborhood, I'll be more than happy to help. I know it's kinda hard to get used to a new place. Minami said with a smile, and Nero also nodded while saying, the condition of this place is indeed not to my taste, but why does it take so long to buy small pieces of land? Nero frowned at all the procedures that had to be done in the modern era, but Minami could only smile wryly and say, "Is that so? Wait, buy the land." Needless to say, that house is simply too small. I have already obtained several others around it and am ready to build a castle befitting me. Oh! Here they come. Listening to Nero's words, Minami blinked. Her first thought was this was just another one of Nero's weird talks, but looking at some cars leaving and some agents in suits coming to the previous neighbor's house, she had an absurd feeling. "Wait, Claudius-san, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to buy that house?" "Tomu?" "Without a doubt, because my praetor is here." Giving an answer that made Minami completely freeze, Nero bid farewell to her. Minami watched wide-eyed as several agents were trying to suck up to Nero, but she just walked without giving them any mind. Her proud and confident manners naturally made her stand out. "Maybe I should own this entire territory," Nero said to herself as the agents near her flinched with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. However, she didn't care about them. She suddenly looked at the previous house and thought for a moment before she felt strange. These days her headaches are much fainter and milder. Is it because of the new world? Feeling her jaw dropping, Minami had one single thought in her mind. How did her son know this person? What is happening down there now? On the upper floor, Leo was sitting on the floor with a marker in his hand. He frowned a bit as his headache increased because of the commotion outside before resuming his work. On the floor, there was a big world map that showed all the continents and oceans clearly. Leo seemed in deep thoughts while looking at the map. However, his hand didn't stop. He first marked several locations with a green marker, which were India, Japan, Africa, China, Europe, Great Britain, etc. Then he took a red marker and noted North America, Russia, but then, his necklace shone and a voice was transmitted into his head. "Hey? What are you doing?" "Marking. What do you think about the following, Venom?" "In my point of view, there's nothing to question about my lord's vision, as I expected. Those green locations are the easiest targets and most organized. Yet, the possibility of doubt still stands until we check them manually. As for the red regions, there's a lot of variables. Further studies need to be concluded to lower the error rate. But if I may suggest to my lord, we should try to track the distribution of ley lines from these deserted zones first, at least until we get a general idea of the energy flow. The oceans would still be the most troublesome." Leo's sleeve extended into a jet-black tentacle and caught a black marker before it crossed the North and South poles, drawing lines towards Canada, Russia, Africa, and Australia. "I thought so too, but we still need to take into consideration the movement of Earth compared to the Sun, and the location of the Moon. The gravitational pull and the tide should give us a better look at the flow of energy in the oceans." Leo and Venom began to mark several places, splitting them into different regions, and deciding several procedures that made Drake blink. However, he still managed to understand one thing or two, and said, "Ley lines, dragon veins? Why are you looking for them on this large scale? No one has attempted to utilize all the energy of ley lines in nature. Are you trying to cause something big again?" Listening to Drake's questions, Leo lifted his eyebrow and said without raising his eyes from the map, "Well, it's not like I'm after their energy. And yes, we're going to do something big. Are you in?" "Humph. I'm stuck to you, after all." Despite sounding as if he's complaining, Leo captured the faint excitement in Drake's tone. Such a big event would be bound to be very exciting. How could he miss it? After all, this guy is a dragon. Exciting and wild matters like these are quite to his liking. What do these marks represent? In no time, Drake found the brand new map filled with different signs and short notes. You want to learn? Well, listen carefully. We have separated the map into several locations according to the difficulty of determining the ley lines positions. Leo tapped with the back of the pen on the map. Green is the easiest, red has a bit of difficulty and variables, and black is either difficult like the oceans, or not that worthy of trouble like the Antarctic. Although the flow of life energy on the planet doesn't truly differentiate between locations, there's still a lot of rules that should be taken into consideration. For example, the Antarctic. The icy landmass is indeed a part of nature, but the ice is still ice. Unlike normal Earth, the number of usable ley lines are much less and the flow of energy in them is slower. There's a lot to be said about how to separate areas, but for the green, we took a simple approach. We shall make use of the religion and the mystic side. Ley lines, or in other name, dragon veins, are huge sources of energy, which make them a valuable natural resource. It's something like the equivalent of oil for the supernatural side. Here comes the role of mystic clans, families, and organizations. Each one of them will at least occupy one important node of the ley lines, making them the best detection method for Leo. It's very simple. Locate the clan headquarters and you'll find their ley lines, because their energy is also used for defensive purposes and such. For this, religion plays an important role. Most families will be affiliated with gods. A location with deep faith has a higher chance to locate an organization that monopolizes ley lines. Places like Europe, China, India, and Japan are filled with these types of cabals. They're for Leo, the easiest targets. As for the red regions, they are much looser in the aspect of mystics. For example, this North America, I see the best way to determine the ley lines quickly is by tracking the history of the native tribes. For America, the New World, the colonization of the continent brought new religions, therefore more supernatural involvement, and allowed more development in that aspect, but it's still lacking. The utilization and refining of the ley line isn't something that could be done in a day or two. Well, for someone on the level of Leo, such a thing could be done, but for human magicians? Not to mention the difficulty of finding a suitable ley line in the first place. Back in the past, humans were much more integrated into nature than today. It's not strange that this primitive instinct to survive led the ancient humans into some optimal locations. Yet, those ley lines mostly aren't suitable for magical use. Either because they are small or difficult to access. It's like Drake said, no one attempted to use the entire energy of nature. Not because they didn't think about it, but because they couldn't. To be fair, the red regions are more of Leo's own doubts because he isn't 100% aware of the development in these regions. After all, he didn't bother to look at them with clairvoyance. He can't put his views and speculations as facts, especially because this is DXD where the supernatural side doesn't follow the usual set of rules. Maybe America is as developed as Europe in this aspect, though he still doubts it. Also, Leo had to put into account the weird nature of the magician cabals in this world. The last time he checked with clairvoyance, he saw some damn witches and magicians in a magical domain in the dimensional gap. These guys left the human world and directly jumped to live in the void. They feel pathetic. Maybe it's because of the involvement of the mythical side, but magicians feel too pitiful in Leo's eyes. No, I guess the whole humanity of this world. If I recall correctly, I saw a golden dawn with my clairvoyance here. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF end, a manual search is required too. Most of these procedures are just to lower the error rate. Nobody has time to circle the globe, trying to locate ley lines one by one, especially not Leo. Although he doesn't really miss that clairvoyance, Leo has to admit that it's rather handy with these things. Well, there's no use crying about it now. Now, as we're done with the logic and reasoning, we shall use technical knowledge. Let me be frank, I don't know if this applies 100% in this world, but they should do the trick. After all, it's all the familiar life energy, no? For example, looking at the weather, movement of the celestial bodies. The more Drake listened, the more he nodded and his eyes lit up. Utilizing climate change, the way seasons change from a place to another, even the times where an eclipse happens. Although he hates to admit it, Drake found himself learning. Even the previous reasoning felt new to him. He couldn't help but look at Leo, who was improving the map, deeply. This knowledge and understanding of how the world operates are kinda scary. Isn't by locating the ley lines, you can simply figure out any organization's hideout if they utilize them? Drake does not doubt that this isn't Leo's limit. Maybe he can even flip the entire ley line on top of those cabals and turn all their works against them without moving a finger. This guy, he does possess such great knowledge, but why doesn't he use it frequently? I guess blowing things up is less taxing. Drake nodded to himself as if he felt his thoughts were about right. In a sense, his partner is also a good example of a dragon. Assuming that you located the ley lines successfully, how are you going to utilize them? Extract the energy violently. I think I already said that I don't want the ley lines energy, and if I'm going to do it violently, why am I wasting my time thinking? Leo shook his head at Drake before he picked a yellow marker and said, Venom, establish a new task. We need some sort of an impact device to pierce a hole through the ley lines without distributing their balance. Oh, we also need to establish an artificial network to let the energy flow from those gaps. Let's include Kria in the process for better efficacy. Affirmative. Venom started thinking about the best solution. He has been studying DXD's magic for a far longer time than Leo, making him the best for this job. Wait, if you are going to do that, you also need. Drake felt weird at first, but then he saw Leo mark something new on the map. In Japan, Leo drew a yellow circle with a small snake of the same color on top of it. There was a note next to it that said Key/Yellow Snake. Despite being speechless about the name, Drake instantly understood what Leo was referring to. At this moment, he was already impressed. Although there's still to be taken care of, this plan has already been formed and it's pretty solid. This technical side was a bit rare from his partner, making Drake wonder, why are you doing all of this? Why? Leo fixed his glasses. His eyes couldn't be seen behind the reflection of light as he said, although this is a guess, he did cover me during that ritual, didn't he? Reducing himself to this state. Oh, I see. Yes, he did. Drake was puzzled for a moment before the answer flashed in his mind. That idiot. I guess he deserves to be my alter ego. He's almost as big of a fool as me. Drake couldn't exactly see Leo's expression at this moment as he listened in silence. To be honest, I could just wait for my core to recover without wasting all these efforts. But how long will it take? A month? 2 months? A year? Who knows when it'll return to optimal performance exactly, and although it's shameful, I have my limits as an asshole. You isn't that something positive and morally good? Drake felt speechless. Hey! This will break my streak as the asshole of the year. I'm disappointed that you don't understand this, Drake. Leo shook his head deeply as if he was really let down by Drake, making the red dragon more speechless. After finalizing the plan and dealing with some hassle here, we should proceed immediately. I can't keep him waiting for that long, no. Stretching his body, Leo returned to mapping again, but he got interrupted by the commotion outside. Hey? What did she do now? Looking at cars going and leaving from the opposite house, Leo squinted his eyes before a faint layer of wind-isolated outside noise. She gets mad for no reason and now makes all this noise. Leo shook his head, but Drake refuted him. Isn't it because you are putting yourself down these days for some reason? Really? But I'm only stating the truth, no. Leo tilted his head in puzzlement, but Drake squinted at him from inside the Longinus before ignoring him. Leo shrugged his shoulders and returned to work, but he suddenly remembered something and said, it's 6 p.m. now. I wonder how long he'll take. Ring ring. I actually got the timing right. Hearing his phone ringing on the desk, Leo dropped the marker in his hand and stood up to answer the call. Hello, I don't think you're calling to check on me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the call, Genshiro sat down on his desk, holding the phone to his ear. His expression was a bit complicated and nervous before it turned furious while saying, or what? Do you expect me to call because I miss you? Go die. I called you because I wanted to ask something. Hey? You already know. Genshiro stood up from the desk and began to pace in his room left and right as his expression changed. Who are you calling a predictable idiot? Don't answer that either. I'm serious, man. I really have something important to ask. Tell me, can we meet tomorrow? Today? Well, it's fine by me, but I don't want to bother you, hey? You're coming here and now. Thud thud. Suddenly, Genshiro's expression froze. His eyes slowly turned towards his desk. To be more specific, the drawer has begun to shake without any warning. Looking at his phone then at the desk, Genshiro blinked his eyes before he went forward and opened it up. Inside the drawer, a familiar face and head alongside another pink creature head were phasing through the void, staring at him with unblinkable eyes. Kumimayan. Genshiro and Leo stared at each other with a blank expression without uttering a single word. Not until Leo coughed and said with the same facial expression, the coordination might have been a bit wrong. I shouldn't have spun my way here. Genshiro looked down at Leo inside the drawer in the eye before he slowly closed it again. He took a few steps away while looking at the desk. His desk got possessed by an angel, demon. Should he call an exorcist or burn it down? Chapter 168, are shattered by the Sunday. Ding dong. Coming. The doorbell ringing echoed, followed by the voice of a young girl. Shortly after, a young girl with blonde hair opened the door to see a young man with glasses holding a few plastic bags, which made her freeze for a moment. As if she didn't expect it at all, she blinked her eyes before widening them slightly. Yolio waved his hand at the startled girl. However, his lack of enthusiasm didn't seem to affect the girl. Her doubtful expression brightened swiftly and said, Leo. It has been ages since I've seen you. Why didn't you visit us lately? Keiho Saji, the younger sister of Genshiro Saji, was pleasantly surprised to see Leo, but because the latter ignored her greeting and looked around, she frowned her eyebrows. However, Leo suddenly tilted his head and looked at her. His expression was a bit weird while beckoning with his hand. Although a bit confused, Keiho still got closer out of curiosity and followed Leo's line of sight. From the second-floor window, the shadow of a person could be seen on the glass. Genshiro was pressing his face on the window, almost blending into the frame, looking down at Leo and Keiho. His eyes and expression were so ominous as if he became an evil spirit. The setting sun cast a shadow on a certain angle of the house, making his look much creepier, especially when he saw Leo waving his hand. Looking at this scene that'll make children cry at night, Keiho's face darkened before quickly entering the house, leaving Leo alone again. They are a happy bunch, hey. Listening to the sounds coming from inside and some screams as if a squishy toy got strangled, Leo looked at the clouds passing slowly while whispering, and she closed the door in my face, the audacity. After resisting the urge to call 119 and tell the clueless dispatcher that a big brother was owned by his little sister, Leo finally made it inside Saji's household. There isn't much to say about the interior of the house. It wasn't flashy nor shabby, giving it a sense of coziness. This wasn't the first time Leo has been here, so he is very familiar with it. He went inside with Keiho, who returned with a smile and said, sorry to make you wait, Leo. But my brother is what did you do to him this time? Keiho's face was a bit troubled. Although this isn't the first time her brother and Leo played pranks on each other, she felt Genshiro was a bit weird this time. I've told him the truth, but he couldn't handle it. Right, what kind of truth exactly? He's an idiot and anime is not real. Leo rubbed his chin before stating seriously. Keiho heard the dumb answer as she shook her head with a sigh. She already knew that getting a serious answer from Leo is nigh impossible. This is how he always has been. When she was lost in thoughts, Leo was going to ask if she adopted domestic violence as a new hobby and why she didn't invite him to watch, but a small boy walked over to him. Leo, you came. I missed you. Did you bring anything for me? Django, don't say something like that to a guest. Keiho started to discipline the little boy, but Leo didn't mind. Considering his history with annoying hellspawn kids, if this was any other little kid in general, Leo would have taught them why he's hated by the masses. But looking at the little boy pulling his shirt with sparkling eyes, Leo squatted down and ruffled the boy's hair before saying, of course, I brought you all something. Unlike your brother, I have manners and shit. Oi! What are you teaching my little brother? Leo! Stop teaching Django bad words. Genshiro's angry face popped from the end of the hallway while Keiho covered her little brother's, Django Saji's, ears. Yeah, I taught him nothing though. But here, catch. Leo gave the bags he was carrying to Keiho, startling her before she looked at them. Seeing they were a bunch of ingredients and snacks, Keiho became embarrassed and said, you really didn't have to, Leo. Since when I really didn't have to? And you, when did you decide to suddenly act mature, hey? It was just yesterday that you were crying because you were scared from the dark. I wasn't. Keiho instantly retorted with her face beet red. So, did you age when I wasn't here or something? Stop acting like you never saw me. At this point, do you still intend to treat me as a guest? With his eyebrow twitching, Leo stared deeply at Keiho's face, making her turn away immediately while muttering but. Leo isn't a guest. Django broke away from his sister and stood by Leo's side. Indeed, very good. This is why I spared you. Looking at the little boy taking his side, Leo nodded sagely. What? You'll know when you grow up. Be happy in ignorance. Keiho didn't know what to say. She could only look at her confused brother nodding to Leo's nonsense. This scene was strangely familiar to her. Well, if you replaced Django with her. Keiho couldn't help but cover her face. Those memories were very embarrassing. I'll be taking this. Suddenly, Genshiro came and took the bags from Keiho's hands and nodded at her. You and Django go and relax. I'll be preparing dinner, so I'll borrow this guy. With a wide smile, he warped his arm around Leo's neck before he dragged him away. Ah, wait, I can help. No, just go and relax. This guy isn't a guest and we should not waste his visit. Despite being smiling, Genshiro's expression was dark and ominous, making Keiho speechless, but then she saw Leo waving his hand at her. With a very solemn face, Leo gazed at Keiho in the eyes before saying, "If I don't come back, call 119 and tell the dispatcher that I'm not sorry for anything." Along those few last words, Leo got dragged by Genshiro away, leaving Keiho and Gengo staring at each other. "But why the dispatcher and what did you do to them?" Keiho sighed helplessly and took her little brother. Strangely, she felt more relaxed as a smile bloomed on her lips. This atmosphere and scene are a bit nostalgic for her. "You fucker, what are you teaching my siblings?" Putting the bags on the table, Genshiro glared at Leo, who went to wear an apron. Why and how gacha is both a physical and mental form of torture that originated from ancient hellhole we call, my crumbling social relationships after hours of grinding. Leo said slowly before heading towards the largest knife in the kitchen. Genshiro is by no means a psychic, but such a scene produced nothing but dread for the next moments and a lot of overthinking about how maybe it's the wrong idea to let this guy enter the kitchen, especially after the gloomy gacha talk. This feeling only intensified when he saw Leo sharpening the knife with his bare hand. Sparks actually flew from the quick contact, making the poor knife seem in much more danger than Leo's unclad skin. "What? This is faster." Leo tilted his head in response to Genshiro's weird stares. Genshiro shook his head and went to wear another apron. He seemed to be very familiar with the process and preparing ingredients. Leo followed suit while twirling the knife in his hand at a ridiculous speed, leaving after images and almost making Genshiro's eyes fall. "I wonder, but did you actually leave my coin in the drawer?" After a painful period of silence and knife spinning, Leo finally decided to speak, but his words almost made Genshiro drop a plate before coughing. "That cough, you know. Well, is this why you possessed my desk?" "No, I suddenly spawned from a wormhole inside your desk just because I could." "Seems legit." Genshiro nodded to himself and accepted it as truth. "Shut up. Rude, but does it matter? I could easily lose small stuff like that, so I keep them in a safe place when I'm home. That coin is the last thing you should be worried about losing. But oh well, it's your problem if that peerage of yours came role-playing in front of me and I had to break all their jaws before leaving them next to the trash." Leo cut down some vegetables calmly and spoke without changing his face, unaware that Genshiro broke into a cold sweat. For the safety of the student council, he decided he'll keep that coin with him all day long. He just didn't want to see a clash between the two people he is very grateful to. However, Genshiro had a few doubts. It seems he's kinda preventing the inevitable doom of the student council, rather than stopping a clash between them and Leo. But this didn't make sense. Isn't Sana the little sister of one of the four Satans? Aren't those some very, very big guys? While Leo he has no idea except he's an angel and has a terrorist wet dream ability. He tried to get more information from Sana, but she only looked at him weirdly because he never showed any interest in this stuff. If not for the trickster coin taking the wheel every time, he would have already exposed everything to her. Sigh. Genshiro felt tired about the status quo, but he recovered and said, "By the way, if you're here, can you tell me ABO?" However, he got interrupted by Leo waving the knife and saying, "Yet, no. I don't think I will." "Ha. Why? And stop waving that thing around." "Simply because I know you'll ask me something boring and mundane to explain." "What? That's not true." Leo stopped waving the knife and looked at Genshiro with dull eyes before saying, "Then are you going to ask how to take out that chess piece? Let me be honest, it's an eyesore to look at." Gazing through Genshiro, Leo easily spotted the pawn devil piece. For Leo, even if he didn't join the chat room, the main reason he denied all the possibilities of joining the ranks of devils in this world is that he had to put a chess piece inside of him. That game and all those devils who like it can burn in the smoldering hell. Wait, hell in this world isn't technically hell? Leo wondered for a moment before shrugging. There's more than a way to increase hell's temperature, no? Into the perfect warmth to cook marshmallows. No. Genshiro became speechless and answered nervously. "So, are you going to ask how to hijack the chess piece to trick that bobcut girl, then take off when the situation allows?" "I don't think so." Maybe you'll ask about how to control the chess piece? So, even if you walked away, you don't have to care about any side effects. To be honest, I still think taking off that eyesore of an object is a much better approach." Genshiro stood dumbstruck in his place for a few seconds before he said, "Leo, why do I feel you are focusing on the fact that it's a chess piece more than it's devil related? After all, aren't you and cough?" Sorry, putting the wooden spoon down, Genshiro solemnly said, I can't say it. My whole body refuse. Are you going to do it or not? No. The president didn't treat me badly and she helped me a lot. To be fair, it's quite interesting to participate in all those activities. Genshiro smiled and shook his head, but Leo stared at him deeply before fixing his glasses and saying, wait until you get spanked with a magic circle. What? What? Both of them stared at each other in confusion as Genshiro's expression was full of suspicion. What about a magic circle and spanking? He just heard something very dangerous. See? You're only going to ask about boring stuff. Then why did you come here? And stop changing the subject. Genshiro wanted to grab Leo and shake him for answers, but Leo started waving and twirling the knife at high speeds again. An alright question. I'm here to see those little two. It has been a while since I've been here because I had several problems. Also, I don't trust you with two little kids. You dare? Do you think you can take care of my siblings better than me? Genshiro fumed up as if Leo hit a nerve, but the latter didn't react much and said, no, but you know what I'm talking about. Different from what he expected, Leo didn't refute him this time. However, Genshiro was also too lazy to argue now. Sighing a little, Genshiro looked down with bitterness and said, you know how Keiho is. Since they were gone, she has always tried to help me and be reliable. I keep telling her it's okay and she doesn't have to bother, but yes, she's persistent. They just don't want to burden me further. I never thought I'd be so jealous of some maniac, uncaring, menace to society, asshole personality, but here we are. Genshiro recalled how his siblings always open up when they meet this guy as he couldn't help but look at Leo with resentment. It's easy to be one though. It's a simple process of 2 steps that might include irreversible consequences. Want me to help? I'd rather die. That is step 1. Anyway, the most annoying thing is them thinking of you as a big brother too. I don't know how I should feel, but I'm sure resentment is included. The colors of irritation filled Genshiro's face as if he's going to throw the spoon at Leo's face. Of all people, his siblings had to stick to this guy. Although this honestly relieved him, it also generated a lot of grievances. Now, that's just a bad idea. Leo fixed his glasses and finally put the knife down, making Genshiro breathe a sigh of relief. He swore to hide all the knives next time. Because of various childhood traumas, I have made an oath to torture my little siblings, exactly like how it happened to me. I'm a very petty person and I don't care. Huh? How? Aren't you an only child? When did you get big siblings? Genshiro's expression became a mix of puzzlement and confusion, trying to find logic in Leo's nonsense. Is that so? Leo didn't continue on this subject. He only continued cooking in silence under Genshiro's gaze. Dude, you're weird. No one is normal, everyone pretends to be because they don't want to stand out. After all, what is truly normal doesn't exist, it just keeps changing and you can't decide what it really is. Leo suddenly started speaking quickly as Genshiro's face grew paler. Shut. I don't want a philosophy lesson. The ones at school are more than enough. Even if I needed help in my studies, you're the last person I'll go to. Genshiro closed his ears quickly and stopped Leo from continuing his "we live in a society" lessons. So, you go to the bob cut, girl? Interesting. Leo felt the days of magic circle spanking were getting closer as his look gave Genshiro some chills. No, yes, maybe I don't know. And it's not like you're going to help. Is that so? I'll help you if you ask nicely and if it wasn't very mundane to do. Yeah, right. After you make a simple problem very complicated and over the top. Genshiro snapped before he scratched the back of his head and said, whatever, it's not like I can keep asking you for help. You've already helped us more than enough. As for the president, Sana, although I'm very grateful for her help, I can treat this as a job and repay her. Unlike someone who doesn't accept any repayment at all. As if he released something heavy, Genshiro breathed a sigh of relief before patting his chest. Suddenly, he looked at Leo, who was squinting his eyes, before laughing bitterly when he recalled how he acted earlier. It took him a bit of courage, but Genshiro managed to say, hey, Leo. I'm sorry. For what? Can't you read minds? I'm not spelling it for you. Leo's dull eyes suddenly fixed on Genshiro before he pointed at the boiling pot. If you're feeling sorry, why are you dragging me to cook then? Shut up. Under Leo's cold stare, Genshiro turned away while humming a song. This made Leo shake his head before saying, I guess I'm also using you as a shield, so we're even. Hold up, shield for what? Genshiro paused. Why does it feel like he suddenly got involved in something very troublesome? We got a new annoying neighbor, and she was suddenly invited to dinner, so I slipped away. I'm staying here tonight. I have things to do anyways. Aware of Genshiro's situation and how his parents passed away, Minami couldn't say no when Leo decided to go and help Genshiro in taking care of his siblings. Leo gave Genshiro a thumbs up and patted him on the shoulder without caring about the latter twitching eyebrows and annoyed expression. But I'm more shocked you actually came here and didn't make the neighbor reconsider their life decisions. Genshiro recalled all the past events and grew more alarmed. This must be one of the very few times Leo tolerated someone he labeled as annoying. I don't know, but I think I hate her. Rubbing his chin, a bewildered look surfaced as Leo took a while until he found the correct words. What? At this moment, Genshiro was truly dumbstruck and frightened. It's hard to explain, but the more I experience time with her, the more I see and understand, I realize. Yes, I truly despise her. The colors of bewilderment grew stronger on Leo as if this was strange even for him. But for Genshiro, he was already sweating as if the sky was collapsing. What did he just hear? Hate? Truly despise? The only time I heard him saying such a thing solemnly is when he kept saying he loathed himself more than anything. Genshiro already figured this is something he should stay away from. Well, I'll figure it out later. As for you, I only have one thing to say to you about your questions. Listen carefully because it's very important. Leo's expression suddenly recovered and became deadly serious. Seriously? Genshiro had more than a reason to be suspicious, but as if he was affected by the atmosphere, he listened carefully. This is Japan. And this is Japan. Leo and Genshiro stared at each other as the latter had a mixed expression of disgust and why do I even bother? This is all you need. As for the rest, find them yourself. Leo nodded to himself before ignoring Genshiro completely. Genshiro's disgusted expression lasted for a moment before he became puzzled. Wait, is this guy truly serious? Japan? Of course, this is Japan. We live in it. Strangely, it stuck on him, and he kept thinking about it even after preparing dinner and eating together with his siblings and Leo. It felt like he forgot something very important. Japan, Japan. What do we have in Japan again? Except suddenly seeing devils and an not-so-angel person. Even after putting his brother and sister to sleep and looking at Leo vanishing into thin air with a peace sign, Genshiro still couldn't put his finger on something. Only after he went to bed and saw a small souvenir that was given by his grandmother, did Genshiro feel he had been struck by lightning. Holding the small cat status that was supposed to bring happiness and luck, his entire face became pale before he barely muttered Yokai. Yokai, or Ikai, is a difficult term to pin down, even in Japanese. The word had a lot of translations across the years, from monster and demon, to even spirit, but it's much more broad and vague than that. It also includes ghosts, gods, transformed humans and animals, spirit possession, urban legends, and other strange phenomena. Every rule has an exception, and every answer has a contradiction. The difficulty in determining what is and what is not a yokai makes figuring out the correct meaning much harder. So, for simplicity, the supernatural world generally uses the term to refer to Japanese folklore, excluding several figures like gods from it. In the DXD world, however, the situation is much weirder, especially if you started or focused mostly on the center of the plot, Kria town. You're bound to get an oh shit, this was supposed to be Japan feeling when remembering that Kria is in Japan and for some reason, you only saw devils and angels instead of yokai. Carrying that feeling, you'll see there's a whole new world and mythological system hidden in Japan. Did you understand, Drake? It's uncanny, to say the least. Under the radiant moon, Leo slowly walked into the forest near Kria. His steps crushed the dead leaves and broke the small twigs, making a particularly loud sound in the night. Strangely, his presence was clear and radiating a terrible atmosphere. His eyes were plainly shining in the darkness and followed something as the red necklace on his neck flashed with green gleam. Drake didn't have anything to say about yokai because he never cared about their existence, although he found the situation to be a bit dumb. However, the red dragon focused more on what Leo was holding in his left hand. A traditional Japanese sword rested in Leo's left hand. The katana's handle was white with a golden pommel and handguard. The blade was hidden inside a black scabbard, tied by a blue cord. Even if this sword was releasing a horrible aura for some reason, Drake didn't care about that more than the weird music. Muffled bury the light. Ever since Leo took this sword out, it kept emitting some strange music and calling itself the storm that is approaching, which was very loud in the quiet forest. Drake squinted his eyes at the sword, then at Leo, who was acting as if everything was normal and observing the dragon vein of this region. I get it. Although this noise is annoying, looking for these small fries is more annoying. Oh, here they are. Drake closed his eyes as he sensed several auras coming from afar. Indeed, I have dragon veins to check and I don't want to waste all the night looking for these harlots. Also, it's not like it matters if they find me or not, but aren't they a bit too much? Without raising his eyes, Leo already saw several life energies burning like torches in the night. They were on a completely different level from regular humans, showing the disparity in pure vitality. It didn't take long before several shadows appeared on tree branches, surrounding the place while keeping a distance. Even in the darkness of the night, they were completely clear for Leo. These creatures weren't much different from the Japanese macaque, but they were much bigger with a very vicious expression and gleaming red eyes. As if they were imitating humans, they wore clothes and held different weapons in their hands. Their clothes were like old garments from ancient Japan. These creatures showed wariness to Leo because he was holding a weapon, but after they figured he was alone and standing still as if he was frozen from fear, their cruel instinct was awoken. Even so, they made no obvious sound and acted stealthily. If a regular human was here, they'd never notice their presence. As if they were discussing between themselves, one of them suddenly descended on the ground and showed itself. Compared to the rest, it looked much smaller and acted as if it was scared, but curious about Leo. However, after showing no response to it, the yokai decided to get closer. When it reached a certain distance and noticed Leo didn't react at all, the monkey's friendly expression turned furious as its claws grew longer and struck Leo's chest. But as if it hit a steel plate, the claws were repelled as the monkey stared at its broken fingers in bewilderment before screaming in pain. Its howls made all other yokai agitated. Eek! Eek! Hoo! 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 The place suddenly became very noisy with these monkey-like creatures howling everywhere and circling Leo. But Leo only frowned at the ear-shattering noises these monkeys are making. Seriously, these creatures can scream very loudly and it's irritating. I assume that you won't take me to your chief or boss willingly, no. Leo speaking didn't make any difference as his voice was drowned in the noise and some restless yokai had already jumped down and rushed towards him. One of them already sprinted with claws and struck Leo's back. Why do I even bother? Rubbing his forehead, Leo raised Yamato in its scabbard and gently tapped the head of the yokai who wanted to attack again. Boom! The entire upper body of the monkey exploded into pieces of flesh and internal organs. The blood and organs even splashed the faces of other yokai, freezing them in their place. At this moment, the noisy forest suddenly went quiet, except for Yamato still emitting music. So, shut up and run. After rubbing his forehead, a scary atmosphere rose from Leo, making all the yokai around tremble in fear. It's as if the harmless human-looking person turned into a horrible monster looming over their heads. It took them a moment of realization before a commotion broke again and the monkey-like yokai madly escaped. Some of them even crawled as fast as they could because their legs froze from horror. The intelligence of these seems to be degrading. Shaking his head, Leo looked at the escaping monkeys before his necklace flashed. Something is a bit weird about them. For some stray and rogue yokai, they are strangely organized. Leo hummed before he followed behind the escaping monkeys. Sarigami is a type of monkey-like yokai. They look just like the wild monkeys that are found across the Japanese islands. However, they are bigger, more vicious, and much smarter compared to regular monkeys. The Suragami, who escaped from Leo, rushed as fast as they could into a large tree filled with their kinds. This whole area of the forest near the mountain seemed to have been newly changed and turned into a temporary base by these yokai. The Suragami started screaming and howling, awakening a lot of other yokai. One of them rushed into a big shadow on top of the tree, but before the Suragami could speak, a large hand suddenly caught its head. Compared to the regular monkeys, this one was massive and its expression was very human-like. The white fur on its body shone with luster under the moonlight as its giant palm held the small Suragami's head easily. The red eyes stared at the small monkey and signaled it to speak. The yokai didn't dare to defy and started telling all that it knows, but after a few moments, the giant yokai's expression became furious. It slammed the monkey in its hands on the tree trunk before speaking in a rough voice. Not only did you run like rats from a single human, but you even led them here. Much like their name, the Suragami are a prime example of fallen spirits once revered as gods in Japanese folklore but got forgotten by time. These monkeys that were once worshipped by humans deteriorated into shadows of their past selves, mad and cruel yokai. Yet, it seems they appear to have always been like this in the current world. Although how they came to existence seems very different in DXD, their nature didn't seem to change much. The giant Suragami grunted as he looked at the small one struggling in its palm. Its eyes were calm and more cunning than the rest of its kind. It knew that humans would follow these cowards, so it needed to prepare to test the enemy. The choice of fighting or running needs to be made quickly. Muffled, bury the light. The muffled music suddenly echoed in the Suragami base as all the monkeys suddenly stopped. All the yokai stared at the figure that appeared from the shadows of the night without breathing. They didn't dare to breathe. The horrifying aura seems to be squeezing space, rendering their legs weak and minds blank, especially the giant one. Unlike the others who can barely feel ki and use it, the giant Suragami could see and feel much more than them. When its eyes met those blank blue eyes in the bottom, the storm of mad and evil ki sent its mind into oblivion. That's not a human, there's no way that is a human. The monkey's face became as pale as its fur in an instant and its eyes almost popped from their sockets. Oh, there's a one who can talk. Leo looked at the big yokai on top of the tree, but before he said anything else, the giant Suragami threw the small yokai in his hands and ran without looking back. The giant Suragami ran like there's no tomorrow, pushing all his power and ki, even if he just abandoned all his kins. The only thought occupying its mind was run or die. Teleports behind you. However, the strange music he heard earlier abruptly became much clearer. The scene changed into a few meters ahead before a shadow appeared behind him. Nothing personal, kid. Bam! A white and crimson fist clad in emerald gems slammed the giant Suragami's head sideways, sending it flying and smacking several trees in the process. Despite his vision becoming blurry and his head ringing from the attack, the giant Suragami still tried to stand up and run. However, looking at that monster appearing, he gave up all hopes and awaited death. You can use ki, right? Oh my, both Senjutsu and Toki. I wonder what someone like you is doing in this place. Would you mind telling me? Despite it sounding like a question, the giant Suragami didn't dare to utter a sound of disobedience. Maybe this is a chance to survive. The fear began to slowly drive his mind mad, even his body acted on its own. Under Leo's gaze and Yamato's scabbard resting at its forehead, the Suragami spoke shakenly everything he knew with his rough human language. So, because of the chaos that happened lately, the previous regulations became very lax and Uebami, who is approaching the ranks of Daiokai, Great Yokai, decided to take the chance to build a force and a territory of its own. The giant Suragami nodded while trembling before Leo continued. Also, you and a bunch of other yokai decided to pledge loyalty and join it. And I assume this new territory is Kria, right? The giant Suragami carefully chose his words and only spoke when ordered. He didn't even dare to raise his eyes and look at the monster again. Tell me about the other yokai that came here. Leo fixed his glasses and ordered, which made giant Suragami squeeze its brain and recall every yokai it knows here. Okuri Inu, a flock of Yusuzume, and etc. Leo tapped Yamato's handle with his finger as his expression grew strange. This doesn't sound like a normal occurrence at all. Drake spoke as Leo nodded at his words. Of course, this sounds strange. Even for rogue yokai, suddenly marching like this towards a devil's territory isn't logical at all, especially if the leader of all of this is a Uebami, a big snick. These cold-blooded yokai put their lives at top priority and won't risk them at all by muddling with the two sisters of four Satans just because of a poor territory such as Kria. Unless, of course, they are sure of their actions and have a guarantee. A guarantee that won't make them suffer even if this has been brought to light. Wow, this is becoming troublesome. Leo shook his head before he looked at the giant Suragami. Now, what should he do with this one? Noticing Leo's gaze landing on it, the Suragami tried to make itself smaller without caring about any pride as a strong yokai. Well, you know, Drake? This situation doesn't sound too bad. I lacked a watchdog around here anyways. So, let's just do this. Azure mana suddenly flared up from Leo's body, dyeing the dark forest with its colors. The change startled the Suragami, but the next scene made it cry from fear. As if someone threw ink into water, the pure azure mana darkened and soon was overtaken by an inky black hue. The murky mana resembling black mud, drenched in massive amounts of curses, circled around Leo as if the malice of the world itself possessed it. This is the thing that horrified the Suragami. As a practitioner of Senjutsu and Ki, the first thing to be careful about when training and using Ki is the corruption from the malice and ill will that flows in the world. But what can the one do when a monster that looks like the embodiment of this malice suddenly appears in front of you? A strand of the black mud hit the Suragami before his eyes rolled and lost consciousness. What did you do to it? I gave it a tiny curse to stay obedient. Now, let's go see the end of this. Without glancing at the Suragami, Leo pulled Yamato and swiftly slashed across in the air. The sound of something getting torn apart was heard as Yamato's blade left a dark trace in the air before it collapsed into a giant portal. Leo entered the portal without any hesitation, leaving the unconscious Suragami alone on the ground while the portal slowly closed. Growling a woohoo! A giant wolf-like creature howled to the moon before its legs broke the solid ground and jumped. Its speed easily left an afterimage in the previous position and turned into a shadow in the night. Its bloodshot eyes were locked on a single target as its claws and teeth were covered in Ki, torn through the night, and aimed at that target's neck. This prey has escaped its attack once and kicked its body away. This has already driven the Okuri Inu mad with bloodlust. However, the prey suddenly disappeared from its sight and a blue light flashed. Bury the light deep within. A blade cut through the air, leaving a blue afterimage like a crescent moon overlapping with the celestial body above. Crack! However, that one crescent moon suddenly multiplied, filling all the space around the Okuri Inu before the sound of glass breaking echoed. The image of the yokai dashing in the air unnaturally froze and began to overlap as if someone cut a picture to pieces and put them on top of each other. The scene only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal, except the body of the wolf getting torn to pieces and falling into the ground part by part. Drake looked at the overkill scene before he squinted his eyes. He has several problems with the damn song that is still playing and it's driving him mad, especially when Yamato left its scabbard. Firmly putting Yamato inside the scabbard, Leo looked at the handle and said, "It has been a while since I used a sword, but it doesn't matter. Now, are you satisfied?" Yamato vibrated in Leo's hand as if it was nodding, but it seemed it still wanted to go on. Leo shook his head. Should it be counted as a legit demonic sword now? It actually tells its wielder to kill things, well, slicing them, but it's all the same. This is the third one. Leo looked at the Okuri Inu's corpse as he was lost in thoughts. Okuri Inu, or the Okuri Okamai, is a yokai that haunts forests and mountain paths, waiting for travelers to trip before it rips them to shreds. It's counted as both a curse and blessing type of yokai because as long as you don't trip, it'll guard you along the way. It possesses a high level of speed among many yokai and a regular human would have been swallowed before they even realized what happened. Leo already met two of these massive wolf-like yokai here, but the first two hide like little puppies after getting kicked once. These Ki-sensitive creatures are really terrified of him. Leo looked above him to see several birds-like creatures frozen without any movement. Hundreds of sparrows-like birds nested like statues on the trees, and when Leo looked at them, they either fell on the ground and pretended to be dead or covered their eyes with their wings. Some of them even lose their grip and hang upside down on the branches like bats. Interesting. Leo was speechless while Drake found the situation to be very entertaining. Yusuzume, or the night sparrows, are bird-like yokai that appear mostly at night. They usually count as signs of bad omen and also as a warning. This is largely attributed to the fact that these yokai appear where there's a lot of other wildlife or other yokai, like the previous Okuri Inu, telling travelers about the danger ahead. This settles it. There's definitely something fishy about these yokai. Indeed. It seems some people are unhappy with leaving a whole territory in the hands of devils. Even if it's a small flock, the presence of Yusuzume tells how many vicious yokai have appeared near Kria. Even if the entirety of Shinto, the 5 principal clans, and the shrines are paralyzed by work, something like this can't happen and go unnoticed as rogue yokai shenanigans. Leo fixed his glasses before continuing walking, letting the poor Yusuzume flock breathe a sigh of relief before crying and running as if they survived a calamity. They'll never come to this place again. It's too scary. Looking at the sparrows flying, escaping, into the night sky, Leo closed his eyes before he headed straight towards the depth of the mountain. The path in the forest unnaturally widened with large traces as if a huge object was dragged on the ground. Leo didn't take long before he reached a giant cave next to the mountainside. The vision was completely obstructed by the darkness of the night, but anyone could tell this place is bad news. The wind was unnaturally coming and going from it as if a typhoon was blowing. It delivered a thick smell of alcohol, which is to be expected from an Uewabami and their love of liquor. Leo looked at it for a moment before his right foot shone with an azure hue. *Bum. He stepped hard on the ground, spreading cracks like spider webs, and making the entire mountain tremble. The cave shook violently before it collapsed, sealing the entrance. Counting silently, Leo grabbed Yamato before the mountain started shaking again. *Boom. Hiss. The collapsed cave suddenly exploded as rocks flew everywhere. A giant snakehead appeared from beneath the rubble, releasing a hideous screech in the night, and rushing towards Leo's head straight. Just the movement of this body was enough to cause a natural disaster, not to mention the ki that surrounded it. This was a yokai approaching the Daiokai ranks and it didn't seem to care about surroundings to make its shape smaller. Bam! However, before the Uewabami understood what was happening, the mana on Leo's foot detonated like thrusters. The energy created a blue circle in the air before kicking the snake's jaw. The kick dragged the Uewabami and the rest of its body inside the cave into the air and sent it flying several meters high. Receiving this brain-shaking attack, the snake's mind was filled with pain, making it lose every trace of rationality, and become very violent. It opened its bloodshot eyes and glanced down to see who dares to attack it. However, its vision was soon overtaken by a deep blue gleam flooding the ground. Leo held Yamato tightly and poured some mana inside before he pulled it. The dark blade carried a torrent of energy in a wave before it exploded like a dam, drowning the entire space in a deep blue hue. Drifting in the ocean all alone. This wasn't the usage of Yamato's ability of separation or cleaving the fabric of space. This is simply charging the blade with an exaggerating amount of mana before throwing it all out recklessly. It sounds simple, but the scene it created was engraved into Uewabami's mind. The blue light rose from the ground, taking the shape of a crescent moon, and joining the silver moon in the snake's vision. Most of the yokai in the forest raised their heads to see a second moon rising against the shadow of a giant snake before their jaws dropped. The beautiful moment only lasted briefly before the energy tore through Uewabami's protection and scales, leaving a massive wound along its body and tossing it further in the air with a bang. The rising crescent moon collapsed into fragments after finishing its job and scattered in the night wind. The giant snake twisted in midair before gravity affected it and fell into the ground with a massive impact, shaking the mountain again, and raising a cloud of dust. The impact of the Uewabami's fall caused several trees to fall and fragments to fly everywhere. Click! Sheathing Yamato, Leo took a few steps as a wave of mana rushed, blowing all the rubble and dust away, and exposing the struggling Uewabami's inside. A grave wound extended along its long body, gushing with blood, but it wasn't that life-threatening for the Uewabami. The snake coiled up, covering most of the injury as a small stream of water abruptly manifested around its body. The ki surrounding the Uewabami's body acted quickly and started repairing the damage, but it was very much slower than usual as if something prevented recovery. The Uewabami, who recovered its sanity after getting slammed, grew nervous and wary. The fear of facing someone who could reduce it to this state was nerve-wracking for it. However, much like almost every yokai in this forest, the snake froze like a statue when its eyes landed on Leo. The previous horror suddenly multiplied several times as the giant snake returned its extended tongue and didn't dare to release it. Its head, which was above, suddenly snake in the middle of the coil and its eyes looked at Leo from the gaps of its looped body as if it's trying to pitifully hide. Ha 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 ha. Leo was speechless again and Drake laughed at his face. Uewabami are enormous serpents. Apart from their incredible size, they closely resemble ordinary snakes. They are famous for causing floods and rock slides. Yet, their favorite thing is to feed and drink alcohol. So, these snakes who are supposed to live away from civilization decided to get closer to the source of food. Well, just so you don't attack me like the others, I decided to give you a tap. Now, what I was going to say. Leo rubbed his chin as the Uewabami broke into cold sweat despite its snake-like body. Who is it? Who are these retards that dare to attack this monster? The Uewabami cursed several times in its head and almost cried because it thought this was caused by its subordinates. Ah, right. I was going to ask why you're here, but to be honest, I couldn't care less about a plan to show the incompetence of those devils and kick them from Kria. Leo walked towards the snake as every step made it shrink back a little. It smells like politics and power struggles, ugh. Clicking his tongue, Leo looked at the Uewabami's huge eyes before he smiled and said, so, how about you stay here and keep what you're doing, but don't step into that city or let any other new yokai enter it. Oh, take care of those stray devils too. In addition to not daring to speak, the Uewabami was a bit confused. Isn't it going to get killed? Am I clear? You're the boss around here, so you can do it, right? Or maybe you don't want to. Leo tilted his head with a question as it caused the Owabami to shiver before nodding quickly as it could and saying why yes, you understand. The Owabami wanted to cry from grievance now, but at least, it could keep its life from this monster. The amount of malice radiating to the key around him has already made it dizzy and horrified. You'll do it? Good, good. Well, make sure nothing happens or I'll pay you another visit. The Owabami nodded as fast as it could again before it froze at the sight of the black mud rising in the sky. This was its last thought before the cursed mana struck it. Looking at the snake rolling its eyes backward and blacking out, Leo nodded in a good mood before walking away. The curse he planted should tell this Yokai and several others what they should and shouldn't do. As for not listening, well, no one with a desire to live wants a curse planted deep into their vitality to detonate, right? Leo felt he should thank this guy who wanted to mess with the devils. They actually gave him some useful and unsuspicious watchdogs to circle Kria and prevent most of the annoying flies from entering, especially those stray devils. Just how many are there? Aren't devil pieces supposed to be limited? Strolling the dark forest that became much quieter after most Yokai got beaten to a pulp, Leo looked at the moon in the sky before watching the night lights of Kria. This doesn't seem to be the end. Indeed, whoever started this, didn't do it on a whim. These power struggles usually involve a period of planning, especially if someone wants to move these rogue Yokai without anyone noticing, or at least, they don't take action against them. Who knows, maybe this event was planned for a long time ago, but I wonder what made them stop. Perhaps a certain peace treaty and a Red Dragon Emperor? Tisk, tisk, damn politics. Leo clicked his tongue recalling all those annoying procedures before he said anyhow, I couldn't care less because this sounds like their problem. You're speaking as if it's not you who caused this to happen. Drake knows that whoever caused these guys to act is mainly related to Leo making the world go to chaos twice. And he's going to do it again. Of course, people would feel restless and those who want to achieve a change will take the chance. Nope, it still sounds like their problem. Also, you need to remember, Drake. Although benefits are important in these power struggles, you shouldn't forget that personal feelings and grudges have a big role too. Leo shook his head while raising the necklace on his chest before it flashed and Drake's voice sounded humph, it's not like you stopped it anyways. Oh, you figured it out. Despite turning most Yokai here into security guards, Leo told them nothing about stopping their plan. As for not entering Kria, well, if they can't enter, the devils can always go to them. These Yokai can't keep roaming around Kria in secret forever, the devils will find out sooner or later and come to demand an explanation, giving them a chance to show how the devils couldn't protect their territories from some rogue Yokai. This whole thing sounds dumb. Despite not wanting to admit it, Drake started to find this whole maneuver to be idiotic. Is this truly caused by a personal grudge? I know and I don't want to get involved, but for the kind person who gave me a bunch of security guards, I think I'll pay them a visit for the extended warranty of their dragon vein. This still sounds like it's your fault. Really? Well, I remember that a few crows and even their big boss appeared in Kria, so I might go ask them for their extended warranty too. But hey, the official governors, devils, didn't know a thing. I don't know about you, but this continues to sound like their own problem. Leo gave Drake a thumbs up with a solemn expression, rendering the red dragon speechless. Enough chit-chat. The moon is full today, and looking at the mountain behind us, I think the dragon vein should be wait, wasn't there a storm on the east coast a week ago? I wanted to study the behavior of the energy flow here before leaving to the other areas, but Kria doesn't even have a main node. Leo frowned as he took a smaller map of Japan from his space pocket and started marking it. Looking at how Leo was engrossed in marking the dragon veins, Drake rolled his eyes and observed him, but he quickly frowned. Yamato was still doing a solo play of Bury the Light and isn't planning to stop anytime soon. Can't you tell that sword to be silent? Never, I need motivation. Drake was speechless as Leo pulled Yamato and opened a portal before vanishing into it. The portal closed slowly as the moonlight shone gently on the dark forest, landing on several Yokai. This night will be something they'll never forget for the rest of their lives. It's the day they got visited by a walking calamity. Chapter 169, I Walk a Road, Horizons Change. The trees swayed peacefully in the wind, cluttering and hissing as the air passed the branches and leaves. The insects hummed and small animals shuffled through the dark shadows as the forest recovered its night liveliness. Despite witnessing a calamity raising several supernatural creatures, the area didn't suffer any noticeable damage. Instead, the uncomfortable quietness vanished and the atmosphere became more natural. However, a faint light suddenly emerged far above the green dark landscape. The golden brightness unnaturally gathered and formed a rotating magic circle. Strangely, no one in the vicinity, even the yokai, could notice this conspicuous gleam in the night sky. An inconspicuous black feather swayed gently in the wind towards a clearing near the mountainside, lit by a bright flame flickering in the night. The bonfire burned brightly, dispelling the shadows, and illuminating the place like a lantern. The light exposed the devastated area and the collapsed cave behind it as if an earthquake hit the place, but looking at the huge traces, it was obvious that the clearing wasn't naturally made. Amid the rubble, several figures of different shapes circled the bonfire. They sang and drank as the flames cast a shadow on their bodies. But more importantly, they cried. The strongest yokai in the forest have gathered here without any prior notice. The only thing they did was move their cups and hands, drinking a large amount of alcohol while celebrating in tears. Near the collapsed cave entrance, a woman was sitting on a boulder while holding a large barrel of alcohol. She gulped the entire barrel in one go, which made a huge contrast with her slim figure. The female yokai slammed the barrel on the ground, startling her subordinates. But as the red blush crept on her face, her facial expression finally cracked. Why did I do? I was just sleeping. What did I do to deserve getting a beating? With the Owabame's cries, the rest of the yokai finally relaxed, crying tears of grievance and joy. Grievance because a disaster fell on their heads from nowhere, and happiness because they survived the said calamity. The so-called elite yokai lost all composers and wept their sadness while drinking, especially the Owabame. She transformed into a human form and drank her grievance out. I was just sleeping heek, then he came and kicked my jaw heek. He then used his sword and did something horrible. Losing their previous restraints, some of the yokai around the Owabame patted her shoulder and cried together, expressing their understanding of her pain. After all, they also experienced a visit from the monster. The other yokai usually kept their distance and lowered themselves out of respect to the strength of Owabame and her cold and cruel means, but now, even the cold snake couldn't hold herself. This isn't fair. They couldn't understand why such a lord would come after them. Still traumatized from the accident, the yokai unconsciously referred to the calamity respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. However, even at the looming terror, they didn't dare to pack their stuff and run because it was pointless. The wind whistled as a giant dog-like yokai carried two smaller unconscious creatures and put them near the bonfire. Those two unlucky yokai were twitching as foam spilled from their mouths. Deep malicious will rose from within their bodies, corroding their ki almost instantly. It was a horrific scene to see for these ki-related creatures. The rest started at those unlucky ones with pity. Even the cold Owabame turned her side away because she also could feel the bomb inside her. With one thought, the curse planted deep inside her vitality will dye all her ki with malice starting from the source, sinking her into deep nightmares or even degrading her will into madness. Such a vicious curse made the snake tremble, but what truly made her horrified is the being who seemed to be made of thousands more cruel and sinister curses. How can something like that exist? The Owabame shivered just by recalling that, and more importantly, should I contact the Lord? He might have a solution, but that Mon's Lord seems to know. Looking at the ignorant yokai around her, the Owabame felt bitter and wronged. The monster seems to know the reason she's here, and despite him saying he doesn't care as long as they take care of strays and block other small fries, the snake didn't buy it at all. Unaware of what she should do, the Owabame shook her head and quickly chugged a barrel of alcohol, trying to forget about the situation. But when the yokai continued celebrating their survival, the sound of footsteps echoed within the woods. Because of all the commotion caused by them, the sound was very faint but drew all their attention. I hope I'm not interrupting something important, but I must say, it's a great night for drinking. Do you mind me joining? Under the stares of the yokai, a man walked slowly towards the bonfire with a bottle in his hand. The man had a tall build and appeared to be in his 20s. The most striking thing about him was the 12 jet black feathered wings coming out of his back, announcing his identity to everyone. I have brought drinks and I like stories, so how about we share some? I'm particularly interested in the last tale you guys told. The governor of the fallen angels smiled and waved gently as an awkward silence filled the area. Brother, did you drag Leo and spend all night playing games again? Rubbing the black circles under his eyes, Gen Shiro yawned as his Keiho squinted her eyes at him. Hey? Why me? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Genshiro shook his head to wake himself up. He almost didn't get an ounce of sleep yesterday. The thought of all those monsters that were used to scare him to sleep as a child were real made him very frightened and exhausted. This made Genshiro re-evaluate the world in his mind. Devils, angels, yokai, and gods. What next? Dragons? To be fair, he won't be surprised anymore because the situation keeps getting messy. But brother, you know that Leo has healthier habits than you, right? How come? Keiho stared deeply at the shocked Genshiro. His non-feigned surprise and goofy expression made her speechless. You remember that Leo always goes for morning jogs, even when he stays here, and today wasn't an exception. I also heard he used to go to his grandmother's dojo. Hey? Heard from where? From you. Genshiro closed his eyes as he thought. Ignoring his little sister's questioning eyes, he turned away and mumbled, you think he cares about his health? No way, those things he does are the price for being a jerk. Think about it. Did you think being a jerk is easy, or he won't get into fights because of it? In the end, it's all for not giving a damn, or so he says. Waving his hand like he's shooing something, Genshiro was a bit pissed as if he remembered something unpleasant. But didn't he stop getting into fights? Yeah, he did. Only after that accident thought, and don't worry, nothing will happen, hopefully. Genshiro scratched his head when he saw his sister's worried face. No shit, who wants to mess with that bastard? He only stopped after almost everyone put him on the blacklist of the crazy people you shouldn't mess with. Just recalling that I was never able to beat him once makes me so angry. Blue-eyed oni my ass. Genshiro clenched his fist suddenly as a vein became visible on his forehead. It's not like that, idiot brother. I'm leaving and taking Jengo to the daycare. The breakfast is on the table. Keiho took Jengo and left the house after giving Genshiro a weird stare that he didn't understand. What with this kid anyway, I should leave too. At this point, Genshiro did not doubt that Leo told him that information because it'll make him lose sleep, but even so, he's kind of glad he knew about it, or not. It is always complicated when it comes to these supernatural subjects. Nonetheless, knowing it early is better than regretting it later. Feeling the sacred gear hidden in his arm, Genshiro felt more confident as a thought arose in his heart. He needs to get stronger. Genshiro finished breakfast quickly before heading out, yet his mind was completely occupied by that thought. He could become stronger, right? He became a devil and all, so he should be able to do something like magic, no? There won't be some conditions like he lacks talent, and he could only hope so. Genshiro's enthusiasm received a hit from the start, but recalling his unique power, he felt much better. At least he isn't without any guarantee. However, his mood sank as soon as the door opened. In addition to the sunlight and the chilly air, he was greeted by a figure waiting near the entrance. Of course, only this wasn't enough to ruin his mood, but this person was dripping wet. Ah, it's a wild blue-eyed oni drenched from head to toe. Genshiro's eyebrow twitched. Leo stood at the entrance of Saji's household, completely drenched as the water dripping from him already formed a small puddle. However, instead of being bothered by it, he only looked at his sleeves and touched a strand of his hair. It looked as if he was wondering if he should dry himself or not, but when Genshiro appeared, Leo turned quickly. The hell did you just call me? His blue eyes and words sent a chill into Genshiro as the latter broke into a cold sweat. There's no way he's willing to say that nickname out loud. The last person who said it got beaten unconscious by Leo. Huh? What are you saying? I didn't call you fucker, are you reading minds again? So, you indeed called me something. Ugh. What about it? Everyone calls you names in their minds, especially me. Genshiro couldn't believe he fell into that simple trap, but he wasn't willing to admit it. Luckily, Leo seemed to be convinced, or maybe he was too lazy to peruse the matter. Releasing a sigh of relief, Genshiro unconsciously glances at the watery Leo. After he decided to become stronger, he couldn't help but wonder how strong is this angel, who made his stubborn and strict president swallow her pride and choose to escape at all costs. Noticing Genshiro's stares, Leo stopped messing with his uniform and said, if I recall correctly, your birthday is on the 17th of June, right? That is correct. Why are you asking? Starting from today, you'll experience something very unfortunate. It'll be the clench your teeth and accept it type of misfortune, or so. This is what my hunch is telling me. I would have told you more, but my eyes are still tired. Fuck your hunch. Rude. Looking at Leo shrugging despite his uniform being wet from top to bottom, Genshiro sighed because he felt it's a waste of time to get angry at a bunch of nonsense, even if it sounded ominous. Anyway, why do you look like a drenched chicken? Oh, this? I went on a jog. Leo waved his hand as Genshiro took a step away to not get splashed by water. He took a turn away and opened the gate before nodding with a smile. Yeah, I know, that makes total sense, indeed. But if you mind me asking, Genshiro's smile became brighter before saying, where did you go jogging? Well, I'm at the bottom of the ocean. You know, the place where light can't reach and your organs get crushed by pressure. Ah, I see. That sounds lovely and deadly too. Wait, you're still there? How? Genshiro watched Leo exit the gate before he closed it and suddenly realized something. Indeed. This vassal you're looking at is a clone I made. My main vassal is still at the bottom of the ocean, so when I made this clone and tossed it here, it was already wet. Didn't I tell you this before? Staring at Leo's casual expression as if he didn't say anything weird, Genshiro froze for a while before a confused voice escaped his mouth. Hey. Meanwhile, at more than 8 kilometers underwater. The Hadal Zone, named after the god of the underworld, Hades, is the deepest region of the ocean. This zone remains in perpetual darkness as the lack of sunlight, low temperature, and extremely high hydrostatic pressures make it difficult to explore. Despite these extreme conditions and nutrient scarcity, the Hadal Zone still holds a wide range of marine life that evolved to adapt to this high pressure, although lacking in abundance compared to the higher zones. But the awfully quiet seabed finally witnessed a change. A distorted sound traveled underwater as the pressure made it very faint and completely unorganized. The few sea anemones living here suddenly retracted when something stepped near them, startling other marine life. A humanoid figure invisible in the darkness passed through the area at a relatively fast pace while looking around as if the extreme conditions didn't pose any problem. A creature that resembled a brown hairball with small wings followed behind, cladded in a pink aura, separating it from all the water and pressure. Me and boys, at 3 a.m. looking for the sunken city of our lie, but it was a big fat lie. Leo jogged slowly on the seabed, completely ignoring the darkness and coldness. He was even wearing his headphones as the music emitted to the outside distorted into gibberish because of the pressure. My lord, 3 a.m. already has passed a long time ago in this region. Whatever you were trying to do, you have already lost the chance. Also, are you making things up again? Whoa. Venom corrected and Drake scorned Leo, who wasted time in the South Pacific Ocean depths, trying to find some sort of city. As for Kuriba, it complained a little about being dragged into this abyss by Leo. Its big eyes frowned as it reluctantly moved its wings with the help of Pakia's blessing. Like I care. As for you, don't think you can escape after I caught you binging the entirety of the Yu-Gi-Oh series repeatedly without taking a rest. And you didn't even call me. Leo's voice sounded in the minds of all the creatures near him as he glanced at Kuriba. The flying ball of hair turned its head away immediately as if it looked guilty and caught red-handed. So, you'll suffer with me here while locating all these deep dragon veins nodes. Woo. Hearing Leo's merciless words, Kuriba froze in midair before it dropped slowly from the air like a leaf swaying in the winds, which looked so wrong considering this location. Leo glanced at devastated Kuriba before he took a bunch of detailed maps that focused more on this region. Like Kuriba, these maps seemed to be completely separated from this environment by a coating of mana. Unlike them, Leo simply withstands the pressure with his body. When you have a vassal that can switch between flesh and bones into pure energy, it's very simple to adapt to these locations. Kuriba flew up again as the maps caught their eyes. Landing on Leo's shoulder, they observed the markings like they were very curious about them. Drake, if you happened to suddenly get power to crush both off-eyes and great red like worms, what do you think the reaction of the world would be? Out of nowhere, Leo suddenly asked while marking the maps, confusing the Red Dragon Emperor that yawned as if he's used to it by now. Back again with those questions. Didn't we already agree that it's that so-called the will of the world that reduced the impact of your doing on the world? At least I'm a known figure, you're an entity that suddenly popped from nowhere. The world would be in an uproar after the first state of confusion and they would have made unions and stuff to prepare for any action from you. So, you can be wise if you are tired, hey? Well, I'm asking you because you lived here more than me, but don't tell me the only thing you did was clashing with your white dragon friend. Leo's surprised expression gave Drake the urge to somehow launch a dragon breath through the Longinus at his face. What does this have to do with it? Didn't you have all-knowing clairvoyance? It's not all that all-knowing, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Also, being knowledgeable is different from being wise. But as you said, the worlds will give everyone ADHD. How fearsome! What? As I expected from my lord. He was able to understand what the will of the world did very quickly, and it was indeed fearsome. You shut up and stop encouraging this out-of-order brain circuit of his. This lizard dares. Venom and Drake started fighting again, but it looked more like a children's quarrel because neither of them could reach the other and they suck at making insults. Well, the worlds can give ADHD to people, that doesn't sound concerning at all. Despite feeling that he reached a conclusion that will earn several curses from DXD worlds will, Leo wasn't going to back down. Fine, you're correct. It is indeed unfortunate. Drake sighed and admitted that ADHD is a very close term to all these supernatural creatures that ignored the looming threat above their heads. As for how he understands this term? This creature called Venom is particularly useful in sending information when you need it, despite his annoying nature. Unfortunate? You're quick to feel sorry for them, my dear partner, Drake. ADHD will be the least of your worries if I had time to show you the thing we agreed on, but alas, things kept popping. Leo rolled his eyes and sounded regretful as Drake froze and his pupils minimized. This sounded so ominous in the Red Dragon Emperor's head, especially when Leo called him my dear partner. This is a warning sign if he ever saw one. Hold up, what are you trying to show me, and since when did I agree? We have already agreed after I finished my previous mission. Also, if you're curious about what I'll show you. Let's say, it's my world. Leo shook his head as if he couldn't believe that Drake forgot something so important. Indeed, even Drake himself couldn't believe he forgot something so ominous, then he felt a gaze filled with envy on him. It was Venom looking as if he wanted to rip him to shreds, making Drake speechless. Keep your world to yourself. I reject. I reject your rejection because you have already agreed. Don't worry, I guarantee your survival. Survival is the least of my worries. I only agree because I didn't know. Why are you so frustrated? Aren't you a dragon emperor? Strong and fearless. Anyway, let's pick up the pace. After finishing these deep dragon veins, let's go court life in China. Do you get it? We are going for life energy. I'm not seeing myself out. Oi! Listen to me. Ha. Leo finished marking some important notes and writing notes about the shifting of life energy here before he continued his journey in the Hadal Zone as his laughter sounded more relaxed than usual. Time passed quickly as Leo explored the deepest parts of the ocean to find how Dragon Veins nodes usually shift around the planet. His journey led him to explore the deep ocean more than the current humanity ever did, but it didn't matter much for him, except he finally was able to determine the most logical and illogical distribution of Dragon Veins in this world. This exploration and mapping almost took a full week, but it was worth it. If someone saw Leo's maps, conflicts are bound to rise immediately because knowing the distribution of Dragon Veins means the ability to utilize nature's strength against enemies, even if it's in the form of barriers and formations. To be honest, this world takes a simpler approach for the movement of the planet's life energy. Seasons, weather conditions, geological structure. These are the most noticeable factors. As for astrology and other shenanigans like Earth rotation, they don't amount to much. In fact, this simplicity is what made it hard for Leo at first because he focused on the hard parts, rendering him speechless and making Drake laugh at him, especially when he got slapped by a penguin in the Antarctic because he tried to give it a chainsaw. Basically, someone has to be invested in Feng Shui and they'll be able to grasp Dragon Veins near them, although such hold is at most superficial. This made Leo's work much easier as he can determine the general location of the main nodes and discover them using his key sense. In addition to the Dragon Vein quest, Leo paid some attention to what is happening in Kaur. Despite some small crows and even their big boss, Fallen Angels, who is snooping around, entering the town, nothing much changed. No, in fact, the Yokai are already doing their job and Leo checked a few times, but he didn't see a stray entering the town, well, at least not by the usual ways. For those who teleport here, they got taken care of by the devils and such. Leo wanted to pay them a visit to tell them good job, but he recalled how afraid they were of him, so he went there anyway. Like DXD Worlds will said before, he's indeed a very kind person and the Yokai in the forest can testify. As for the shaking and not daring to look at him in the eye? Nonsense, they are merely shaking from joy and respect. Venom can guarantee that. Maybe because Leo found it funny that they hide the fact they got beaten by a big crow after a few minutes from when he demolished them. Genshiro on the other hand witnessed some big changes. Leo recalled seeing him later that day as Gen only told him a few words while shaking, "You bastard, if you could see the future, tell me earlier," before he went away while holding to his butt as if he was experiencing massive pain. This situation continued to get worse day by day as Genshiro began to space a lot, became highly sensitive to sudden actions, broke things here and then, and mumbles faintly about magic circles and controlling the flow of demonic power. This guy is getting abused. That was Leo's first thought, and wondered if Genshiro would become edgy and release the dragon sealed in his right arm while chanting some chunny lines. But then he thought maybe he's getting trained. Well, it doesn't matter. Training or abuse. It's all the same with these supernatural beings, but Leo likes the chunny part more because it'll be fun. Loading 99%. However, the loading screen that haunts Leo's nightmares finally moved once after 5 days. Do you know how nerve-wracking was it to watch a loading screen stuck at 98%? Leo thought this has to be a new form of torture specifically made for him and his people. In any case, Leo noticed that this loading screen is slower than the first one, but who knows, maybe this 1% will move faster and spare him for the feeling of wanting to end it all. It's growing fast. This doesn't make sense. Drake, however, was more concerned about the thing gathering inside his old host's vitality. Despite the young man having the boosted gear inside his body for more than a decade, such mutation shouldn't be possible. The pure angel and red dragon observed the small human-like vitality get dyed by the dragonish aura a bit by bit, crystallizing into a core. To pass the first stages and reach this phase has a lower chance than pulling SSR continuously with every single roll, according to Leo. Slowly, but gradually, the young man began to release a faint aura that belongs to dragon-type sacred gears. However, the mutation started to put a troll on its host. He started spacing a lot and feeling more tired with each day passing by. These symptoms are bound to get worse, which made Leo roll his eyes after a few doubts. A life for a life. Although the thing growing isn't a living being, the vitality of a single human isn't enough, but a certain devil already took an insert in the aura released from this young man. This scavengers and resources optimization is really over the top. Well played DXD, well played. However, recalling a bunch of crows, the plan of the worlds will gave him an idea, and if it worked, he'll be laughing for days. But for now, Leo shall observe how things will develop. It shouldn't take more than a week to confirm it. Only then he can decide the proper way to deal with the world's will shenanigans. However, he has to finish the last piece required for his small plan. If you do the following, you should get a better result, my lord. Although such an equation will prove to be ineffective if it is used in combat. I see, but doesn't it get repetitive here? These so-called equations keep intersecting. I guess this is a part of the optimization of the mana process. Hey. Indeed, the Nordic formulas hold the philosophy of achieving best results with minimum consummation. Currently, Leo was sitting on a chair inside his workshop and mansion, looking at a bunch of magic formulas. This was one of the many offices inside of the manor, but Leo chose it because of the big space. It was dimly lit because the whole mansion was floating in the dimensional gap as the ever-changing colors of the void kept flashing. But I'm rather startled. I didn't expect my lord to be versed in this world's magic. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing, in particular, my lord. Leo's eyebrow twitched as Venom seemed more joyful than usual. The extended jet-black tentacles from Leo's sleeves happily moved the papers and organized them. He and Venom were deducing a magic formula, which is the general way of performing DXD magic. It might sound complicated, but it's actually a simple process of tracking the boundary of the dragon vein using the main node and impacting it to create a new artificial node overlapping with it while having Pakia's assistance make it much easier. It's a necessary step to gather the majority of the dragon veins into one point because Leo lacks the proper amount of special violence now to rip out all the dragon veins forcibly. Well, mostly Venom is doing it because Leo didn't pay much attention to DXD's magic. However, after finishing the initial product, this child took Leo to see his work and started explaining the magic system behind it. Unlike most of his familiars, Venom usually never asks or shows interest in anything, except if it's Leo's orders. Despite it not being that urge, Leo gave him this task to find a hobby of some sort. However, this child showed more curiosity and joy in teaching him, which made Leo a bit perplexed. so, he decided to listen seriously even if the result didn't diverge much from his predictions. Didn't you just tell me, or was it supposed to be hard? This magic is nothing more than knowing how mana moves and reacts. These eyes of mine don't exist for the sole purpose of understanding for nothing. Leo frowned as if he was in a bad mood. He tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. These are mostly magic equations gotten from Loki's library after he happily donated them with a smile as a spear was piercing his guts. Mr. Loki is indeed a good person. He didn't even snitch on them during the friendly raid and helped them instead. The magic in this world is simply weaving the mana in a way to produce a certain phenomenon. The so-called equations and calculations are nothing more than following a pattern that leads to a specific result. It's like completing a puzzle using your mind. The demonic magic is no different, although the process of following the pattern gets omitted a bit by imagination, or rather call it the visualization of shape to avoid misunderstanding. After all, this demonic energy is not that wonderful, and there are restrictions and limits, especially by the unique properties. Like the special features owned by 72 pillars, which can never be copied by the regular demonic power. I expected nothing less, my lord. The tentacle on the table moved up and down as if it's nodding. Venom is fully aware that what his lord meant by his eyes should be his personal reality. Extrasensory perception, or ESP, refers to the ability to use the mind to receive information through means beyond the regular five senses. This means the user is able to comprehend an alien channel and access a common sense of reality beyond what appears to be normal. In other words, his lord sees a completely different world than ours. An alien world that Venom has no idea how it looks and operates, neither thinks he can handle it. For this reason, Venom couldn't help but be jealous of Drake. He really wants to chop that lizard and grill it, then. You feel it, don't you? This world's magic limit is itself. It can't pierce through a certain stage alone, no matter how one tries. Venom awoke from his thoughts as he pondered about his lord's words. It didn't take him long before he nodded. Indeed, my lord. I feel this world's magic lacks the fundamental drive that I saw from all other universes' magic systems. The seeking of the truth. Maybe this is the reason for stagnation, or magic is simply limited here. But this isn't a reason to tie ourselves to such rigid thinking. Take these 4 magic circles as an example. Leo raised his hand as the mana surged. Above his empty palm, symbols and runes took shape before they got coiled into 4 magic circles, red, blue, yellow, and green, with 1 in each layer. The magic circles flashed before a tiny orb of each of the elements they represent orbited around their respective circle. Calculation and equation. Imagination and creation. With a wave, the 4 magic circles gathered before they fit inside each other as if they were pieces of a puzzle. The 4 elements orbs on each circle began to orbit around the new magic circle while leaving a trail of light. Now, this big magic circle is in itself an equation, but isn't it made of 4 already operating and separated equations? What does this make it then? Leo looked at the magic circle before a part of his mana began to change. Ki, mana, demonic power, and holy power, all of them are simply a variation of the fundamental vitality in this world, which belongs respectively to their selected species. Each magic circle started to operate using a separated form of energy, yet the full result didn't change and the 4 orbs orbited slowly. Leo further snapped his finger and terminated the earth element equation. The orb representing earth dimmed down and the rest of the orbs lost the trail of light, but the magic didn't stop operating despite losing a part of it. Although it'll be harder to maintain and unstable, you should have got the idea, right? Leo stopped the simple light show of magic and learned it fully on the chair, looking at the ceiling in a daze. Of course, my lord. Unlike the creatures in this world, their general rules and limitations don't apply to us. We can go beyond and perform seemingly impossible maneuvers normally. We shouldn't limit ourselves by their logic. Ah? Yeah, that's right, and stop treating this magic with kindness. What is this? Spatial manipulation equation. Leo stood up and picked a paper, which had a bunch of equations, and said just use incomplete teleportation magic to mark the main node. Don't give much care and it doesn't matter if it got bombed. We're trying to impact the dragon vein, not giving it a love tap. Understood. Looking at his lord's expression that said this needs more bombs and explosions, Venom's blinked his eyes. What confused him more is what Leo said is completely doable and it'll reduce the time and effort, although yes, there'll definitely be explosions because of the instability. However, this magic tool is meant to be a one-time use, so it's acceptable. This made Venom wonder if violence is still the solution to everything, even when talking about something as delicate as magic. Although it still needs adjustment, what do you want to call it? This tool, I mean. I shall refrain. I'll be more than happy if my lord gave it a name. Don't be like that, Venom. Leo put down the paper before saying, no matter how small it's to name something you made, it's your achievement. Be proud and embrace this thought. Also, my naming sense is simply a dumpster fire. Leo rolled his eyes and urged Venom, who still didn't want to name his magic formula. After a while, Venom finally gave up and thought about it seriously. Cross of Impact. Venom spoke the name of the magic formula and observed Leo's expression. However, Leo had a weird look when he looked at the tool drawing that looked like a big, weirdly made cross. Is it perhaps a bad name? Who knows, but I at least know that it's better than anything I was going to say. Leo shrugged before his eyebrows frowned again, even his expression hardened and became cloudy. He took a few deep breaths to calm down before he returned to listening to Venom's explanation. However, it didn't take him more than a few minutes to cover his face and look down, startling Venom again. Luckily, Drake is asleep or he'll think his partner has finally lost all the screws in his head. My lord, are you perhaps upset about something? You weren't able to focus on anything since we started. No, I'm damn it. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Leo wanted to assure Venom, but his expression did a 180-degree turn before he slammed the table violently, sending all the papers flying. He held his head as if he's expressing a big headache while Venom collected the papers quickly. I hate you with every fiber of my being. I hate you with every fiber of my being. This phrase was said by Leo 2 times in different places. One was in this workshop in the dimensional gap and the second was by his clone as he witnessed a blasphemy he'll never forget. Nightmare slain. The screen showed the following bold victory message as Nero lowered the controller and nodded her head. The arrogance filled her from head to toe, especially her smug look as if she did something spectacular. Domu, such a vile creature is no match for me. My self-picked warrior shall clean this land from their filth. What does my praetor think? Amazed? Mesmerized? Nero had the usual go on, praise me, although this time it was more smug than usual. Probably because she decided to prove her artistic wonders to someone. However, this only caused a vein to pop on Leo's head and he almost slammed the controller in his hand on her head. The only thing that stopped him was his fondness for this controller. However, what did my praetor mean by hating me with every fiber? I meant every word. Give me this, you damn cheater. Leo snatched the controller from Nero's hand, startling the Emperor. Domu. My praetor, you dare accuse me of fraud. I'll not tolerate such an allegation, even from you. Nero tried to get the controller back, but her face was pushed away by Leo as she became mad. I need to guide my warrior to clean the lands. My praetor will not stop me. If not watching you speedrun this game using Imperial privilege wasn't painful enough, then letting you continue would be blasphemy. I don't care if I'll be called toxic, I refuse to see this. Play it when I'm not looking. Oi, what are you doing? Nero took the chance and tackled Leo as they fell into wrestling on the floor for the controller. Nonsense. My praetor is the one who doubted my artistic talent, so I'll prove it. Everything converges at the Emperor. This is the trait that only exists for me and me only as an almighty genius. But now, calling it a fraud treachery. People might not understand my art, but they won't stop my artistic perfection. Hand it over. You'll get it back after I end it all in a fiery nova. Until then, take your art away from me. Leo and Nero began to roll and twist on the floor, almost knocking the table away, but they still didn't release the controller. Luckily, the poor controller was solid enough and miraculously survived getting squished by these two. Gradually, their voices reached the outside, making the neighbors wonder what was happening. However, they didn't care as both of them became very stubborn, even if they didn't use any supernatural power in their wrestling. Usually, Nero is the one with a solid head that doesn't listen to anyone and Leo is too lazy to play along, but now, as if several nerves got triggered, he refused to back down. However, as someone who used to wrestle in the Colosseum, Nero quickly took the upper hand and locked Leo, but she still couldn't take the controller from his hand. Ding dong! Strangely, they seemed to forget the initial reason by now and this evolved into a fight of stubbornness, which for some reason, Nero began to enjoy. They even ignored the doorbell that kept going for a while. Outside the mansion, Genshiro started at the big manor in awe and shock. He didn't understand when such a big estate had appeared in Leo's neighborhood, nor why his friend was inside. Listening to the sound outside, he wondered what was happening, but because no one responded, Genshiro decided to leave. It's totally not because he heard Leo's voice inside and felt this would be something troublesome and he would rather not get involved. Happy and relieved with his decision, Genshiro turned away and wanted to leave. However, after one step, he felt nothing under his foot. His sense of balance was thrown before he tripped. As a helpless expression surfaced on his face, a pink portal on the ground swallowed him whole. This was his last thought as no one around seemed to notice an entire person vanishing. Chapter 170, The Tournament's Begun. And this is why. Sitting at the table, Genshiro spoke after a deep breath. I hope you'll understand. He looked calmer than usual as his eyes didn't waver. His expression was akin to someone who had gathered all of his courage and had nothing to lose. Hands off, you heathen. Hee, my praetor. You might be an outstanding mage, but I'm the flower of the Olympian. That doesn't make sense in this situation. Wrong. It does because I said it. Or so I hoped if you'd listen. Genshiro nodded as he drank a bit of tea in front of him. On the ground, Nero and Leo were still twisting while fighting for the controller. Although it's more Leo struggling as Nero already firmly locked him, yet because of her being petite, she couldn't win. Genshiro watched it unfold in front of him as he already lost the initial surprise after getting ignored for the 8th time, nor cared about how indecent their current position is. He had to be careful of the table getting thrown at his face. Genshiro couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't they open the door normally? It sure wasn't hard to stop this farce and do it commonly, but no, they had to give me a heart attack. That weird creature's, Pakia's, red eyes flashed in his head as Genshiro shivered. There was something about it that really frightened him, as if his instinct itself was screaming. Not only did he have to be abducted via a portal, but even met that creature. Coupled with what happened this week, Genshiro felt he was the king of bad luck. He looked outside the window in a daze, rethinking his decision to come here with every table shake. The scenery wasn't bad actually, because Nero has remodeled this place into a mansion or a temporary palace in her words. Thud. The table got stuck again, but luckily, he already had his tea in his hands. You two, can you listen for a moment and then do whatever is this you're doing? I told you to do whatever you want. I just don't want to see it. Why can't you understand? No. I'll be damned if I left my warrior without aid. Additionally, what is the point of doing it if my praetor isn't watching? Already accustomed to the pressure released from these two, Genshiro found himself better, and so, he already had enough from this. He gathered his palms, had a deep breath before he. Just listen for a moment, damn it. Screaming as loud as he could have made his throat ache a bit. However, his cries made both Leo and Nero stop for a moment and raise their heads. What? X2. What the one can do just to have a bit of recog. Oh, you listen. Sorry for yelling out loud, Claudius-san, was it? You have quite the boldness. Amusing. Nero tilted her head as she found Genshiro to be very courageous to scream and curse at her, and Leo, however, she might have forgotten, no, purposely ignored the fact that not everyone knows who she is. This made Leo squint at her for a moment before looking away. Unaware of her true intentions, Genshiro decided to not think deeply about it, and so, he saw Leo staring at him without blinking. It was creepy, if he may say. I'm not apologizing to you, go and cry about it. Tisk. Leo clicked his tongue and moved the controller away from Nero, who tried to snatch it. So, I might have said this a couple of times already, but please teach me how to become stronger. Genshiro said with the utmost seriousness as he looked Leo in the eyes. It took him quite the courage to say it loudly, even if already did it a couple of times. No, go get spanked by a magic circle. Hey, watch out for the glasses. Ek. With one phrase from Leo, Genshiro's serious expression shattered to pieces and his face cringed. His entire look twisted from shame as he almost blushed. How do you know? Do you really want me to say it? And no. Genshiro leaned on the chair like a deflated balloon while covering his face. However, he quickly recovered his composure and stood up. I know it might be bothering you, but I really hope you'll hear me out. It might sound weird, but I did deserve to get that treatment. I have messed badly. I just failed miserably. Genshiro lowered his head as he spoke. His facial expression twisted into a look of guilt after shame. However, Leo blinked his eyes as if he was puzzled and said, I thought you liked such treatment. Did you go out of your way to receive it? Interesting. Nero also blinked her eyes and looked at Genshiro with curiosity. No. What are you talking about? Don't twist my words. Seeing both of them looking at him, Genshiro snapped with embarrassment and anger. He pointed at Leo furiously and said, I'm a completely normal person with normal preferences. I am not one of those who get excited when they get punished and spanked by a pretty girl, okay? Especially not when she has a serious and angry look. Am I clear? Dunno man, I don't know. It's not me who said it, it's you, so good. Leo tried to raise his arms, but they were caught by Nero, who wanted to flip him to break his grip on the controller. You shouldn't be ashamed of what makes you happy. Embrace it and say it loudly and clearly, even if it makes you blush from shame. Nero shook her head at Genshiro. You deep breath, happy thoughts. Genshiro sat down as he clapped his palms, trying to calm himself. He knew it. There's no way this new girl would be a reasonable and normal person. These two are all the same. It's not because I like it, okay? Ugh, even now I sound weird. Anyway, you're not accepting, right? Genshiro scratched the back of his head as he sounded very confident. Of course, not. I can't teach you anything, go to the bobcut girl. She must have some systematic training for you. Leo shrugged and his expression was like nobody has time for this as he shook Nero away. I see. I know it'll be like this, so, you remember you owe me a favor, right? Let's go now. I know a place. Genshiro finished his tea as he stood up casually after those words. However, he froze as he felt the atmosphere change. It became very chilly despite the warm weather outside as the two of them stared at him. Nero's eyes sparkled with curiosity as if she found something very amusing, but Leo's were full of pity like he was looking at a patient on his deathbed. There was that, huh? I don't think you're in your full mental power. Well, what can I say except, these are the doors of hell you just opened and I wish I'm joking. Hearing Leo's answer, Nero brightened as she let go of him and stood up. Leo followed her and cracked his neck while looking at Genshiro, who swallowed from nervousness. Knowing this guy, Genshiro realized that Leo accepted without another word, which made him smile and say, what hell? I'm a devil. What a coincidence, I'm also an angel. You sound a bit heretic, have a moment to talk about the Lord. A bright smile flashed on Leo's face as it literally shined with light, giving Genshiro tingles as if he's being scorched. Nah, you're not and I'm good. Let's go quickly. This sounds amusing. Let's make haste, my praetor. Yet. This is the last time I play games here. My cracked heart won't support it. Leo sounded sad as he put the controller away while Nero rushed to the entrance, but the last look she gave made him feel this won't be the end. Well, Leo is pretty sure he'll be smashing the monitor on her head next time, so yeah, it's better if there's no next time. By the way, since when did you know her, Leo? For a while. However, you are unusually calm about it. Oh, right. Isn't she the one that you really hate? Genshiro asked as Leo nodded, which made the former put his palm together and smile kindly before saying, I have decided that I don't want anything to do with this, please, ignore me. And so, the two of them joined Nero, who was waving at the entrance before they left at haste. Still feeling a bit unreal at how quickly and smoothly things went, Genshiro still gathered himself together and led them towards the abandoned factory at the side of the town. Or so he thought. Apparently, a walk of 10 minutes is very boring for these two, especially because Nero is here for fun and Leo wanted to finish quickly. So, Genshiro found his face getting shoved inside a pink portal for the second time, falling face first on the ground, and also eating a bit of grass and dirt. He found himself in an open clearing in a forest between mountains he didn't recognize. The green landscape extended to the limit of sight as the sounds of birds and small animals filled his ears. This place made him even question if he's still in Japan or not, especially because his mind is still foggy from the large spatial movement. This should do. Leo passed through the portal and Nero followed after me, looking at the place with interest. Mostly wondering where this is. Where are we? Dunno, I just found it yesterday. Anyway, get up and let's get this over with. Leo shrugged before he looked at Genshiro, who stood up slowly while fighting the urge to puke, or maybe it was the pressure from Kria. Oh, two friends face each other as warriors, I like it. I really like it. Nero stood a step away to watch the show, but not before she spouted some words that made Leo stare at her silently, wondering since when is he a warrior? Okay, I'm fine. Dude, what the hell is wrong with that portal of yours? Anyway, what should I do? Slapping himself to focus, Genshiro took a battle stance, which looked very sloppy and embarrassing. I said that I have nothing to teach you. So, come at me with everything you have, I guess. Leo rubbed his chin as Genshiro frowned and said, you mean, attack you? Yeah, sure, it won't make a difference. Leo waved casually as he saw Genshiro take a deep breath before he raised his hand. A purple gleam gathered on his right hand before it manifested as something akin to a black lizard with purple eyes. This is Genshiro's sacred gear, absorption line, one of 4 pieces of Vritra. It allows the user to absorb other creatures' power by attaching its tongue to them. Leo gave it a glance before he looked at Genshiro, who still didn't do anything. Leo squeezed the bridge of his nose before he said, today, Gen. Anytime today. Where's your weapon? I mean, sacred gear. Hey! Take out your sacred gear. Genshiro looked at Leo solemnly as the absorption line opened its mouth. Man, just attack already, or do you want me to do it? Leo shook his head as he started to get impatient, but his careless attitude made Genshiro clench his fist. You know I couldn't move at all that day. Even if I had this strength, I froze like an idiot. He squeezed his fist tightly until veins became very clear. I failed to repay the trust of those who left their back to me. They could have died. Genshiro lowered his head as if he didn't want them to see his expression, but instead, Leo was more puzzled to care. I can guess what happened to you. But why are you sounding all that depressed? We all fail from time to time, I mean, look at me. I never succeeded in anything I wanted. Oi, what are you doing? Suddenly, Nero frowned when Leo was speaking. Her bad mood was reflected in her actions as Mana gathered into a scarlet sword, Estus, the original flame. She stabbed the sword on the ground and didn't say anything. Unlike the startled Genshiro, Leo's eyebrow twitched. If not because of the guy in front of him, he'll have already brought Yamato out to fight. Anyway, it's not the end of the world. No, it's because of me, because I wasn't strong. If I was, I wouldn't stay still when my team was getting attacked. Genshiro cut off Leo as he finally raised his head and sacred gear. Huh? Geez, it has been a week and you're like this? You worry me. Are you sure the bobcut girl didn't spank the back of your head instead of butt? To even ask me of all people to train you. The president won't always be there to save us. So, I'll become stronger. And I know you can help me because you're. Genshiro took a deep breath before he said strong. This made Leo pause for a moment and blinked a few times as if he hadn't heard correctly before he broke into laughter. PFFFF, strong, you say? Yeah, you're not in your right mind. I didn't know that getting spanked can cause this. Leo shook his head with pity as his expression made a vein pop on Genshiro's forehead. This guy, why is he so good at triggering people? Can you just stop mentioning the spanking? Suppressing the boiling anger, Genshiro thrust his right hand forward. The absorption line acted almost instantly as a gleaming blue tongue shot from its mouth. It traveled quickly in the air, crossing the distance in a blink of an eye, and attaching itself to Leo's left arm. However, Leo stared at it silently before he turned to Genshiro, without showing any reaction about the sacred gear on his arm. This is the idiot. Sensing the familiar aura, Drake was awoken as he stared at the absorption line. Genshiro frowned at Leo's lack of interest, but it quickly vanished as he moved fast. He began circling around Leo as his lips lifted into a smile. I should keep distance as the sacred gear is absorbing Leo's power, then wait. Genshiro's expression froze as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His absorption line was clearly attached to Leo, but he didn't feel any energy absorbed. Instead, the cold and unamused stares of the angel gave him goosebumps. He didn't get another chance as a huge force transmitted into his right hand. His feet lost their balance before everything turned into a blur around him as wind impacted his face. Well, first lesson. Leo pulled the line on his arm and dragged Genshiro violently in the air. The poor devil was shocked and unable to comprehend the situation, but when he saw he's flying towards Leo, he raised his arms to defend himself. However, Leo leaned back a little before he gave the flying Genshiro a headbutt. *Bum. Gah. The impact sound echoed in the forest as Genshiro released a dying wail. It felt as if he didn't hit someone's head, but a piece of steel. That was his last thought before everything vanished into the darkness. The hit sent Genshiro flying backward before crashing on the ground and rolling a few times. Then, he lay still on the cool ground while twitching. That line of yours is a physical object. Anyone with decent physical strength can simply drag you over. Oh my, he's out. Leo fixed his glasses and wanted to give an advice, but he noticed that Genshiro was out cold because of the headbutt, twitching a little once in a while on the ground. I think I might have overdone it. Leo rubbed his chin before he shrugged and turned to look at Nero. What? You want a turn too? Nero raised the original flame before she smiled and said, of course, I always wanted to battle you in a contest of wit and power. Waving the scarlet sword as her clothes changed into the Spiritron dress, Nero took a combat stance before saying, Umu, come at me, my praetor. The clash of our sword shall be the instrument that makes muses bow before its sounds. I see, but I hope you know. Leo nodded as a deep blue gleam flashed and Yamato manifested at his side. Looking at this, Nero tightened the grip on her sword. However, before she rushed, Leo's voice became weird. There's no counterforce to give fairness here. Teleport behind you. His voice sounded right next to her ear, startling Nero as she spun her body. Her sword left a crimson afterimage in the air with a slash aiming at the back, but it was blocked by a black scabbard. Rumbling. Mana, an exaggerated amount of energy rose in the air from Leo, dyeing everything around it in an azure hue. As if it was a loaded bullet, the mana suddenly accelerated without warning, turning into a torrent of light, and flooding everything ahead. Nero felt herself drowning in the tide as the sword almost flung from her hands. This gave her the feeling of facing the blunt power of a full dragon heads-on, all aimed at her without giving her a chance to react. Asterisk Bay. Asterisk. With a deafening sound, the clash hit the ground, shaking the entire forest. It was as if an earthquake hit the place. A cloud of dust rose in the air with the shockwave before a few trees around broke into pieces. From the depth of dust, a figure was sent flying before she crashed on the ground, rolling a few times, and laid still on the cold ground. Surprisingly, it was close to the area where Genshiro was twitching. The original flame followed from above as it flew and spun in the air before stabbing the ground near Nero. A gust of wind blew away the dust as Leo calmly walked from the crater. He glanced at the two unconscious figures in the grass nearby. Stretching his arms and body, Leo felt good for some god knows the reason. As if he finally became light after a long time. He raised his head to look at the clear sky before he muttered, this predicament might not be all that bad. I kinda look forward to it now. How bizarre. Drake had nothing to say about this. As so, Leo nodded to himself as if he was looking forward to this training as the twitching of a certain devil made Drake look at him in silence and pity.
Thanks for listening.